That read as if it were the lesson Siebrand Westbrook learned in the Dutchman's fireside. It was, however, the received wisdom around the fireside of white America. In his 5-volume narrative of the expedition, Lieutenant Wilkes concluded that indeed the Pacific slope was destined to be possessed as it must be by the Anglo-Norman race. Thus did life in the United States imitate art, as Wilkes acted out the theme of Westward Ho! Quoted in the epigraph to this chapter. 131. Chapter 12. An American Romance in Color, William Gilmore Simms. The Yamasee is proposed as an American romance. It is so styled as much of the material could have been furnished by no other country. William Gilmore Simms' preface to the Yamasee, 1853. Thus, in the beginning all the world was America, said John Locke in the Second Treatise of Civil Government, Sector 49, 1690. In America the beginning occurred anew each time civil society gained another western vantage point over the state of nature. Just as once upon a time the Atlantic was the western sea and North America lay beyond the western edge of consciousness, so in the mid-18th century the Alleghenies were the western mountains and Kentucky lay beyond in the shadows, a dark wilderness awaiting discovery and the beginning. What was just about to end appeared hauntingly in George Caleb Bingham's famous Daniel Boone escorting settlers through the Cumberland Gap, 185,152. The painting, as Henry Nash Smith once observed, showed the celebrated Kentuckian leading a party of settlers with their wives and children and livestock out into a dreamily beautiful wilderness which they obviously meant to bring under the plow. Boone stood out from the group, as in Greenough's statue, but behind and above him, mounted on a horse whiter than snow, was woman, repository of civilization. According to William Gilmore Simms, Boone had naturally exulted that his wife and daughter were the first white women that ever stood on the banks of the Kentucky River. In the painting Boone naturally had his rifle on his shoulder, but behind him came settlers armed with axes against that distant reverie of Sika. 132. Mowries and oaks and chestnuts. So long as those primeval forests remained standing, the land would never be ready for the plow. Yet an earlier and still more dramatic moment in the very beginning was suggested by the subtitle of Simms's 1845 essay on Boone, the first hunter of Kentucky. In the lines that followed, Simms gave Boone credit for being a dead shot and for possessing a keen eye, great elasticity of muscle, and great powers of endurance, for having in short all the physical and moral characteristics that made him first in rank among hunters. But by first Simms meant primarily foremost in time, the hunter who preceded all the others and found an untouched part of the continent. Thus Simms commenced and concluded with Boone alone, the great discoverer, standing upon Cumberland Mountain, and looking out upon the broad valleys and fertile bottoms of Kentucky. He certainly thought of himself so. We have no doubt he felt very much as Columbus did, gazing from his caravel on San Salvador. Or Vasco Núñez Balboa, standing alone on the peak of Darien, and stretching his eyes over the hitherto undiscovered waters of the Pacific. Now, on the peak of Darien Balboa did not in fact stand alone. Indians guided and accompanied him on his epic march across the isthmus to discover the true Western Sea and to claim all the shores washed by it. Nor in truth was Boone ever alone in Kentucky, and that was part of his problem, Simms's and ours. But Boone ceased to be alone in this march of discovery into the Kentucky wilderness, wrote Simms. There were other spirits like himself, destined to open the way for the thronging multitudes that began to cry aloud for homes of their own. Had we tarried at the Gap with the figures in Bingham's painting, it followed, the forests would have become a legend before our eyes. The ground we stood on would have become the Cumberland Gap National Historical Park, 20,184.20 acres, established 1955, and Kentucky's recent boom in tourism would have brought in still more multitudes to make us even less alone. By then the dreamy beauty would have gone from the view. In his essay, at all events, Simms evinced more interest in the march of discovery than in the march of improvement. Without knowing the author's name and background, Simms based his essay on John Filson's discovery, settlement, and present state of Kentucky, 1784, or, more exactly, on the Boone narrative therein that was republished in Brooklyn under the title Life and Adventure of Colonel Daniel Boone, written by himself, 1823. A surveyor and land speculator and quantum schoolteacher, Filson had supposedly written the narrative at Boone's dictation. In what was to become a tradition, Sims denounced the writers clumsy. 133. Daniel Boone escorting settlers through the Cumberland Gap, George Caleb Bingham, 185,152. Courtesy of collection, Washington University, St. Louis. 134. Attempts at eloquence and poetry, the flourishes and marks of ambitious composition quite unlike our Hunter, but proceeded to follow his emphasis on the discovery of Kentucky, quoted him extensively, and revealed his own enchantment over what the writer had made of Boone. To be sure, Filson was guilty of looking at the ample plain of Kentucky as a series of beauteous tracts, each chock full of potentially marketable sylvan pleasures. Yet his realtor's rhetoric was relatively artless, and his archaic images in the end left even the critics more captivated than irritated. Criticisms bounced off the narrative, anyhow, as it proceeded with the unimpeachable authority of a dream. It was on the 1st of May, in the year 1769, Filson's Boone commenced, that I resigned my domestic happiness for a time, and left my family and peaceable habitation on the Yadkin River, in North Carolina, to wander through the wilderness of America, in quest of the country of Kentucky. But why had he temporarily resigned his domestic happiness? He just had, that was all, the way you and I just do something in a fantasy. Agents for the Loyal Land Company had made their way through the Cumberland Gap in 1750, and white settlers had long since defied the royal proclamation of 1763 by moving into Kentucky. But to interrupt with these points of historical fact would have been ungracious and largely irrelevant. In 1769 Boone wandered, no more and no less, in quest of Kentucky. Sims picked up the sequence to record that when one of Boone's companions was killed by the Indians, he became the first Anglo-Norman victim of the Red Man, in the lovely wilds of Kentucky. Daniel Boone's brother, Squire, unexpectedly strolled into their camp accompanied by a stranger, but the stranger soon left and others disappeared, leaving Daniel and Squire Boone the only remaining members of the quest. An obsessive concern for the exact place name and precise date of the goings and comings formed a patina of narrative realism. Thus 1 year to the day after the quest had begun, that is, on the 1st of May, 1770, according to Daniel Boone's reckoning, my brother returned home to the settlement by himself, for a new recruit of horses and ammunition, leaving me by myself, without bread, salt or sugar, and without company of my fellow creatures, or even a horse or dog. Like Robinson Crusoe on his island, at first Boone was uncomfortable, almost melancholy, as 1,000 dreadful apprehensions presented themselves to my view, but then the diversity and beauties of nature I met with in this charming season, expelled every gloomy and vexatious thought. I had gained the summit of a commanding ridge, and, looking round with as 135 tonishing delight, beheld the ample plains, the beauteous tracts below. Yet the wilderness, for all its green charms, concealed the painted and ferocious savage, as Sims put it sympathetically, and he who hunted the deer successfully through his haunts, might still, while keenly bent upon the chase, be unconscious of the stealthy footsteps which were set down in his own tracks. And there they were in all this solitude, the American cousins of Friday's unforgettable footprint in the sand. The supposition that the Kentucky wilderness was Boone's desert island became less fanciful a few sentences later, when Sims had the first hunter gaze over the ocean waste of forest which then spread from the dim western outlines of the Alleghanies, to the distant and untraveled waters of the Mississippi. Never was Crusoe more alone in his own ocean wastes as he peered vainly for the dim outlines of sails on his untraveled waters. And like Boone he had to contend with those surprising, frightening, stealthy footsteps. Thence emerged the story of Robinson, in the way a dream might occur, observed Odoret Manini, an acute student of the psychology of colonizers. When this dream was published, however, all Europe realized that it had been dreaming it. For more than a century afterwards the European concept of the savage came no nearer reality than Defoe's representation of him. Certainly Filson's and Sims's concept came no nearer reality than Defoe's, but I do not suggest either man necessarily had the English writer in mind when he wrote about Kentucky. I do suggest that Filson's nearly identical dream of a world without people came no less directly from his unconscious, a suggestion that helps explain the appeal of his narrative for imaginative writers, for Sims, and for such major figures as Byron and Cooper. And since white Americans already shared the dream and had lived it for more than a century, Filson's formulation, for all its clumsiness, helped make a folk hero of Boone in his own lifetime. In the dream, a European, or in our case a Euro-American, flees from repressive civil society, all that everyday domestic happiness, to the ocean island of his imagination where his desires rule uncontested by other people. This flight from mankind man and I traced in Defoe to a misanthropic neurosis and found the origin of this widely shared condition in the lure of a world without men and in a lack of sociability combined with a pathological urge to dominate. Sims himself saw something of the sort in Boone, anticipating Manonai's phrase almost word for word as he pictured the first hunter flying, as it were, from 136. His kindred and society. Moreover, Boone's misanthropy became part of American folklore, as in the popular account of his complaint even after moving to Missouri, "I had not been 2 years at the Licks before a D.D. Yankee came, and settled down within 100 miles of me." But the psychiatric label cannot be sustained by any detailed evidence from Boone's early life, misty as that was, and in any event it diverts attention from Manonai's richly suggestive metaphor. The metaphor links the emotional satisfactions of colonizing North America to the appeal of colonial life elsewhere in darkest Africa, Asia, the South Seas. It suggests that Boone's desert island of Kentucky was America writ small, just as that white America was the archetypal desert island writ large. It establishes connections over time to the earliest colonizers along the seaboard, to men like Winthrop and Endicott who fled the Old World, where all the churches were brought to desolation, for their own howling wilderness, where their wishes became laws and it takes us, part way at least, from the individual level to the collective and helps us see that this repudiation of the world of parents carried with it certain guilts. Sims went out of his way to assuage these by interlacing Boone's flight with that of all the American revolutionists from the treacherous mother. While Boone was building his fort on the banks of the Kentucky, the Revolutionary War had begun, and our benign mother of Great Britain had already filled the forest with her emissaries, fomenting the Indians' always eager jealousy, and the common appetite for war and plunder. While Congress were making the Declaration of Independence, at Philadelphia, Boone was already waging the conflict. While Jefferson was drawing up his indictment of the malevolent Father George and Mother Britain, Boone was locked in combat with the merciless savages the king had fomented in far-away Kentucky. Hence the fugitives, one and all, had good reason for their flight. Or so it seemed. And as the footprint in the sand, the Indian was either Jefferson's mindless child, a dependent Friday, or his merciless savage, a cannibal. Frequently he was both at the same time or at least in the same essay. Sims rightly noted that Indian violence had been almost pacific, his wars were seldom bloody until he encountered the Anglo-Norman, and then he paid the penalty of an inferior civilization. The loss of a warrior was a serious event, taking of a single scalp was a triumph. To gain but one shot at a foe, an Indian would crouch all day in a painful posture. Yet Sims also had him raging in thickets, a painted and ferocious savage with all the terrors and vicissitudes of his merciless warfare. In both halves of this image the Indian was seen as semi-human, and thus his presence could never stop Boone from being absolutely alone. Sims actually had the Boone brothers wander through the unsung countryside, bestowing names, like other founders of nations, upon heights and plains, and waters. Asterisk. But he had to know the rivers and ridges had names, for he knew the object of the Boone quest already had the Indian name Kentucky. To recognize the implications of discovering what was already known to others, of being alone in the presence of Indians thick as leaves on the trees, of renaming the name. To have recognized what he was doing would have obliged Sims to recognize the existence of Indians as others, other people. On occasion he seemed as far from that level of self-awareness. He formed, bestowing names on streams and founts, on plants and places yet anonymous, and yet unvisited by other eye-emitting civilizement's softened beams, than the adventurer's own. But the fantasy was still more antique. In The Fairy Queen, 1590, Edmund Spenser rhetorically asked Elizabeth, "Who you are heard of T'Chllndi in Peru? Or who in Ventura's vessel measured the Amazon's huge rio are now found true? Or fruitfulest Virginia who did your view?" Yet all these were, when no man did them know. From before fruitfulest Virginia was properly planted, then, the Indian was no man a non-person, who could neither view nor know. One of the threads we have pursued over the succeeding centuries was his continuing status as a non-person. He apparently remains so in surprising quarters. In an illuminating essay on the new geographical literature of Columbus, Vespucci, Oviedo, and others, David Beers Quinn concluded that with the circulation of their writings, America became part of human experience. It was assimilated, even if imperfectly, into European concepts. New Geographical Horizons in First Images of America, ed. Freddie Chiapelli et al. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1976, 2, 654. O poor brave new world, previously unnamed, unmeasured, unknown, non-human. That this lethal 16th-century delusion lives unwittingly on in a man who has written perceptively of Elizabethan empire building in Ireland is all the more astonishing gone discouraging. 138. As Paulding. When Sims was editor of the Charleston City Gazette, for instance, he summarized the Indian character as it is, April 30, 1831. We say everything of the North American. When we call him a mere savage, like all the others, and no better than any savages, but a few degrees removed from the condition of the brute. Yet the same man was capable of a brilliant insight a few years later in his essay on Indian literature and art. Sims then held that the general insensibility of whites to the power of Indian oratory could only be accounted for by reference to our blinding prejudices against the race, prejudices which seem to have been fostered as necessary to justify the reckless and unsparing hand with which we have smitten them in their habitations, and expelled them from their country. We must prove them unreasoning beings, to sustain our pretensions as human ones, show them to have been irreclaimable, to maintain our own claim to the regards and respect of civilization. This was on the level of, and may have been drawn from, Montesquieu's observation about slaves. It is impossible for us to suppose these creatures to be men, because, allowing them to be men, a suspicion would follow that we ourselves are not Christians. From whatever source, Sims's insight took him beyond self-indictment to a dawning apprehension of the national web of self-deceptions. In the same collection, Views and Reviews, 1845, Sims began his essay on Boone with an epigraph from the 8th canto of Don Juan, 1822. Delighted by the depth of Boone's plunge out of society into wilds of deepest maze, Lord Byron had seen the backwoodsman of Kentucky as quite literally alone in nature. Happiest among mortals anywhere, for killing nothing but a bear or buck. Sims had long admired Byron but felt constrained to point out his mortal error here. Boone's rifle occasionally made free with nobler victims than bear and buck. He was a hunter of men too, upon occasion. Yet this gave away too much at the very beginning, so Sims quickly added, not that he was fond of this sport. His nature was a gentle one, really and strangely genteel, did not incline to war. Strange indeed, for a first hunter who looked for ground where he would have to smite the savage man, as well as the scarcely more savage beast of the same region. He could take a scalp with the rest, and might feel justified in 139. The adoption of a practice which, when employed by whites, had its very great influence in discouraging the Indian appetite for war. It was a pity the practice, when employed by reds, did not discourage the white appetite for war. Still, might not Indians be drawing on the same psychology of deterrence to protect what was after all their country? But, for Sims, Boone was all by himself in the wilderness. For him to have consistently regarded Indians as persons with a psychology of their own would have upended his world. It would have meant recognizing that the state of nature really had full-fledged people in it, and that both it and the cherished civil society had started out as lethal figments of the European imagination. Only later did these delusions enter American political theory through John Locke, drafter of the Fundamental Constitutions of Carolina, 1669, and Toote Larry Saint of Jefferson's Declaration and of Madison's Constitution. 2. Like his friend Paulding, William Gilmore Simms sought the epic of America. Paulding was one of the earliest pioneers in the fields of American letters. Read Simms's dedication in The Damsel of Darien, 1839, his historical romance of Balboa in Spanish America. Simms saw himself continuing the struggle of the older writer, of Cooper, and of all the others who worked for a cultural declaration of independence that would be a fit complement to the political. A serious literary critic and historian, he probed the past for usable themes and found in such figures as Pocahontas and Boone precious national resources. But he was best known as a writer of some 30 volumes of fiction, in many of which he celebrated the rise of the colonies and of the new Union. Simms rejected the realism of the domestic novel, or novel of manners, in the tradition of Richardson and Fielding, and adopted instead the romance, a form he defined as the substitute people of the present day offer for the ancient epic. His chosen instrument, in short, was the modern epic, in which heroes and scenes wild and wondrous might give rise to a truly American mythology. The Yamasee, 1835, was Simms's most widely read work and his most important romance of Indian warfare. It was, as he said, an American romance. Unlike Paulding, Simms could tell a story, and this was one that appealed to readers with a taste for melodrama and a touch of sentiment for the passing of a once 140 powerful and gallant race. It centered on an actual event in colonial Carolina, the resistance in 1715 of the Yamasee and associated tribes to further encroachments upon their lands. The colonists of course triumphed, led by a dashing but mysterious young cavalier named Gabriel Harrison, who prowled about to see what dirty work was afoot, claimed the damsel in the final pages, and then turned out to be Governor Charles Craven in disguise. Moreover, Simms followed his master Cooper in allowing the Indians some space to tell their side of the story and to have a secondary plot of their own. Their doomed cause was led by Sanuti, a philosophical patriot in the mold of Tamenund in The Last of the Mohicans, 1826, and supported by his faithful wife, Medawin. It was betrayed by their son, a Conestoga, a once upright young warrior who had been corrupted by white ways and firewater. On both sides there were secondary figures, including Sanuti's lieutenant Ishiagaska, the sinister medicine man Enarimati, Harrison's body servant Hector, and the bloodhound Dugdale, famous for hunting Indians. Now, more interesting than the content of the double plot was the show of lights and darks, the choreography of colors as they advanced on each other, retreated, whirled, and finally collided. As Tocqueville observed the year Simms published this tale, the danger of a conflict between the white and black inhabitants of the southern states of the Union, a danger which, however remote it may be, is inevitable, perpetually haunts the imagination of the Americans like a painful dream. That was characteristically acute, save that the great French observer should have added red to the interplay of colors, for conflict with the Indians had been perpetual and was not some dreadful probability on the horizon. Like James Madison, Simms had a color-haunted imagination, haunted by the black race within our bosom and the red on our borders. In an important sense, the border romances were Simms's attempts to work out in fiction the baffling problem of the latter, while paying passing attention to the former. In the Yamasee even Sanuti had a sense of the importance of color casts. He was a philosopher not less than a patriot, and saw, while he deplored, the destiny which awaited his people. He well knew that the superior must necessarily be the ruin of the race which is inferior, that one must either sink its existence in with that of the other, or it must perish. He was wise enough to see, that, in every case of a leading difference betwixt classes of men, either in color or organization, such difference must only and necessarily eventuate in the formation of castes. 141. Shades of color seem to shape or reflect relationships even among the Yamassees. The subtle sub-chief who was Sanute's lieutenant appeared a dark, brave, collected malignant, Ishiagaska, by name. Certainly the hue of none of the Indians, not even Sanute, could compare with that of Gabriel Harrison, who had a rich European complexion, a light blue eye, and features molded finely, so as to combine manliness with as much of beauty as might well comport with it. His hair hung down in long clustering ringlets, and his English cavalier garments, combined with those of the American forests, set off his shining good looks marvelously. Imagine the bedchamber of his beloved Bess Matthews, the damsel, one night at the height of the troubles, with the dark Ishiagaska creeping up on the half-slumbering girl. The dress had fallen low from her neck, and in the meek, spiritual light of the moon, the soft wave-like heave of the scarce living principle within her bosom was like that of some blessed thing, susceptible of death, yet, at the same time, strong in the possession of the most exquisite developments of life. Her long tresses hung about her neck, relieving but not concealing its snowy whiteness. One arm fell over the side of the couch, nerveless, but soft and snowy as the frost wreath lifted by the capricious wind. The hand of the wily savage was not stayed, needless to add, by the helplessness of that sweet white round, the snow maiden, but had to be stopped by more powerful arms. And beside her chilly charms, what chance had the dusky matron Mittawan or Conestoga's former love, the dusky maiden Hiwassee? Sims manipulated these symbols of light and darkness for all they were worth. With unintended and unperceived consequence, his clash of colors had in awkward fact highlighted the colonist's dark side. There was the sturdy black Hector, my Hector or my Snowball, as Harrison sometimes called him, who was as much an extension of his owner's ego as Boone's rifle was of his reach. Indeed, when Harrison offered the slave freedom for saving his life, Hector refused to be separated. "Idn to hll, Maza, f Igen to be free," roared the adhesive black, in a tone of unrestrainable determination. "I can't loss you company, and who didable Dugdale geen let feed him like Hector. 'Tis unpossible, Maza, and dere's no use for talk 'bout it. De ting ain't right, and anti I know wha kind of ting freedom is wid black man." So did Hector refuse to be severed from his master and 142. Stubbornly placed his black hand back upon the leash of a still darker side of Harrison. Dugdale may have looked a little like the dog in Bingham's rescue group, though the famous bloodhound probably resembled more the Irish wolfhound. To remind Dugdale that in Carolina he was an Indian hound, Harrison trained him by using a figure stuffed and painted to resemble a redskin and made more enticing by deer's entrails hanging around his neck, while Hector, holding back the dog by a stout rope drawn around a beam, the better to embarrass him at pleasure, was stimulating at the same time his hunger and ferocity. With a snap of his fingers, Harrison could send the dog springing for the jugular of a merciless savage. Locked in combat with one during the hostilities, he had only to shout "Dugdale!" The favorite, with a howl of delight, bounded at the well-known voice, and in another instant Harrison felt the long hair and thick body pass directly over his face, then a single deep cry rang above him. He partially succeeded in freeing himself from the mass that had weighed him down, and looking up, saw the entire mouth and chin of the Indian in the jaws of the ferocious hound. Dugdale held on to his prey, and before he would forego his hold, completely cut the throat which he had taken in his teeth. Dugdale was to Harrison what Paulding's Timothy Weasel was to Sir William Johnson, a highly useful Indian hater. Not the least of his uses was to allow his master and Sims and his readers to experience the howl of delight as a dark surrogate self sprang on bestial prey. Well might Harrison embrace Dugdale, then, to attest the deep gratitude which he felt for the good service of his favorite. Even Dugdale's thirst for this blood had to be whetted. As Ishiagaska said, the dog must smell the blood, or he tear not the throat. So it was with the Yamassees. They sang their famous scalp song of taking the path of the enemy. I hear him groan, I see him gasp. I tear his throat, I drink his blood. The capture and sacrifice of a heroic Irishman gave them their first taste. The hydrophobic convulsions of Prophet Enerimati inflamed them as he continued. 143. Those fearful incantations to the war god, which seemed to make of himself a victim. He was intoxicated with his own spells and incantations. His eye glared with the light of madness, his tongue hung forth between his clenched teeth, which seemed every moment, when parting and gnashing, as if about to sever it in two, while the slaver gathered about his mouth in thick foam, and all his features were convulsed. And the Dionysiac underpinnings of this drama of song and seizure became explicit when Sims likened Indians to the early Greeks and had their war dance make of them one frenzied horde in the thick night. 1,000 enemies, dark, dusky, fierce savages, half intoxicated with that wild physical action which has its drunkenness, not less than wine. Their wild distortions, their hell-kindled eyes, their barbarous sports and weapons, sudden demoniac shrieks from the women, the occasional burst of song, pledging the singer to the most diabolical achievements. So in the final analysis, Dugdale did not cut a person's throat but a mad animal's, just as the white Carolinians had cut down a pack of rabid dogs, these cursed bloodhounds, as one put it, these redskins that hunt for nothing but our blood. Or as the poor Irishman cried out, "Ye bloody red niggers." 3. The salient fact about William Gilmore Sims's birthplace is that it was in Charleston, South Carolina, but outside the planter class that ruled the city, the state, the region. His father had emigrated from Ireland shortly after the American Revolution, failed as a Charleston merchant, moved west to Tennessee, where he became an officer in Andrew Jackson's campaigns against the Creeks and Seminoles, and ultimately came to rest in Mississippi as a planter. Like Davy Crockett and other Tennessee volunteers who served under Old Hickory, he was a discontented and forever wandering man, or so at least his son remembered him. Left behind to grow up with his maternal relatives and under the particular care of grandmother Singleton, the younger Sims later recalled his fascination with her tales of Indian warfare and heroic frontier days in Virginia and the Carolinas. As a young man he 144. Made 2 long trips to the current frontier, observing with interest the circumstances of white settlers and Indians along the way, but he refused his father's invitation to join him in Mississippi. Instead he returned to Charleston, was admitted to the bar, became a newspaper editor, a minor politician, and, from the 1830s to the Civil War, an extraordinarily prolific man of letters. In 1836 Sims finally married into a marginal family of the ruling class. His father-in-law, Nash Roach, who owned only about 70 slaves, bequeathed him the hand of his daughter Chevalette Eliza and the plantation of Woodlands for their family home. Thereafter the sweat of black brows permitted Sims to remain in the library at Woodlands writing his romances and essays. In the Yamasee he had taken pains to point out that the blacks had sided with the white Carolinians in the racial war with the Indians and that sensibly adhesive Hectors would not choose to leave their too generous masters. Now a direct beneficiary of slavery, he defended the institution with rising stridency, arguing with John C. Calhoun that it was a positive good or, in his own words, an especially and wisely devised institution of heaven. By frequently identifying himself so fully and so vehemently with the peculiar institution, Sims became the leading literary symbol of the Old South. Such commitment to slavery and Southern aristocracy, argued Richard Slotkin in Regeneration Through Violence, 1973, left Southern writers, William Gilmore Sims, James K. Paulding, Joseph P. Kennedy, and Robert M. Byrd, among them, incapable of responding to the West as a psychological problem of immense national significance. Now, there were important regional variations in the response to the West, some of which Slotkin traced sensitively, there were particular problems facing Southern writers who tried to translate their dedication to a stratified society from the seaboard to the more egalitarian border. But the idea of the West was as much the South's as the North's, and the physical reality no less so. After all, it was a Southerner who acquired much of it through the Louisiana Purchase. Part of the problem stems from the difficulty of locating the sections with some specificity. Daniel Boone lived his adult life in slave territories and states, in North Carolina, Kentucky, and Missouri. Was he therefore a Southerner, a Westerner, or both? Slotkin cited Davy Crockett, who was born near Greenville, Tennessee, as a symbol of the contemporary West. Was he therefore more of a Westerner than the elder Sims, who wound up farther south in Mississippi, another slave-holding state? Say. 145. His son had joined him there. Could William Gilmore Simms then have become a Western writer like the Eastern missionary Timothy Flint, who traveled up and down the Mississippi Valley and who lived for some time in the slave-holding state of Missouri? The truth was that slaves and a stratified society had long since moved into the west of Slotkin's folk hero Boone and of that other frontier hero, Old Hickory. This prevailing confusion about the West, where it began did it ever end, and where the South and the North left off, made tracing regional variations chancy. The Virginia and Carolina borders of Simms's grandmother Singleton were once the West. His father's service under Jackson helped clear out the Indians and extend it. Simms's trips to visit his father gave him direct knowledge of a farther West. And he remained throughout his life a political partisan of his father's old commander. According to one of his best critics, Simms was a committed Jacksonian and a consistent Jeffersonian. He even stood by Old Hickory during the nullification controversy, at considerable personal cost and risk for a Charleston newspaper editor, and remained until 1848 an ardent member of the party of Jackson and Van Buren. Actually, his politics and his response to the West as a national issue were virtually identical with those of his friend Paulding. In the Yamasee, Indians functioned as white America's own link with the ancient epic, and that meant a national tie to a past as remote as that of all those foreign visitors who superciliously spoke of the newness of the United States. But now, to allow for the continued rise of the Union and of the superior race, they had to be cleared from the land. Society had a place for blacks in the bottom caste but no place where reds could be put and kept. Hugh Grayson, the youthful rival of Harrison and a common man with leadership potential, undoubtedly spoke for Simms in singling out their color as the major reason why they would have to go. It is utterly impossible that the whites and Indians should ever live together and agree. The nature of things is against it, and the very difference between the two, that of color, perceptible to our most ready sentinel, the sight, must always constitute them an inferior caste in our minds. They lose by our contact in every way, and to my mind, the best thing we can do for them is to send them as far as possible from communion with our people. This was pretty powerful stuff in 1835 on the eve of all the Trails of Tears. Very shortly Simms's fellow Carolinian Poinsett would 146. Forcibly send the Indians as far away as possible, to the cheers of Paulding, the northern writer *. Chapter 13. Nix in the Woods, Robert Montgomery Bird. The whole object was here to portray the peculiar characteristics of a class of men, very limited, of course, in number, but found, in the old Indian days, scattered, at intervals, along the extreme frontier of every state, from New York to Georgia, men in whom the terrible barbarities of the savages, suffered through their families, or their friends and neighbors, had wrought a change of temper as strange as fearful. Robert Montgomery Bird. Preface to Nick of the Woods, 1853. Return for a moment to the pretty scene of Daniel Boone escorting settlers through the Cumberland Gap, p. 133, and imagine the trailblazer wearing a sweatshirt with Transylvania Company emblazoned across the front. The anachronism grates, shatters the Edenic bliss, and wreaks aesthetic havoc, I grant, but historical truth is bound to seem an intruder in George Caleb Bingham's deathless interpretation. Under the handsome yellow buckskins of his hero beat the heart of a land company agent. Actually Boone was a business associate of Colonel Richard Henderson, chief promoter of the Transylvania Company. He located and later surveyed tracts of rich lands, supervised the dubious treaty with the Cherokees that granted Henderson and his fellow speculators some 20 million acres beyond the Gap, blazed the Wilderness Trace at the head of an armed band of 30 men, and later that season, 1775, guided into Kentucky the party of colonizers Bingham made immortal. Boone built Boonesboro on a commanding site along the Kentucky. Henderson provided the capital for pushing this salient into Indian country, helped with logistics and support, and guided additional settlers to the 148th Fort. Moreover, he shared his own grandiose schemes for a Western empire, at least to the extent of allowing Boone to stake out vast claims for himself. In 1776 the Virginia legislature repudiated the claims of the Transylvania Company, and subsequent court proceedings adjudged Boone's title entries imperfect. Stripped of his holdings, the first hunter crossed the Mississippi at the turn of the century in disgusted flight from civilization. But the essential point should not be lost in transit. However he disliked the litigious quarrelsomeness of the white settlements, and whatever his yearnings for intimate communion with nature, he was still an ambitious land speculator. And as a leading property owner, before all the ejectment suits, he served several terms in the Virginia legislature and became a sheriff and county lieutenant. The legend makers abstracted Boone from this economic and political context. But capital and organization were necessary to establish permanent beachheads in Kentucky, as Boone discovered when he unsuccessfully made the attempt on his own in 1773. Only after repeated assaults by land companies and government forces did the Cumberland Mountains yield the pass to the army of colonizers celebrated by Daniel Bryan in the Mountain Muse, 1813. Swift on, o'er the rude-featured wilderness. The sinewy sons of enterprise proceed. An advance agent of Transylvania, Boone also had held a series of official positions dating back to his participation in General Edward Braddock's disastrous campaign against Pittsburgh early in the 7 Years' War, 1755. As part of Virginia's expansion into the Northwest, Governor Dunmore sent surveyors into the region and in 1774 appointed Boone to guide a party back from the falls of the Ohio River. He carried out this mission with such celerity. The governor appointed him commander of 3 garrisons during what was called Lord Dunmore's War against the Shawnees and Ottawas. When Virginia repudiated Henderson's land claims and made Kentucky a county of Virginia, Boone was commissioned a captain of militia. Now, all this meant that he had sterling credentials as a professional empire builder. If he was an instrument ordained to settle the wilderness, as John Filson had him say, then he was an instrument forged in the seaboard settlements. He carried the stamp of their values and ideas, including their enterprising expansionism, and cut into the wilderness to further their objectives as well as his own. Far from being an isolated first 149 hunter, he was as much an agent of collective purpose as those 2 other famous captains, Lewis and Clark, and had sponsorship almost as direct and official. In this light what Boone intended to do after he passed through the Cumberland Gap stood forth in bold relief, for he was by then a veteran of the war against the wilderness and its inhabitants. But how he waged the war remained the critical ambiguity in Bingham's painting and in reality. That is, how would he use that rifle on his shoulder? Was he the strangely gentle empire builder Sims saw in him, by necessity alone a hunter of men too, upon occasion? Boone's vaguely Quaker origins in Pennsylvania suggested he was. John Bakeless, his best modern biographer, concluded he was, finding always a faintly chivalrous note in Daniel Boone's warfare with the Indians. It was this Boone who became the prototype for a series of American folk heroes who were disinclined to fight but driven to high-noon confrontations by dire circumstances*. On the other hand, just how reluctant a killer was Boone? The keen first hunter would have been scarcely human had he not been tempted, on occasion, to share the passion for Indian stalking of Uncle Mordecai Lincoln and other Kentuckians. Adam Poe, for instance, saw them as the noblest game in the woods. "I've tried all kinds of game, boys. The imitable Colonel Frank Triplett had posse in Conquering the Wilderness, 1883. I Fitbar and Painter, Panther, and Catamount, but, he added regretfully, and with a vague, unsatisfied longing in the plaintive tones of his voice, "Dar ain't no game like Inguns, no, sir. No game like Injuns." The gentlemanly Boone may well have caught such game in his fabled sights. In his enormously popular 19th-century biography, Timothy Flint proudly recounted how Boone had once picked off 2 Indians with a single bullet. John Filson's Boone was less a sporting killer and more a grim soldier in the state of siege just lifting after a decade and more of intense fighting. Indeed, while Filson included Boone's Crusoe-like adventures and captivity episodes, the body of his famous appendix was in the tradition of the colonial war narratives and Boone in the tradition of the Indian war heroes of old. Like John Underhill, Boone went in for body counts. After one dreadful siege of Boonesborough, for example, we had 2 men killed, and 4 wounded, besides a number of cattle. We killed of the enemy 37, and wounded a great number. Following the defeat of the Kentuckians at Blue Licks in 1782, Boone joined the punitive expedition across the Ohio led by General George Rogers Clark, conqueror of the Old Northwest. They raced to heart-warming vengeance through the villages where Cornstalk and Tensquatowa once lived. "We burnt them all to ashes," Boone recounted, "entirely destroyed their corn, and other fruits, and everywhere spread a scene of desolation in the country. And then the count, in this expedition we took 7 prisoners and 5 scalps, with the loss of only 4 men, 2 of whom were accidentally killed by our own army." Boone wasted precious little sympathy on the barbarous savage nations of Shawnees and others who appeared as predictably merciless savages. I can detect no faintly chivalrous note, as Boone's biographer would have it, in his taut references to the tender women, and helpless children, who fell victims to their cruelty. Sims's contention that Boone was not fond of the sport of hunting men was hence not entirely supported by the record. Probably he was a less enthusiastic Indian killer than Mordecai Lincoln or Simon Kenton, that other hero of the Ohio-Kentucky frontier. Beyond that the record is spotty or non-existent. It is complicated by the fact that, as Richard Slotkin has pointed out, after Boone read Filson's book, he went so far as to model his public statements on Filson's characterization of him. This was yet another instance of life imitating art, but one that probably justifies us in assuming that the attitudes toward Indians Filson attributed to Boone met with Boone's approval. In what has always been a print culture, American folk heroes from Boone to Paul Bunyan pose the vexing problem of sifting out in what measure they were originally concocted by journalists and public relations men. Just as Davy Crockett leaped onto the national stage with a boost from Whig writers and politicians, so Boone became an international hero through a collective dream articulated by a promoter to sell Kentucky to settlers and land speculators. But our concern is primarily the Boone legend, and for that the real Boone became increasingly irrelevant, especially after he began to talk like Filson. Anyway, Boone was from the beginning sufficiently shadowy so that writers said more about 151 themselves than about him in their characterizations. A relatively amiable man, Sims saw in him a great discoverer and strangely gentle empire builder. Less amiable, Paulding cast him as Ambrose Bushfield, an unrestrained Indian hater. Then a novelist with still greater inner tensions picked up the legend of the good Quaker hunter and created from it one of the nearly great characters in American fiction, a mutilated Boone who became, as we shall now see, a demoniacal killer, an old Nick loose in the woods. 2. By a latitudinarian definition of Southern, Robert Montgomery Bird was a Southern writer, born in Newcastle, Delaware, the 6th of 7 children in a substantial farm family of English-Dutch stock. He grew up tall and fair and was said to be of commanding presence. As a young man he crossed over to another border state and studied medicine at the University of Pennsylvania. When he was 31 years old he married the daughter of a Lutheran minister of a good Philadelphia family. By then he had already established himself as a writer. More interested in letters than in general practice, he gained early recognition as a dramatist, wrote novels with exotic settings in Spanish America before he turned to the Kentucky frontier for his most famous work, and toward the end of his life, discouraged and ill, desultorily tried his hand at history. Since his active years were spent in Pennsylvania, literary historians refer to him as probably the ablest man of letters that Philadelphia produced, or as a Philadelphia physician of restless temperament with a flair for storytelling. Notwithstanding this middle state identification and his party affiliation, he once planned to stand for public office as a Whig candidate. Dr. Byrd shared with Paulding and Sims a sympathy for the South and its institutions. In 1829, 1833, and 1835 Byrd visited the West, was particularly taken by Kentucky's Mammoth Cave, and later wrote that he had found his proper field in the history of early Western colonization. Kentucky was the scene and Indian warfare his principal theme. Among his papers at the University of Pennsylvania, editor Cecil B. Williams found a prospectus indicating that in the 1830s Byrd had originally planned a series of tales of Kentucky. His manuscript notations for the first indicated it was to be a romance, The Forest Rover, with Boone the central figure. 152. Opening: Boone, in Solitude Cabin. Cane Brake, N.C. N.C. A Scene of Wolves. Next were to come tales of the Battle of Blue Licks and of Simon Kenton. The series was to conclude with The Fighting Quaker, last of his line. In the event Byrd wrote only the last, but it contained elements of the first three projected novels. In the composite, Boone may have been the model for Byrd's honest colonel of the militia. More critically, though Boone disappeared as the named central figure, his Quaker parentage and the moral problem it posed for a Kentuckian survived in Nathan Slaughter, Byrd's title character. In his 1853 preface to the novel, he professed to have drawn Nick from an obscure legend source of which he had forgotten that touched the existence of just such a personage, whose habitat was referred to Western Pennsylvania, and that used to prevail among the contemporaries, or immediate successors, of Boone and Kenton. But the novelist quite properly claimed the right to write within the limits of poetical possibility. Those limits gave him plenty of room, I venture, to shuffle Boone's gentle origins behind the most grotesque Indian hater of them all. Nick of the Woods, or the Gibbonaceae, A Tale of Kentucky, Philadelphia, 1837, enjoyed immediate and lasting public favor. 2 London editions appeared the same year, and over the following century others appeared in English, German, Dutch, and Polish. For a total of 29 editions in all. In the early 1970s it was still available as a reasonably priced hardbound and paperback. The time was 1782, tail end of the Revolution and year of the Battle of Blue Licks. The place was the Salt River Valley, through which ran an extension of Boone's wilderness trace. From Virginia had come 2 of the gentry, Captain Roland Forrester and his cousin Edith, in love but deprived of their inheritance by a villainous lawyer, who had left them little more than the option to wander like Boone in quest of Kentucky. Moreover, lawyer Braxey sicked the Shawnees after them, and that meant captivities and rescues too numerous to mention before they were finally reunited in each other's arms. But beneath this melodrama was Nathan Slaughter's struggle to the death against the Shawnees, Byrd's real story and the source of his book's enduring popularity. With contemptuous sarcasm, frontiersmen at Colonel Tom Bruce's fort called Slaughter Bloody Nathan because, as the honest militia commander explained to Roland Forrester, he's the only man in all Kentucky that won't fight. And there's the way. 153. He beats us all hollow. Lord, Captain, you'd hardly believe it, but he's nothing more than a poor Pennsylvania Quaker, and what brought him out to Kentucky, war there's nar another creeder of his tribe, that's no knowing. Bruce tolerated him as an old fool, but he and everybody else in Kentucky believed it the duty of all able-bodied men to fight the murderers of their wives and children. While staggering under the weight of their reproach and abuse, Nathan Slaughter was the very model of the other cheek ethic, larding his conversation with these and backing away from quarrels with a depth of humility that convinced real fighting men he was a no-souled critter. Little did they know that hidden under his pious pacifism was the butchering Gibbonaceae, as the Shawnees called their nemesis, the spirit that walks through the district killing all Indians unlucky enough to get in his way, scalping them, hacking their skulls open, and slashing his fearful mark into their breasts. A brace of deep knife cuts in the shape of a cross, Forrester learned, was the way he marked all the meat of his killing. Through the trackless forest fled the terrified young couple, pursued by the Shawnees, who in turn were pursued by Old Nick, alias Nathan Slaughter. A born captive, Edith fluttered helpless white womanhood in the clutches of Indians determined to deliver her to Lawyer Braxey. Hapless Edith! Wretched Edith! Cried Roland Forrester. Was ever wretch so miserable as I? Such extravagance of grief led his singular companion to think back to true wretchedness and ask severely, is thee wretched because the eyes did not see the Injun axe struck into her brain? Thereupon Nick told the young man how, a scant 10 years before, Nathan Slaughter had been happy in the mountains of Pennsylvania far away, surrounded by the wife of his bosom, his grey old mother, and the children of his body, 5 little innocent babes. Nick's story was that of Paulding's Timothy Weasel and Ambrose Bushfield, that of Timothy Flint's Indian fighter, and that of Judge James Hall's still earlier Samuel Monson, the Indian hater, Western Souvenir for 1829, but more vivid and made immeasurably more gripping by the fact that Nathan Slaughter was a man of peace when the Shawnees came upon him. So they might know he was a friend, he handed their chief his hunting rifle and knife. With my own knife he struck down my eldest boy. With my own gun he slew the mother of my children. If thee should live till thee is grey, thee will never see the sight I saw that day. When thee has 154 children that Injuns murder, as thee stands by a wife that clasps thee legs in the writhing of death, her blood, spouting up to thee bosom where she has slept, an old mother calling thee to help her in the death struggle, then friend, then thee may call thee self wretched, for thee will be so. The passions awakened by these dreadful recollections brought on overpowering agitation of mind. Suddenly Nick dropped to the earth in an epileptic fit, his mouth foaming, his eyes distorted, his hands clenched, his body convulsed. As Roland Forrester raised him up, his cap fell off bearing a horrible scar, years old, where the savage scalping knife had done its work on the mangled head. If ever a man had grounds for declaring eternal war against a race, so had Nathan Slaughter, the man of peace and goodwill, become Nick, the man of war and vengeance. With this story off his chest, Nick recovered rapidly, breathed more freely out from under his professions of philanthropy, and began to speak easily, like all white Kentucky, of the Shawnees as thieves and dogs. He made ready to kill 5 who were torturing Captain Ralph Stackpole with an alacrity of motion and ardor of look that indicated anything rather than a distaste for the murderous work in hand. Across the Ohio in the Miami country this ardor became more explicitly sexual as Nick finally placed his hands on the chief who had slain his family. Disguised as an Indian, he crept up on Wenonga as the wretched squalid sot lay passed out before the entrance to his own wigwam, looked down on his dark grim visage with a feeling not less exciting, if less unworthy, than fear, and with no one at hand to gaze upon his own, to mark the hideous frown of hate, and the more hideous grin of delight, that mingled on, and distorted his visage, as he gloated, snake-like, over that of the chief. As he looked, he drew from its sheath in his girdle his well-worn, but still bright and keen knife, which he poised in one hand, while feeling, with what seemed extraordinary fearlessness or confidence of his prey, with the other along the sleeper's naked breast, as if regardless how soon he might wake. But Wenonga slept on, though the hand of the white man lay upon his ribs, and rose and fell with the throbs of his warlike heart. The knife took the place of the hand, and one thrust would have driven it through the organ that had never beaten with pity or remorse, and that thrust Nathan, quivering through every fiber with nameless joy and exultation, and forgetful of everything but his prey, was about to make. 155. Like Boone, let us boldly bestow a name. Nick's tremulous joy was the orgiastic delight of violence. It was merely preliminary this time, however, for the wail of a female voice broke in upon the 2 men and staggered Nick back to recollection of the captive damsel and his mission of rescue. Consummation was not long in coming. At the very first opportunity Nick buried a tomahawk in Wenonga's brain, ripped off his grey scalp lock, and with 2 thrusts of the chief's own knife, delivered with the utmost strength, laid open his naked breast, dividing skin, cartilage, and even bone, before it, so sharp was the blade and so powerful the hand that urged it. With his ardor now fully aroused, Nick gave forth a wild, ear-piercing yell, that spoke the triumph, the exulting transport, of long-baffled but never-dying revenge. Shortly thereafter all the captives were rescued by General George Rogers Clark or Colonel Bruce, as Byrd had it at the head of an army of Kentuckians aching to avenge their recent defeat at Blue Licks. Nick burst upon them, no longer the inoffensive Nathan. Wenonga's scalp, yet reeking with blood, hung at his belt, the chief's axe, gory to the helve, dangled from his blood-stained hand, his eyes beamed with a wild excitement, with exultation, mingled with fury, his step was fierce, active, firm, and elastic, like that of a warrior leaping through the measures of the war dance. Like Filson's Boone, whom we have already placed on this expedition into the Shawnee country, p. 150, Nick helped spread a scene of desolation. He was among the most zealous in destroying the Indian village, applying the fire with his own hands to at least a dozen different wigwams, shouting with the most savage exultation, as each burst into flames. Indeed, Nick was a Boone with a secret infection. As Byrd put it in his 1853 preface, Indian hating, which implied the fullest indulgence of a rancorous animosity no blood could appease, was so far from being an uncommon passion in some particular districts, that it was thought to have infected, occasionally, persons, otherwise of good repute, who ranged the woods, intent on private adventures, which they were careful to conceal from the public eye. Thus, put the other way round, had Forest Rover Boone had a secret infection and such a common private passion, he would have been Old Nick. At Bruce's Fort the reproach and abuse heaped on nonviolent Nathan changed overnight to cheers and hearty hurrahs for the valiant Nick. The special traits prized there had been made clear. 156. Earlier, in an admiring discussion of Tom Bruce the Younger, who came from the best stock for loving women and fighting Injuns in all Kentucky. The boy had taken the scalp of a full-grown Shawnee before he wore 14 year old. When he was kidded for not having grabbed the chance to kill the Indian's companion, he blubbered all night, to think he had not killed them both. Nick met and surpassed such standards of excellence. The character of Ralph Stackpole was a particularly interesting case in point. Captain of the Horse Thieves, a ring-tailed roarer, and champion brawler down then, wore you a buffalo. Stackpole had sentimentally dedicated himself to Edith's cause or, as he said, to angeliferous madams fighting against all critters day, human and inhuman, Christian and Injun, white, red, black, and party-colored. With considerably greater success than Paulding, Byrd had drawn on the blossoming southwestern humorists for Stackpole, modeling him after Mike Fink, with a dash of Simon Kenton's fame as a horse thief thrown in for good measure. Well, Mike Fink had said, I walked tall into varmint and Indian and did so to the amusement of white folks everywhere. For instance, in the Western Souvenir. For 1829, edited by the indefatigable James Hall, appeared the tall tale of Mike Fink, the Indian, and the deer, hunting in the Pennsylvania woods. The legendary scout spied an Indian aiming at the deer he had just stalked. Fink caught the Indian in his own sights, and the moment the latter fired, the bullet of Fink passed through the red man's breast. That was good parsimony as well as good shooting, for it brought down 2 beasts with 1 bullet. Another of Fink's famous shooting feats, though it appeared in print after Nick was published, was his symbolic castration of a red man silhouetted against the morning sky, the disgraced scalp lock, by Thomas Bangs Thorpe, and still another his marvelous shot at the heel of a black, trimming a dark as heel, by John S. Robb. Stackpole shared this chuckling contempt for the victims of white cruelty and like Fink believed it to be as praiseworthy to bring in the scalp of a Shawnee, as the skin of a panther. As had the original alligator horse, Stackpole illustrated what Benjamin Botkin once characterized as the essential viciousness of many of our folk heroes, stories, and expressions. To Stackpole's mind, Indians were merely red niggers. Nick's skill as a super slaughterer clearly won his wholehearted admiration. This admiration cut across class and regional lines. After Nick had told Roland Forrester his story, what the Shawnees had done to him and his family, he demanded eagerly, had they done so? 157. By thee, what would thee have done to them? The young Virginian's reply made the butcher's monomania a perfectly reasonable response to his terrifying experience. Declared eternal war upon them and their accursed race. Cried Roland, greatly excited by the story, I would have sworn undying vengeance, and I would have sought it without ceasing. Day and night, summer and winter, on the frontier and in their own lands and villages, I would have pursued the wretches, and pursued them to the death. Well might a grin of hideous approval have lighted up Nick's face, for a civilized frame had just been placed around his unappeasable fury. Roland Forrester was no backcountry braggart like Stackpole, but a genteel Easterner who would shortly return to his ancestral plantation, with Edith on his arm and his slave emperor, as adhesive as Sims's Hector, attending him. Before they left, Forrester spelled all this out by thanking Nick for all he had done. We owe you life, fortune, everything, he cried, extending his hand, and be assured neither Edith nor myself will forget it. But Nick refused his invitation to go with him to Virginia for a share of their wealth and a new life. At the novel's end he had disappeared, going no man knew whither, no one knew, but the reader was left with the likelihood Nick had followed his game, the meat of his killing, farther into the West, where other new civil societies would depend on his Indian hating and owe him everything, for villages burned and scenes of desolation spread. Moreover, when Roland Forrester called Indians an accursed race, spoke of the Shawnees as yonder crawling reptiles, and voiced approval of Nick's murders, he was the genteel mask of his creator, the urbane Philadelphia physician. Like Sims, Bird worked with color contrasts, Edith's pale visage and the dark grim visage of the red man. Black Vulture was the translation of the name of Wenonga, Nick's deadly enemy, and the color of this carrion feeder was not fortuitous in his posthumous frontier tale Episcopo, 1889, Bird had a drunken Shawnee chief named Niggernose. And like Paulding, Bird presented parchment-thin merciless savages. The Philadelphians' Indians were the most heartless, merciless, and brutal of all the races of men. With surprising directness he likened children and savages, who are but grown children, after all. But his Indians were more bestial than infantile, and his novel was still about the forest rover in solitude, a scene of wolves. 158. Bird went further than Sims and Paulding in revealing his own delight in the destruction of forest brutes. In scenes reeking with latent homosexuality he exultingly carved crosses in red corpses with his pen, while Nick thrust his keen knife into their naked breasts. Penetration of red bodies presumably destroyed such temptations to instinctual gratification by butchering their embodiments. Bird was visibly upset that Indians, grown children at best, swung easily from laughter to anger and back, expressing desires and venting tensions on the way. He did cynically grant, in his 1853 preface, that the Indian is a gentleman, but he is a gentleman with a very dirty shirt. Civilization was what the Indian did not have, and civilization meant for Bird a real gentleman, himself, with sterilized or subdued urges and with proper order imposed on his life, even after his wedding to the Lutheran minister's daughter. Dr. Bird's shirt was always spotless, and this starched self-control probably made his not uncommon passion of Indian hating especially rancorous. That rigidity, and some secret psychic wound of his own, may have given him a sense of the dammed-up aggressions underlying Nathan Slaughter's Quaker professions of philanthropy. Apart from his published work, however, Bird the man remains as obscure as the reference to his restless temperament. What is clear is that in his violent pornography he verged on explicit acknowledgement that white Americans were the real devils in the woods, proud of it, and, to his mind, justifiably so. Whatever the source of his inner demons, Bird wrote out of his flawed genius a revealing allegory. Through a Quaker man of peace he demonstrated the horrifying consequences that would have awaited other Anglo-Americans had they acted on such principles of nonviolence and goodwill. As it was, what Nathan Slaughter had suffered personally, in extreme form, the whole country had suffered collectively when their wives and children and aged mothers fell before the Indians' indiscriminate barbarity. In return, the United States might expropriate and kill and even scalp them, for such is the practice of the border, and such it has been ever since the mortal feud, never destined to be really ended but with annihilation, or civilization, of the American race, first began between the savage and the white intruder. Appearing in 1837, Bird's allegory helped citizens believe they might proceed in good conscience with emptying in the elegant euphemism of a modern history the eastern states of those merciless savages still ambulatory. 159. 3. In 1837 Bird had sought to forestall such criticism by prefacing his work with some apology for the hues we have thrown around the Indian portraits in our picture, hues darker than are usually employed by the painters of such pictures. But the single fact that the Indian waged war upon women and children, whom all other races in the world, no matter how barbarous, consent to spare, accounted for the dark colors on his palette and the faithful likenesses they shaded in. When Nick appeared, a reviewer in the Southern Literary Messenger found it a welcome corrective to contemporaneous romanticizations of the Indian. A century later Vernon Lewis Parrington agreed, noting that in his depiction of Indians, Bird has put all his romanticisms aside. There is no sentimentalizing of the noble red man in the brisk pages of Nick of the Woods. The warriors are dirty drunken louts, filled with unquenchable bloodlust, whom the frontiersman kills with as little compunction as he would kill a rattlesnake. So for unsentimental stirring action, certain to end in bloodletting, scenic. In The Indian in American Literature, published in 1933, Albert Kaiser called his chapter on Bird's stark realism on Kentucky's dark and bloody ground. In stark reality all but 3 of the Indians in Nick ranged through the brush an undifferentiated pack of thieves and dogs. Of those singled out, one was a ridiculous old chief who in a drunken rage shot his own horse. He watched over captive Roland Forrester with a miser's, or a wildcat's affection, a truly unrepressed brute of dark visage. He swung wildly from rage to laughter, a grown child in whom we find malice and mirth go hand in hand. Feral ferocity also characterized Wenonga's old crone, the old hag who was as heartless as her mate. No ray of pity for fluttering Edith shone even for a moment from her forbidding, and even hideous countenance. But the distillation of all this hideousness was Wenonga himself, introduced to the reader as an old Indian of exceedingly fierce and malign aspect, though wasted and withered into the semblance of a consumptive wolf. Later, with a wild and demoniacal glitter of eye, that seemed the result of mingled drunkenness and insanity, he gabbled in his own tongue, being perhaps too much enraged to think of any other. I am Wenonga, a great Shawnee chief. I love white man's blood. But that sort of love was not romantic, and these were surely not sentimental portraits. 160. Bird's vilified Indians were one and all blackened monsters, drawn not from reality but from the unconscious. In 1853 he prefaced a new edition with another denial, maintaining that our own Cooper had wrapped Indian character in poetical illusions as imaginary and contrary to nature as the shepherd swains of the old pastoral school of rhyme and romance. Bird had instead confined himself to real Indians and professed. It was with no little surprise he found himself taken to account by some of the critical gentry, on the charge of entertaining the humane sick, design of influencing the passions of his countrymen against the remnant of an unfortunate race, with a view of excusing the wrongs done to it by the whites, if not of actually hastening the period of that final destruction which it pleases so many men, against all probability, if not possibility, to predict as a certain future event. But as we noted a couple of paragraphs earlier, Bird had himself confidently predicted the final annihilation of the Indians, barring their improbable civilization. His slip in using the word humane in the extraordinary sentence just quoted, whether genuine or mere editorial carelessness, suggested a flinch of the unconscious away from even stating the profound inhumanity of what he had in fact done, added his might to hastening the final solution of the Indian problem. Attacked so often as noble savages, James Fenimore Cooper's Indians always had their irony, from one end of the leather-stocking tales to the other, from the pioneers of 1823 to the deerslayer of 1841, all but a handful were stock merciless savages. Most were Iroquois, or Mingoes, as Natty Bumppo called them, reptiles such as Magua in The Last of the Mohicans, 1826, who was every bit as inhuman as birds. Shawnees, Iroquois devil Mingoes Menguis, or Furies, was Natty's summary in The Pathfinder, 1840, all are pretty much the same. I call all rascals Mingoes. On the high plains their counterparts in the prairie, 1827, were the Sioux demons rather than men. In his other writing and political activity, moreover, Cooper was not an impassioned advocate of Indian rights. In Notions of the Americans, 1828, for instance, he vilified those still in the East as a stunted, dirty, and degraded race, sympathetically discussed the national government's attempts to help them, and said scarcely a word about the ongoing expropriation of their lands and extermination of their peoples. The real Indians were anyhow in the West. A few degraded descendants of the ancient warlike possessors of their country are indeed seen wandering among the settlements, but the Indian now must be chiefly sought west of the Mississippi, to be found in any of his savage grandeur. Moral sanction for removal of the decayed relics of the tribes east of the Mississippi grew lushly in such prejudice and misstatement. Yet the same man created a handful of exceptional red men, the Delawares of Chingachgook and Uncas, and the Pawnees of Hard Heart. Many critics have remarked that for these red heroes the novelist had turned primarily to the Reverend John Heckewelder, whose History, Manners, and Customs of the Indian Nations, 1819, celebrated his beloved Delawares and maligned their enemies. As a source, the book was useless to Paulding and Byrd, for unlike Cooper they could make do with background from writers hostile to all Indians. Byrd, for instance, drew heavily on John A. McClung's legendary Indian killers in Sketches of Western Adventure, 1832, and on James Hall, Timothy Flint, and others for model Indian haters. But Cooper had a particular need for the Moravian missionaries' work, and that need provides a key for understanding his Indians and the hostility to them. With the build-up of accretions, the legendary Boone had become more definitely a double, half-empire builder and half-white Indian. Natty Bumppo was Boone too, the hunter and fugitive from the settlements. In his famous 1850 preface to the Leather-Stocking Tales, Cooper explained that in a moral sense this man of the forest is purely a creation. He had given him a character natural to a man who possessed little of civilization but its highest principles as they are exhibited in the uneducated, and all of savage life that is not incompatible with these great rules of conduct. Natty Bumppo thus lived on the border of civilization and had his character all but completely shaped by savage life. Cooper's critical problem was that for Natty to have any authenticity, Indians had to have real space, if not equal time, in his novels. And to keep them from turning out as travesties of human beings, like all of Byrd's Indians and most of his own, he desperately needed someone who could knowledgeably and sympathetically discuss tribal culture from within his own experience. That very rare wight was John Heckewelder, who provided him with indispensable data on Delaware myths, manners, and customs, and with a sense of their spiritual oneness with nature. But as Sims was to discover when Sanuti and his tribe nearly toppled the sentimental plot of the Yamasee, once Indians entered novels with a measure of their living complexity, they took on 162 fictional life of their own. Only through these savages in residence did Natty learn to live in his wilderness home. And even then doing so depended on his having the strong spiritual sense Sims attributed to Boone. He felt the union between his inner nature and the nature of the visible world, and yearned for their intimate communion. In the Leather-Stocking Tales, that yearned for communion was established through the mythopoeic friendship of Natty Bumppo and Chingachgook. With the Indian reverence for brother animals, Leatherstocking sharply criticized white settlers in the pioneers for their wasty ways of slaughtering fish and passenger pigeons. In The Last of the Mohicans he still more subversively questioned the slaughter of nature's human inhabitants. Nothing but vast wisdom and unlimited power should dare to sweep off men in multitudes. No, nothing, not even their color, implied the novel's epigraph from Shakespeare, mislike me not for my complexion. Nearly as obsessed by color as Sims, Cooper had his own profound ambivalences. He made Leatherstocking a stickler for white blood without a cross, yet allowed Cora Munro to say of Uncas, who, that looks at this creature of nature, remembers the shades of his skin. In The Prairie he allowed the noble heart open violation of the color taboo, such as were abandoned to the worker of evil could never be brave or virtuous, let the color of the skin be what it might. Natty made the Pawnee his spiritual heir, anyhow, and continued to think of the red men as the rightful owners of the country. And in The Deerslayer, last of the series but first in the chronology of Natty's life, the young hunter stated anarchistic principles with breathtaking implications for white-red relations. When the colony's laws, or even the king's laws, run age in the laws of God, they get to be unlawful, and ought not to be obeyed. A colony law in point was that establishing scalp bounties for Indian men, women, and children. Two professional bounty hunters in the novel, Hurry Harry March and Floating Tom Hutter, were in themselves effective answers to Bird's insistence that Indians alone preyed on the helpless. Now, Leatherstocking no doubt represented the subversive side of Cooper himself as well as the white Indian side of Boone. But Cooper's hero needed the Indians as much as they needed him, I have ventured, and through him they found enduring means to pose the westward course of empire as a moral problem. How could a system of justice in the clearings be built upon a record of injustice in the wilderness? A society of Christian brotherhood erected upon its denial? Respect for law and order based on Bro. 163. Ken treaties, bribery and debauchery, and a thoroughgoing contempt for the natural rights of natives? Finally, there was the singular allure of forest freedom set against the oppressive conformism of the settlements. As Leatherstocking remarked in The Pioneers, I lose myself every day of my life in the clearings. Such good questions and attitudes naturally evoked the wrath of Indian haters. General Lewis Cass, soon to become Jackson's Secretary of War, brusquely dismissed Cooper's Indians as beings with feelings and opinions, such as never existed in our forests. Historian Francis Parkman, for whom the slaughter of Indians was on a level with that of buffalo, understandably tended to accept the monstrous characterization of Magua while rejecting Uncas as a phony Indian, as one of Cooper's aboriginal heroes, lovers, and sages, who have long formed a petty nuisance in our literature. Bird thus merely followed in their footsteps in censuring Cooper for his poetical illusions. Bird simply could not tolerate the intrusion into a novel of a red man who seemed human. Moreover, he picked up the Indian fighter side of Boone and rejected out of hand the white Indian side. For Bird, wildness could never be tonic nor could nature ever be sweetly refreshing greenwoods and clear waters. Nature was instead the black unconscious within the psychic counterpart of Kentucky's Mammoth Cave that had so impressed him and the dark and bloody ground without. If white men like Natty sought intimate communion with it, therewith they became renegades from the states, traitors to their country and to civilization. As he had a white apostate say in Nick, I'm a white Injun, and there's nothing more despicable, hence questioning the beneficence of westward expansion was treasonous. Like that of so many of his contemporaries, Bird's nationalism made the eagle scream. As a passage on Roland Forrester suggested, the young Virginian had the integrity of spirit of the mighty fathers of the Republic who conducted the country through the vicissitudes of revolution to the rewards of liberty, and who would not stoop to the meanness of falsehood and deception even in that moment of peril and fear. In the end, alas, even Cooper recanted. The last of the Leatherstocking tales, with their special structural and ideological requirements, had been published in 1841. Tired, bitter, increasingly religious, he created one of the most egregious Uncle Tomahawks ever in his last Indian story, The Oak Openings, 1848. 164. Scalping Peter started as a Caliban, a Tecumseh, but Cooper converted him to the gospel of progress so he could become a good Indian. Injin don't own Arth. Arth belonged to God, and he send whom he liked to live on it. One time he send Injin, now he send Paleface. His Arth, and he do what he please with it. Nobody any right to complain. Bad to find fault with great spirit. All he do, right, never do anything bad. His blessed son die for all color, and all color must bow down at his holy name. That all color must bow down at the holy name of westward the course of empires should have calmed even a bird's wrath. When Cooper exterminated his own white Indian tendencies in this wretched pidgin English, literature was the loser. But for a novelist of his stature to wind up in the camp of Paulding, Byrd, and all the other enemies of his leather-stocking tales is a valuable indication of the power and pervasiveness of American Indian hating. 165. Chapter 14. Friend of the Indian, Colonel McKenney. Onward, and yet onward, moved the bands, clothed in winter in the skins of beasts, and in summer free from all such encumbrance. The earth was their mother, and upon its lap they reposed. Rude wigwams sheltered them. Hunger and thirst satisfied, sleep followed, and within this circle was contained the happiness of the aboriginal man. Thomas L. McKenney, Memoirs, 1846. In the early summer of 1826, Colonel McKenney marked time in Detroit while Governor Lewis Cass readied the expedition they would lead through the wilderness to negotiate a treaty with the Ojibways at the far end of Lake Superior. Only 3 weeks away from Washington and his office in the War Department, McKenney already felt a bit melancholy. Yesterday, he recorded on June 21, I felt an unaccountable loneliness, and could by the aid of a little fancy have imagined myself on the island of Juan Fernandez, another Selkirk, and as much as solitary as he. T. 125. Undeniably, he was surrounded by society of the most agreeable and polished sort. Indeed, that very evening he had been invited to Col. H.S., the governor and his family, I learn, are to be there, and in general, the beauty and fashion of the city. But the charm of Colonel Hunt's party merely spiced the delicious melancholy he experienced playing Alexander Selkirk, and that is to say playing Robinson Crusoe, for Defoe's hero was modeled on Selkirk, a castaway who lived alone for years, 17,049, on an islet in the South Seas. A later note at Salt Ste. Marie made certain that this and no other was McKenney's fantasy. Further last-minute details had to be attended to, he wrote, preparatory to the step we are about to take, 600 miles beyond the limits of civilization, and where we shall be alone among the mountains and forests and lakes. T. 179. An oniric Crusoe, McKenney imagined himself on the brink of a plunge into a world without people. As it happened, the commissioners had arrived at Salt Ste. Marie on the 4th of July, or this beloved 4th of July, as McKenney put it. We, of the present generation, I know, love this day and reverence it, but we cannot feel as do our patriot fathers as Jefferson and Adams and Carroll feel, those three surviving signers of that glorious instrument which lies at the foundation of our liberty. T. 17,475. At the school within the fort, McKenney approvingly noticed a scroll. National Jubilee. 50th anniversary of American independence. From a feeble infancy she has grown to a giant size, and a giant's strength. Our agriculture has reduced the wilderness to submission. From then through July 6, drilling of troops at the fort, inspections, maneuverings, and firings, N.C. provided visible intimations of this giant's strength. Nearby Indians watched the exercises, and it was easy to see that they had yielded the contest for supremacy, McKenney thought. They looked as if they believed the white man had got the ascendancy. T. 180. As white men, the commissioners exerted themselves to maintain this apparent ascendancy. Before their expedition pulled up to the American Fur Company post at Fond du Lac on July 28, they formed the barges and canoes into a squadron that contained their staffs, a detachment of soldiers, a company band, and accompanying Indians all stretched out over a quarter of a mile, all in order, and all with flags flying, and martial music. Hail Columbia rose over the mountain tops for the first time since their formation, recorded McKenney. Yankee Doodle rang out while the commissioners landed, T-274. Ashore the troops drilled each morning and were inspected by General Cass and Colonel McKenney, with the latter in his militia uniform. This exhibition was good for the Indians, they believed, and would prove a safeguard to many a trader and traveler, who, but for the remembrance that troops can be marched into their country, would feel the gripe of an Indian's hand, and the incision of his knife about the crown, T-295. The red men danced to a different drummer. They greeted the commissioners with a dance of ceremony, or festival dance. Naked bodies appeared all black or half red and half black, their faces were painted with the same colors and with green and yellow in circles, stars, points, lines, feathers and bells hung from their hair, bird skins, knives, and looking glasses dangled at their waists, and furs or tails trailed from their heels. Round and round, they went, with a kind of double short step, first with one foot, and then with the other, but the motion throughout was up and down. When they had gone twice or thrice round the circle, the drums would give the signal, when they would scream and whoop, and clap their mouths with their hands, then stand. I could see from their breathin', for they were all naked, except the osium or loincloth, and painted that their dancing was a severe exercise. T-285. Another band greeted the white treaty makers with even greater physical abandon. Young men, naked and painted as before, formed themselves on the ground into a circle of 20 feet in diameter, and 2, and sometimes 3 entered the ring, and keeping time to the drums, exhibited the most violent contortions of body. Nothing can exceed the variety of figures into which these people can throw their bodies. T-288. All this left McKenney unwilling to hear further of the happiness of the Indians, of their independence and freedom from restraint. They had simply demonstrated the superior excellence of civilized, and polished and Christian society, over that of the savage, T-287. Or so he said. Actually the experience left him shaken, less certain of the superiority of his society and its military exercises than these conventional opinions would suggest. He had witnessed pure play, as Yuan Huizinga characterized such dances as these, the purest and most perfect form of play that exists. No longer homo ludens, or man the player, McKenney must still have felt the stirrings of some faint memory of the lost child in himself as he stood or sat, held stiffly in place by his uniform and a lifetime of repressions, and outwardly disapproved of these. 168. Bear Dance, Preparing for a Bear Hunt, George Catlin, 1832. At the spiritual center of their cultures, Indian dances were prayers in motion, critically important means of communing through their rhythmic bodies with the beloved Mother Earth. A most exceptional Anglo-American, Catlin respectfully painted such dances and even sensed in them, long before Yuan Huizinga, forms of sacred play. Courtesy of National Collection of Fine Arts, Smithsonian Institution. Physical excesses, and on Sunday, no less. Certainly the extraordinary passage that followed was shot through with ambivalences and revealed how threatened he felt. Such a sight presents a wide field for moral reflections, and furnishes a dark foreground to the picture I have just sketched, of the repose, of the peace of the Sabbath. No one can witness such a scene, and look upon bodies of the finest mold, for they are all such, and one especially the most perfect I ever beheld, and would in Italy be worth its thousands for a model, without feeling anxious for the arrival of the time. But how slow have been its advances, when all these unmeaning and barbarous customs shall give place to the refinements of civilized life, and the sensual object which led to this, be changed to the nobler one of which their faculties are so manifestly capable. T-287. All those naked, mahogany-colored, beautifully moving bodies, and that most perfect one especially, shook his rigidity and 169. Spurred his anxiety to wrench them out of all these unmeaning and barbarous customs. Asterisk. The council began on August 2, 1826, and a treaty was duly drawn up and signed or marked. It gave the United States metals or minerals from any part of the Ojibwe or Chippewa country, and that turned out to mean the Mesabi Iron Range and deposits of metal riches even beyond the commissioner's wildest reckoning, t. 47,983. At the outset McKenney had felt fortunate in having no ordinary instructor at his side, for few men have so intimate a knowledge of Indian character as Governor Cass. I wrote him before I left home, that I should attend as a pupilant, therefore, would expect him to conduct the whole proceedings. I do not, therefore, expect to open my lips on this occasion, t. 31,213. But that was too much to expect of a man who could rarely choke down his good intentions or restrain his own sweeping generalizations about the sameness of Indian character everywhere. After the treaty had been accepted without a dissenting voice on August 5, McKenney addressed the Indians and demanded they produce the alleged murderers of 4 whites. It is a serious matter, he declared, and unless they obeyed you will be visited with your great father's heaviest displeasure. No trader shall visit ye, not a pound of tobacco, nor a yard of cloth, shall go into your country. This is not a thing to pass away like a cloud. Spokesman for the band under suspicion replied it was difficult to speak for their absent tribesmen. But this would not do, so on the Sabbath, August 6, McKenney announced that if the wanted men were not delivered in the spring, the storm would come. If they are not surrendered then, destruction will fall on your women and children. Your father will put out his strong arm. Go, and think of it. Nothing will satisfy us but this. T. 471, my italics. Not surprisingly a brave told these stern fathers they might expect to see the young men the following spring. McKenney even managed to have the last word. In the farewell address he admonished chiefs no more to do bad actions, warriors to keep the word of a warrior, and not of a dog, and young men not to turn dogs. He also saluted them all as friends and brothers. We will have good things to tell your great father who lives towards the rising sun. We will tell him his Chippewa children are men, and great men, that during this council they behaved well, that they listened like good children to his counsel. T. 47,374. Red men who behaved themselves like good children were always dear to his heart. And that was McKenney's philanthropy in action. I have quoted him copiously just as it reached Indians out beyond the frontier, for his descriptions based on notes from there provided a clarity of outline lacking in benevolent letters from his office and in his retrospectively defensive memoirs. The location itself and his feeling about it mattered. Surrounded by people during the council, this 19th-century Selkirk still felt cut off, surrounded by solitude and the lakes, still felt himself somewhere, in the neighborhood, at least, of the end of the world, t. 320, McKenney's italics. 2. While at Fond du Lac the trill of a bluebird reminded Thomas Lorraine McKenney, 17851859, of home and of the death scene of my beloved mother, who had died when he was 10, but she was such a mother. T. 27,879. He did not say why, in his memoirs, official and personal, for his autobiography started out with his first appointment to public office and left the reader free to assume he had had a mother and a pre-official existence. Other sources reveal he was the son of a Maryland family of sturdy and consistent Quakers, h. 25, and throughout his life considered himself in spirit, if not membership and attendance, one of the Society of Friends, v. 3. In 1823 he made fleeting reference to his father in testimony before the House Committee on Indian Affairs, I was bred a merchant, and had all the advantages of information arising out of a large business, and frequent intercourse with our principal cities, as well since as during my initiatory progress in the counting house of my father, M.I., 301. He was 21 and still in his father's business on Maryland's East Shore at the time of his marriage to Editha Gleaves, his bride. 171. Was, he said, an exemplary and truly estimable lady, v. 3. Little more is known of her save that she bore him a daughter who died early and a son, William, who merits mention later in this chapter. Mackenzie's Quaker spirit and rearing did not deter him from military service in the War of 1812 or from later rising perhaps to the rank of colonel in the Washington militia. For a fair while after the war he was disappointed in his search for public office. When Madison appointed him superintendent of Indian trade in 1816, he had been subsisting as a partner in a foundering dry goods store on Pennsylvania Avenue. Colonel Mackenzie looked a little like Jackson. He was tall and had a military carriage and a shock of red hair that was prematurely turning white once in the field, he recounted. A contretemps with several Indians ended when they mistook him for Old Hickory and abruptly retreated. M.I. 156. He was perennially in debt. On the basis of his annual salary of $2,000 and his prospects, one assumes, he induced the Bank of Columbia to lend him $15,000 to buy Weston, a Georgetown estate where he kept 3 gardeners busy on the grounds and 2 black servants and 4 slaves at work in the mansion, v. 21, 36. Emotionally he was a loquacious man of quick sympathies, a windstorm of declamations for missionary societies, Sunday schools, and the Bible, patriotic addresses that fixed the United States in the plans of the Eternal as the empire of freedom, and of mind, and denunciations of whiskey, slavery, cruelty to dumb animals, and mistreatment of his charges, the Indians. Politically he became a lieutenant of Secretary of War John C. Calhoun and, after his own dismissal from office, an active campaigner for the Whigs. Intellectually he knew little or nothing about Indian culture and affairs but brought to the War Department the same enthusiasm he would have shown in the Senate, had he succeeded in his earlier effort to be named secretary of that body. From 1816 to 1830, Mackenzie later gloried, no other man had the power he exercised over the North American Indians, h. 22. A recent biographer agreeably calls him architect of America's early Indian policy, v. Once in office he took over and administered the government trading posts, or factories, as they were called, and pronounced this system one of pure humanity, embracing a supply of the wants of the Indians without reference to profit, m.I. 18. Yet he soon used his position to become heir apparent of Jeffersonian philanthropy, and that tradition, as we have seen, went beyond mere trade. Exactly when Mackenzie became a champion of Indian reformation is not clear. It was not before his appointment and, given. 172. His vagueness about dates, how long thereafter remains obscure. 1/4 of July in 1817 or 1818, as he remembered, he addressed the citizens of Washington and Georgetown on the glory of our institutions and then went home to reflect he had not even thought of those to whose country we had succeeded, m.I. 32. The next day he ran across the letter of a Moravian missionary to the Cherokees, opened a correspondence with him, and soon became aware of the network of mission stations and schools among the tribes. Most were Protestant, with Quakers and Moravians perhaps the most experienced and accomplished, but with other denominations and sects close behind. Congregationalists and Presbyterians had the strongest single organization in the American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions, established in 1810. These propagators of the gospel and Mackenzie spoke the same language. By temperament and upbringing he was ready to welcome them as co-workers and valuable auxiliaries. They came to regard him as a strategically placed ally in the War Department. Unlike the Indian haters, Mackenzie insisted the red man was, in his intellectual and moral structure, our equal. Good men in charge of the various mission activities had already proved that, he related in his memoirs, I did not doubt then, nor do I now, the capacity of the Indian for the highest attainments of civilization. I. 34. A case in point, if not conclusive proof, was James Lawrence MacDonald, the 17-year-old son of a Choctaw woman and a white man, who walked into his office one day in 1818 accompanied by 2 members of the Baltimore Yearly Meeting of Friends. Since 1813 Quakers had educated the youth on War Department funds, 2 had brought him to Washington to find a suitable job and had been passed on by Calhoun with the suggestion something might be found for him in Indian trade. McKinney snapped up the suggestion, thereby making MacDonald probably the first Native American to find a place in the Washington bureaucracy, made arrangements to take him into his own home to live at Weston, at government expense, and used the young Choctaw to exhibit the Indians' capacity for improvement, M. 2, 10,919, v. 4041. McKinney also lobbied on the Hill for legislation that would produce a host of MacDonalds through more Indian schools, circularized benevolent associations, mission societies, and churches asking them to memorialize Congress to the same end, and tried to keep knowledge of his own role in the campaign as secret as possible, so the memorials would seem a great upsurge of popular sentiment. Petitions did stream into both houses and produced 173. McKinney's supreme achievement, the passage in 1819 of a bill that appropriated $10,000 annually for the civilization of the Indian tribes adjoining the frontier settlements. The bill in effect established incorporation of Indians as the national goal and was the institutional expression of Jefferson's old hope of teaching them farming and the domestic arts. State and church also came together as McKinney worked out with the missionaries how the funds were to be spent in support of existing schools, in building new ones, and in furthering the advance of Indians in the English language, in the various incipient branches of learning, in agriculture and the mechanic arts, M.I. 3536. Everywhere, it seemed, the wilderness was to blossom as the rose. By 1825 McKinney pronounced the Cherokees civilized. By 1830, he emphasized proudly, there were over 1,800 Indian children in these schools. In the meantime pressures had mounted against the factory system. Private fur traders, led by John Jacob Astor and the American Fur Company, manufacturers and merchants attacked attempts by the government to control commerce with the Indians, leveled charges of favoritism and corruption against McKinney, and in 1822 persuaded Congress to abolish the system and his office. Again out of a job, McKinney shortly found funds, somewhere, to establish the semi-weekly Washington Republican and Congressional Examiner. All the evidence unearthed since indicates that John Quincy Adams was close to the mark in his memoirs entry of July 28, 1822. I doubt much, however, whether Mr. McKinney's paper will be independent. I think it originated in the War Office, and will be Mr. Calhoun's official gazette as long as it lasts. It did champion Calhoun's candidacy for presidential nomination, favor the American Colonization Society, publish communications from Indian missions, and the like, but it failed to get sufficient government patronage and private circulation to keep going. In 1823 McKinney turned the paper over to other hands and retired from journalism deeper in debt than ever, v. 8990. On March 10, 1824, after much searching about and an abortive effort to become an assistant postmaster general, McKinney finally collected his political debts when Calhoun appointed him to head up the new Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA. Technically his appointment was not as superintendent but only as a clerk with an annual salary of $1,600, but subsequent legislation would supposedly, though it never did, confirm his status and make his salary retroactively commensurate. Over the next half-dozen years he built up and tightened the organization of the Indian Service bureaucracy and zealously served Secretaries of War Calhoun, 174, James Barber, and John Eaton. In 1826 he joined Cass in the Fond du Lac expedition and treaty negotiations discussed earlier. In 1827 the two men again traveled into the Northwest, this time to a point near Green Bay where they negotiated a treaty, Butte de Morts, with the Menominees and Winnebagos. Leaving his mentor behind, McKinney descended the Mississippi and crossed the South to negotiate agreements on his own with the Chickasaws, Choctaws, and Creeks, as part of the continuing national effort to move these tribes across the Mississippi. but as it happened McKenney was forcibly removed before they were. In 1830 Jackson ousted him from office on the grounds he was not in harmony with administration Indian policy, M.I. 262. And that was McKenney's official philanthropy in outline. But what had happened to his great program of civilization? When and why had he shifted from incorporation to removal? This dramatic shift in attitude, as Francis Paul Prucha characterized it in American Indian Policy, 1962, has led apologists of the colonel's career into a swamp of their own digging. One recent biographer, for instance, tied the shift to the death of McKenney's Choctaw ward, who fell or threw himself off a cliff after a white woman rejected his marriage proposal. The tragedy shocked McKenney into the realization that civilizing the Indians involved far more than simply teaching them English and making them into farmers, v. 199. But James Lawrence MacDonald's probable suicide was in the summer of 1831, and that would date McKenney's realization of the failure of Indian reform and his turn to the removal program as the last best hope for the Indians the year after he left the War Department. In his much-noted chapter, Civilization and Removal, Father Prucha leaned heavily on McKenney's philanthropy for his depiction of government Indian policy as always humane, that men as knowledgeable in Indian ways and as high-minded as Thomas L. McKenney, Lewis Cass, and William Clark were long-time and ardent promoters of Indian removal should give us pause in seeing only Jacksonian villainy behind the policy. After a pause to refresh ourselves with the reflection that few critics, if any, have seen only one man's villainy behind the policy, we may go on to a convenient, concurrent summary of Prucha's position in his Thomas L. McKenney and the New York Indian Board, Mississippi Valley Historical Review, Slady, March 1962. McKenney was perhaps the best informed man in the United States on Indian affairs. He produced letter after letter that showed a deep and genuine concern for bettering the conditions of the Indians and protecting them in their rights, and he had great hopes for 175. The program to civilize and educate the Indians, so great he did not doubt the speedy incorporation of the Indians into the states and territories where they dwelt. But McKenney had changed his mind after an extensive tour of the frontier in 1827. What he had seen convinced him of the degradation of large numbers of Indians, and he could no longer believe in the imminence of their pulling abreast of whites in civilization. 637. This formulation has the strength of precisely dating McKenney's dramatic shift. Its weakness is, alas, rather more fundamental. It is untrue. Well before McKenney visited a single tribe on the frontier he advocated colonizing Indians on lands it is proposed to make theirs, and forever, t. 6970. On his return from Fond du Lac in 1826 he got into an argument with a Wyandot about removal and then firmly maintained it was the only measure, in my opinion, that will preserve them. Removal promised the final solution of their problem, as it were, for it looked to a last and permanent home for our Indians, t. 42,627. Still earlier, when Monroe proposed voluntary removal in his annual message of 1824, CP 115, and Calhoun endorsed the plan, McKenney of course fell in line. Indian degradation and extermination would be inevitable without removal, McKenney agreed. Monroe had therefore spoken the language of humanity, dictated by wisdom and experience, M.I. 240. To be sure, McKenney himself had just weeks earlier spoken grandly of the imminent reformation of the Indians, where they were, but there was little or no drama in his shift. Like changing synchromesh gears, McKenney smoothly moved to an emphasis on removal as the essential precondition of what he called civilization. And this truth is complemented by two others. McKenney was not knowledgeable about Indian ways and not always high-minded in his dealings with them. In fact, on occasion he was not even knowledgeable about Indian existence. On his trip through Utica in 1826, for instance, he noted that no longer does the council fire of the Mohawks burn on Tribes Hill, nor their war whoop echo along the shores of their own river. Not a single Mohawk lives? T. 55. The Mohawks had indeed been pushed out of the valley that bears their name, but fortunately some lived on and live on today at Akwesasne, or St. Regis, opposite Kaufnawega on the St. Lawrence. They were currently one of the tribes McKenney had responsibility for as chief government. 176. Administrator of their affairs. Though he thought them all dead, he did know of their reservation and vacuously imagined it occupied by a non-existent tribe, the St. Regis Indians, t. 43,334. Contemporaries assumed Colonel McKenney to be knowledgeable about Indian ways simply by virtue of his office. Publication in 1827 of his tour to the lake seemingly confirmed this official status. But before he took office he knew next to nothing about Native Americans. Thereafter he simply shared the prejudices and ignorance of General Lewis Cass, whom he acclaimed his tutor, and other old hands in the Indian service. Of all men, McKenney declared, an Indian is the most improvident, and furnishes the most painful example of a reckless disregard to the impoverishing and life-consuming effects of intemperance. M.I. 20. 200 years earlier, when Europeans first arrived among them, there was scarcely an Indian on the continent, who could comprehend an abstract idea, and at this day, the process is neither common nor easy. M. 2. 39. The disgusting habits they had then they have still. Indians, in their uneducated and unimproved state, appear to be the same everywhere, and to have nearly the same habits and customs and manners. They powwowed, or conjured, it seems, in Massachusetts colony, near 2 centuries ago, and they do the same to this day on Lake Superior. They howled then, and greased their bodies, and adorned their hair, and the same practices are yet maintained by the Chippeways of the lakes, and by all other Indians of whom I have read, whose improvement has not been studied, and who have never been taught the lessons of morality and cleanliness and industry. T. 379. Here. One imagines John Endicott crying from the shadows. But McKenney thought only the Indians were unchanging, stationary as he italicized their condition, fixed as in past ages in this state of helpless ignorance and imbecility. M. 2. 3940. A man who threatened the Ojibways with destruction of their women and children, as we witnessed McKenney threaten at Fond du Lac, is perhaps better described as high-handed rather than high-minded. At all times in the field he expressed utter contempt for Indian culture and obviously relished exposing their shamans as crafty impostors. Example M. I. 16972, ITNA, 2, 407. In 1827 at Butte de Morts he and Cass took it upon themselves to appoint a head chief for the Menominees. McKenney promoted a warrior named Oshkosh to that station by placing a medal around his 177 neck and admonishing him, "You are now the great Menominee chief. You will take care and act like a man and not like a dog." It was also in character for the commissioner later to deny thus interfering in Menominee tribal affairs, v. 16162. But another incident at Butte de Morts still more graphically revealed McKenney's ignorance of Indian ways and his overbearing attitudes. As the council was breaking up, a warrior slashed the arms of his mother-in-law for trying to keep him from visiting a whiskey peddler. "What shall we do with this man?" McKenney asked Cass, who answered promptly, "Make a woman of him." And so we did. McKenney commenced the symbolic castration by taking the Indian's knife, breaking it off at the hilt, and placing the handle back in his hand. Holding the warrior's hand aloft, he declared, "No man who employs his knife as this man employs his, has a right to carry one. Henceforth, this shall be the only knife he shall ever use. Woman, wherever she is, should be protected by man, not murdered. She is man's best friend. The Great Spirit gave her to man to be one with him, and to bless him, and man, whether red or white, should love her, and make her happy." M. I. 91. McKenney made the man strip and put on the petticoat of an old squaw. One that was stiff with the accumulated grease and dirt of many years. Prepared for his execution, the brave was caught off guard by this mortification before an audience of 1,000 reds and whites. After he was rushed from the scene of his humiliation, an interpreter caught his first words, "I'd rather be dead. I am no longer a brave, I'm a woman." I, 92. And if this was not exactly what he said, it was what McKenney and Cass wanted to hear. The triumphant commissioners remained serenely unaware they had exposed themselves when they acted out their assumption that the ultimate degradation for man was to be made a woman. And McKenney did not grasp just how self-revelatory he had been in assigning to woman the role of canine devotion as man's best friend. He grasped or thought he grasped the fact that the tribes had to be civilized to liberate Indian women from their endless, less-than-dogs life drudgery for their lords and masters. But this gratuitous assumption, lifted almost directly from Jefferson's Notes on Virginia, again was more self-revealing than descriptive of the sad lot of Native American women. Among 178. The misplaced Mohawks, for example, descent had been matrilineal, and in their matriarchate or quasi-matriarcha women had more social freedom, more economic autonomy, and more political power than were currently enjoyed by the exemplary and truly estimable Editha Gleaves McKenney and her white sisters of the Republic. Iroquois women took and left mates almost at will, selected chiefs, participated in decision-making, and started wars. Men hunted and trapped, acted as diplomats, and fought wars. But this sort of delicate balance of roles and powers was as much an unknown to McKenney as the current whereabouts of the Mohawk. She would have been astounded to learn that among them woman was not a term of abuse. So did the incident say more about the commissioners' ignorance of Indian ways and their imperious prejudices than they could have intended. It disclosed as well the underside of McKenney's philanthropy. Now this mode of punishment was intended to produce moral results, and to elevate the condition of women among the Indians. It was mild in its physical effects, but more terrible than death in its action and consequences upon the offender. Henceforth, and as long as I continued to hear of this brave, he had not been admitted among his former associates, but was pushed aside as having lost the characteristics of his sex, and doomed to the performance of woman's labor, in all the drudgery to which she is subject. This loving parent manifestly drew psychic income from chastising the offending ex-brave. It was always unfair to expect McKenney to have been consistently high-minded. After all, he was a birthright Quaker in the War Department, its philanthropist in residence. By political heritage and personality he was a scaled-down or miniature Jefferson, and thus even more likely to fail abysmally in fusing the rhetoric of benevolent intentions with the realities of national expansion. As a flywheel attached to the principal government engine of that expansion, he naturally countenanced bribery and employed secret agents, advocated taking hostages and approved spirited military movements to chastise refractory tribes, and resorted to those threats to kill women and children, example v. 159, 210, 214. Above all, he dealt with Indians from the center of a web of deceptions and manipulations. An address McKenney delivered to the Chickasaw chiefs during his southern tour of 1827 showed just how tangled his philanthropy became. 179. Brothers, give me your ears, and, what is of equal importance, give me your confidence. If you think I am come to do you wrong, or give you bad counsels, you do me great injustice. I am not come but as your friend, and if there is a chief present who doubts this, let him speak, and I will not say another word. Brothers, I know well who you are that I am addressing. I know you are not children, but men, and men of experience, and men of wisdom. I know, too, that the smoke of this council fire comes not of ashes, but of living firelight rises out of our hearts, for we are friends. I, 324. Now, whatever McKenney's friendly feelings for Levi Colbert and the other chiefs, he stood before them as an emissary of the War Department on an official mission to get their lands and show them the path across the Mississippi. He had not come as a disinterested friend. As for knowing they were men of wisdom, he spoke very differently to his own white brothers about their and other Indians' infantilism. In his letters from the Indian office he repeatedly declared them children, nothing but children, or as he wrote Chairman John Coke of the House Committee on Indian Affairs on January 23, 1827, the same year as the above address, they were only children, and require to be nursed and counseled and directed as such. N.A., R.G. 75, M. 21, R3, 328. No confidence man ever worked harder to gain the trust of his childish marks, as this excerpt from a model speech, 1829, suggests. Try us this once. Do not distrust our object, it is your welfare, only, we seek. M.I. 247. Our object was only all their remaining lands east of the Mississippi. The rush of events toward forcible removal, the utterly unjustifiable as Monroe had named it, can be followed in the memoirs of John Quincy Adams. Adams noted, for instance, that at a cabinet meeting on December 22, 1825, the entire afternoon had been devoted to a discussion of the affairs of the Creeks and Georgia. Secretary of War Barber, McKinney's superior, proposed to stop making treaties with the tribes altogether and simply declare them subject to U.S. laws. Secretary of State Henry Clay thought that impracticable. That it was impossible to civilize Indians, that there never was a full-blooded Indian who took to civilization. It was not in their nature. He believed they were destined to extinction, and, although he would never use or countenance inhumanity towards them, he did not think them, as a race, worth preserving. He considered them as essentially inferior to the Anglo-Saxon race, which were now taking their place on this continent. They were not an able breed, and their disappearance from the human family will be no great loss to the world. These opinions somewhat shocked Barber, while Adams feared they had too much foundation. A bare 2 years later McKinney returned from his southern tour with the triumphant report he had persuaded the Creeks to part with the remnant of their land in Georgia. Mr. McKinney is very voluble, and magnified his office, Adams noted dryly. He told me all the arguments that he used. And how he put down Ridge and Van, December 6, 1827, During their conference Adams informed him that tribes in New York had protested the Butte de Morts treaty he and Cass had negotiated the past summer, alleging the lands had already been ceded by the government to them, CFM, I. 83. Adams was clearly a bit taken aback by McKinney's response. He made light of it, but gave me no satisfactory answer. At another White House meeting Barber informed the president of the Cherokee attempt to frame a constitution and referred him to a report of Colonel McKinney recommending that notice should be given them as early as possible that this cannot be permitted, February 8, 1828. Obviously the colonel's protestations of heartfelt friendship for red men of wisdom rang more hollowly in Adams's office than they had over the council fires. Calhoun partisan McKinney had easily swallowed Georgia states' rights argument that it had sovereignty over all the lands and peoples within its borders, M.I. 33,036. After the election of 1828 he could hope this position would help in his desperate effort to keep out of the way of Jackson's new broom. And when such bona fide missionary groups as the American Board of Foreign Missions rebuffed his entreaties to come out in support of administration policy, McKinney formed his own religious front. It had a name out of his files on Humanitarian Indian Board for the Emigration, Preservation, and Improvement of the Aborigines of Americana paper membership made up primarily of clergymen he had rounded up in the New York Dutch Reformed Church, hence the short title, the New York Indian Board. But this paper tiger could hardly stand, let alone whip up support for emigration and all the rest. When the upsurge of popular sentiment did not materialize in 1829 as it had in 1819 for the Civilization Bill, the clerk in charge of the Bureau of Indian Affairs had failed to make himself indispensable to the age of Jackson. For all these last-minute efforts to toady, McKinney's career in official philanthropy came to a close in August 1830. Of course, he may have resigned of his own accord, as his memoirs imply, When the enormity of the death marches became clear, Michael Rajan has estimated that of the 100,000 Indians pushed or transported across the Mississippi between 1824 and 1844, from 1/4 to 1/3 died on the way or shortly thereafter. Unhappily, such principled protest was out of character for a man who always displayed a ready flexibility of convictions. A case in point was his fawning invitation to John Jacob Astor to join him on the treaty expedition to Butte des Morts, v. 15,455. In his memoirs he put the fur baron's name in boldface and, despite the fact that Astor more than any other man was responsible for ending the pure humanity of the factory system, gave him a puff as this sagacious and wonderful man, 20. If he could bring himself to placate his old enemy Astor, surely he could have worked something out with Old Hickory. And in reality his and Jackson's positions on removal were not all that different. McKinney had warmly endorsed administration policy before he was fired. We believe if the Indians do not emigrate, and fly the causes, which are fixed in themselves, and which have proved so destructive in the past, they must perish. M.I. 241. Furthermore, in regard to the disposition of the great body of the Indians within our states, we speak advisedly when we say, they are anxious to remove, M.I. 244, McKinney's italics. He believed they were held back by threats and opposition from within their own ranks, primarily from half-breeds like John Ridge and others. This flipped over the customary invocations of outsiders and may be thought of as the inside agitator refrain. Just as advisedly, Secretary of War Cass later knew full well the great body of the Indians within our states are anxious to remove, also placed the blame on inside agitators, and took the pretense right up to the infamous Treaty of New Echota, 1835, in the face of hard evidence from the field in his files that 9/10 of the Cherokees would have, given the opportunity, rejected removal. In all likelihood McKinney would have been there standing loyally beside his mentor, had he not been dismissed, working to implement what the great body of Indians so obviously wanted. Indeed, logic and compassion would have compelled him to be there. How could he have stood by while his wards perished? As he had noted on October 28, 1829. Seeing as I do the condition of these people, and that they are bordering on destruction, I would, were I empowered, take them firmly but kindly by the hand, and tell them they must go, and I would do this, on the same principle that I would take my own children by the hand, firmly, but kindly, and lead them from a district of country in which the plague was raging. N.A., R.G. 75, M. 21, R. 6, 140. To be sure, there were his repeated assurances to the Indians they would not be forced to go, but McKinney had assured them of a lot of things. Sometimes children have to be taken in hand for their own good, firmly in hand, and was that not exactly what General Winfield Scott was to do? Their great father in Washington, or his stand-in, as the colonel saw himself, could have done no less. And I believe he would have so acted with no conscious insincerity. Starting like Jefferson by spinning out deceptions for others, McKinney finished like his model by dangling from his own web. 3. James Madison had identified for McKinney the two most intractable problems facing the country in words we have already seen in an epigraph. Next to the case of the black race within our bosom, that of the red on our borders is the problem most baffling to the policy of our country. February 10, 1826. In McKinney's hands, Madison's formulation underwent an interesting sea change before it surfaced as a misquotation in his 1829 speech to the New York Indian Board. There are, to use the words of a distinguished citizen of Virginia, two problems yet to be solved, both having, so far, puzzled the ingenuity of the politician, and baffled the wisdom of the sage. One of these relates to the black population, which we carry in our bosom, the other to the red population which we carry on our back. M.I. 229. Under such awkwardly placed burdens, no wonder the white man fell into perplexity. McKinney manifestly considered Afro-Americans hopelessly unsuited for civilization. At one point he expressed sympathy Pathetic interest in a proposal that whites unbosom themselves of their black burdens by colonizing them somewhere, far off in the West, t. 7273, his perennial remedy was to export the evils of their presence through the American Colonization Society, M. I. 229, v. 88. Yet support of their colonization elsewhere hardly amounted to passionate anti-slavery, and the depth of his opposition was further called into question by the slaves he himself owned. The red population constituted the second baffling problem. McKinney was sanguine he had the solution in his proposal to get them off the collective white back through civilization. His schemes to amend the heads and hearts of the Indians, in the hostile words of Thomas Hart Benton, v. 68, were first to transform them where they were and later, post-1824, as we have seen, to transform them once they had been colonized somewhere far in the West. Wherever they were, they had to be weaned from their merciless savagery. One of the Colonel's interesting experiments to that end was with his Choctaw ward. In 1818 McKinney put James Lawrence MacDonald to work in his office and also took this poor Indian boy into his own home where, he noted proudly, he made no distinction between him and my son William in dress or attentions, M. 2, 111. The War Department paid for MacDonald's board and room, education, and incidentals, and he in turn worked there copying his benefactor's letters, as the notation on one to Calhoun indicated. This letter is copied in haste by our little Indian, v. 41. He also enrolled the young man in an academy and delighted in introducing him to skeptics as gratifying proof the Indian was not irreclaimable. Great was his dismay one day, therefore, when the principal of the academy declared, "Really, Colonel, I do not know what I shall do with MacDonald." Instantly I feared some latent Indian quality had burst forth, and that all my high hopes were to be destroyed. Fortunately the Indian within MacDonald was not the issue at all. This time, he had so far outstripped the other students he had to be put in a class by himself. After about 3 years and at Calhoun's suggestion, McKinney made arrangements for MacDonald to study law in the Ohio office of John McLean, the future Associate Justice of the Supreme Court. But the experiment started turning sour even before MacDonald left Weston. When McKinney told him of the profession I had chosen for him, he expressed the fear it would all be lost on him. I am an Indian. He handed McKinney a letter he had just received from his brother, who was apparently an army lieutenant with the given name Thomas Jefferson. The letter warned. He had one of two things to do: either throw away all that belonged to the white race, and turn Indian, or quit being Indian, and turn white man. The first, you can do; the last, it is not in your power to do. The white man hates the Indian, and will never permit him to come into close fellowship with him. M. 2, 113. McKinney brushed this aside, saying his brother had greatly erred, and persuaded the distraught youth to go ahead with his career. When MacDonald returned to Washington in 1824 as part of a Choctaw delegation, he had his own law practice in Jackson, Mississippi. McKinney soon discovered in the young attorney a tough negotiator, very nearly one of the unruly sort, as McKinney called those who objected to his benevolence, almost a bad bird or troublemaker. "You know me well, and my feelings towards your people," he reminded MacDonald in a personal note. "I am their friend," v. 129. MacDonald's drinking also disturbed him, a conflict between his Indian caste and his hope of overcoming it, and rising above its effects upon his prospects, shook him from his balance, and he fell before the strife, into habits of intemperance. M. 2, 116. The latent Indian quality the Colonel feared had seemingly burst forth. There was pathetic irony in the degree to which MacDonald had been made to fear this in himself. As he had said, he wanted his career to free the character of educated Indian youth, with some degree of justice cast upon it, of a proneness to relapse into savagism, v. 45. But the bitterest pill for the intelligent lawyer was the fact that in a number of states, including Mississippi, native peoples were in the predicament later made infamous by the Dred Scott case. We are denied privileges to which, as members of the human family, we are of right entitled, read the Choctaw Address to Congress of February 18, 1825. However qualified by education we may be, we are neither permitted to hold offices, nor to give our testimony in courts of justice, although our dearest rights may be at stake. Can this be a correct policy? Is it just? Is it humane? M. 2, 12122N. The questions were MacDonald's, and the absence of good answers dragged his despair ever deeper. McKenney washed his hands of the intemperate Choctaw and refused to reply to his letters. MacDonald's death did not keep his erstwhile benefactor from emotional lectures on the tragic end of this gifted and accomplished youth who had been turned down by a white woman. On making his proposal, it was rejected with promptness, and, as he thought, with scorn. In a moment his caste came before him. "You are an Indian, and degraded," rang in his ears. Hope fled, despair assumed dominion over him. All that his brother had written to him, was now seen by him to be reality. The spectre was too formidable for his power of resistance. He rushed to the river, sprang off a bluff, and drowned himself. M. 211,819. In this humus questions spring up like weeds. Then had Thomas Jefferson MacDonald not warned his brother of at least a psychological truth? If so, what about the Colonel's easy judgment that Thomas Jefferson MacDonald had greatly erred and ought not to have expressed such sentiments? And if he had been right that it was impossible for native people to gain full acceptance in a caste society, then what about the Colonel's own advice to James Lawrence MacDonald, or, for that matter, what about his overall civilization program to turn them into whites? But such queries would have left McKenney unmoved. He simply was not gifted with sufficient courage and insight to see himself as part of the problem. About the same age as MacDonald, William McKenney was only a slightly less dramatic disappointment. In seeking a loan to help straighten his son out, McKenney described him as a noble youth, who is not so provident as I hope he will be, v. 291, words that not by chance echoed the legendary improvidence of noble savages. To the Colonel's mind, discipline was the universal solvent for such waywardness. He was in fact a pioneer advocate of institutions of total control. On his way through New York in 1826 he had responded enthusiastically to the silent lockstep control and centralization of punishing power at Auburn Prison, then new prototype of all the maximum security prisons to Comey, and had concluded that this doctrine of responsibility is altogether orthodox, and is good everywhere, in prisons, as well as in church and state. T. 80. He could not very well put his son in Auburn, however, so in 1831, the year of MacDonald's probable suicide, he did the next best thing by putting him aboard the USS Potomac for a 2-year cruise. Since he was shipping out as an unpaid assistant to the surgeon, the elder McKenney had to borrow money for his outfit. He had put his son aboard the warship, he wrote his creditor, in the fondest hopes that William was prosecuting his voyage, and deriving benefit from the system of the ship, in all things pertaining to his habits, v. 291. Abroad William McKenney jumped ship, however, returned to New York, and after his mother's death in 1835, apparently disappeared forever. At Detroit General Cass had called friendly auxiliaries his pet Indians. McKenney's reference to MacDonald as our little Indian was almost equally suggestive. In 1824 the son of Levi Colbert took MacDonald's place at Weston, and shortly thereafter McKenney passed on word to the chief that his son was doing well in school and would lose his Chickasaw language in a few years. It is slipping away from him very fast. When Doherty Colbert left to study surveying in 1827, McKenney gave him one final piece of advice: "Now, my poor boy, as we are about to part, I can do no more than urge upon you the lessons I have endeavored to teach you, and remember, the world is wicked." v. 19,091. Meanwhile at Fond du Lac the Colonel had tried to pick up another boy, but Chief Jacopa of the Ojibways refused to part with his 14-year-old son, indicating by a gesture that he would not be so dismembered. H. 210. McKenney had more luck in the South. On his tour of 1827 he gained custody, he said at their parents' urging, of William Barnard, a Creek, and Lee Compere, a Yuchi. My little Indian boys were about 10 and 13 years old, Lee being the youngest. 100 miles down the road Lee Compere still did not want to leave his family, so McKenney had the stage stopped. Now, William, tell Lee he can go home, if he wishes to go. This was scarcely said, before the little fellow, who had learned some English at the missionary school, seized his bundle, and was, in a twinkling, out at the side of the stage, and going down over one of the four wheels. When seeing him determined to go, I told Ben to reach out and take him in. He was inconsolable, and remained so till we reached Augusta, in Georgia. M.I. 188. All this was designed to show the fearlessness with which the young savage throws himself upon his own resources. ITNA. 2, 53. In Augusta McKenney had Ben Hansen buy them clothes, and I then had their hair cut. Ben took them into a chamber of the hotel, and gave them a thorough cleansing, when they were brought to me, dressed, not in a very handsome suit of clothes only, but in smiles. A couple of prettier boys could be found nowhere. Back in Washington, McKenney put Barnard and Compere in a school run on West Point principles, with strict discipline, martial exercises, and military police. Their uniforms alone would establish a tie to the school of the most agreeable sort, he believed. M.I. 189n. Elsewhere he expressed confidence the routine was in unison with their naturally martial dispositions, though admittedly neither of them liked the exact enforcement of strict rules. ITNA. 2, 54. When McKenney had to leave the War Department, Jackson refused to let him take Barnard and Compere. After they returned to their people, the former got into an Indian quarrel and fled to the Seminoles in Florida. Of Lee, I have never heard anything. M.I. 190n. So did the experiments in civilization end with a whimper. They revealed all the essentials of what McKenney meant by the term. In the words of the epigraph at the head of this chapter, Indians had the earth for their mother and on her lap they reposed. Civilization would lift them off, separate them from their forests, cut their hair, cleanse away all traces of intimate communion with their mother, and clothe them in the habits of restraint, obedience, punctuality, sobriety, and of course, industry. And this list of Puritan virtues was precisely the curriculum of the nurseries of morality, as Robert F. Birkhofer, Jr., called the mission school supported by McKenney's Act of 1819. Discipline therein bore close likeness with that at Auburn, at West Point, and aboard the USS Potomac. In both the North and the South, Indian families complained bitterly over their children's peonage at the Mackinac School in Michigan. Children were bound by legal indenture to the mission so they could not leave or be removed by their families. Everywhere whippings were common, as they were in the white schools, and the emphasis was on repression. At the Brainerd School in Tennessee, for instance, in 188. Dion children practiced their handwriting in sweeping letters, command your temper, v. facing p33. But the ultimate instrument of alienation and empire was the language they were forced to write and speak. The Indian tongue, McKenney ruled, was the great obstacle to civilization. He therefore insisted only English be taught in the schools and was even hostile to Sequoia's written Cherokee, example NA, RG 75, M21, R3, 103. As had Doherty Colbert's Chickasaw, Indian languages should be made to slip away fast. Civilization triumphant thus meant the termination of everything Indian. No less than Jackson and novelist James Kirk Paulding, McKenney confidently expected the destruction of tribal cultures. He too was a patriot who looked upon the American people as one great family, M.I. 153, and in this sense Jefferson and Adams were also his patriot fathers. Like the others, McKenney read the metaphor literally. Yet the United States of America was not a family but a nation-state, and McKenney, who was so little more than his official role, was the instrument of that national society's war on family or kinship societies. He severed the family connections of his little Indians, used mission schools to batter tribal relations, and by stripping away native languages sought to cut off all ties between generations. Like Paulding and other Indian haters, he acted on his assumption that tribal man was a merciless savage. He differed, however, in wanting to pry the young tribesman loose from the state of nature wherein he was inevitably cruel, revengeful, and ungovernable. M. 2. 74. He differed too in emphasizing that impatience of restraint was inherent in all men and might have cited his own son as an example. The inference he drew followed: the civilized is not the state most congenial to man, and his instincts and his tastes combine, whether he be white or red, to attach him to the repose and indolence of a state of nature. M. 2. 103. Therefore necessity alone, as he stressed in an unsigned contribution to the National Journal, could bring man to enter a willing captive into the restraints of civilization. April 26, 1825. In terms of his own analysis, then, Mackenzie's war was on human nature itself. Though civilization would presumably be good for everyone, Mackenzie had in fact given up on adult Indians, old birds who would not shed tribal ways and languages, and for their obstinacy would perish sooner rather than later. He wisely directed his efforts to the fledglings of the forest, as he put it in another metaphor, for these young birds could be tamed and blessed and made to feel the blessed influence of Christian teaching, and of Christian hope. M. I. 154. Snared young, the Indian was capable. 189. Of the demands Mackenzie placed on him, I do no more than assume that he is human, that physically, intellectually, and morally, he is, in all respects, like ourselves, and that there is no difference between us, save only in the color, and in our superior advantages. M. 2. 80. But skin color was no minor matter, as MacDonald should have taught the colonel. How were Mackenzie's little Indians to gain superior advantages if the color-conscious white society would not have them? Actually color, and not only black color, mattered a great deal to Mackenzie. Witness his staging of the light show. In the beginning the red man had lived without light, he said, not one ray of that blessed light which comes from the gospel, bringing with it life and immortality, had penetrated the darkness that brooded over his mind, wrapping the future in such dismal and appalling mystery. M. 2. 33. Mackenzie's imagery was no more passing literary fancy than Sims's and Bird's. In the conflict between whites and reds, he later granted, there was light on one side, and darkness on the other. There was education, knowledge, religion, against ignorance, superstition, and paganism. M. 2. 61. The red man was aboriginally a creature of darkness. He lurked uneven within Mackenzie's little Indians, clamoring to burst out. That this was so for the colonel became certain in his half-hidden identification of them as natural objects or creatures, fledglings of the forest. The Indian joined Black Ben Hansen, his faithful servant, as Mackenzie's shadowed projection of all the fears and anxieties that followed him about, the animal within himself with whom he could never negotiate a treaty. At Fond du Lac he had sprung forth in idealized form, that dancing naked body of perfect mold. Had Mackenzie let down his guard, a dancing counterpart might have leaped out of him, joined the circle, chanted, copulated, and run off into the free and boundless forest. And insofar as he saw and felt savagery to reside in the special animality and mortality of dark-skinned peoples, his civilization was intrinsically racist. On the lecture circuit in the 1840s Mackenzie asked audiences to fancy themselves on the continent before the arrival of the white man: no hamlets, villages, cities, no vessels on the rivers, no cultivated fields, no gardens. Presently groups of savages should be seen. They return to their village sick smeared with blood, are greeted by half-naked squaws and children and dogs, dance triumphantly, but, with the flash of lightning and peal of thunder, flee to wigwams and caverns in the hillsides. We become alarmed not at the thunderstorm, but at our isolated, wilderness-bound, and exposed situation, and we look instinctively around for our species. But the white man is nowhere seen. M. 2, 56. So he had been king of his island all along, a Selkirk, though that famous castaway was said to have danced with his goats a Crusoe, a Prospero. Without his own species to interfere, Makeni had played the kind, self-denying father while enjoying absolute dominion over the dark creations of his imagination. 191. Chapter 15. Professional Westerner, Judge Hall. The frontispiece prefixed to this volume 2 exhibits a lively representation of the noblest sport practiced upon this continent, hunting of buffalo. These animals, retired as the country became settled by civilized men, and are now found only on the great prairies of the far west, whose immense extent, with the scarcity of timber and water, renders them uninhabitable by human beings. Makeni and Hall, Indian tribes of North America, 183,644. In the old War Department building on Pennsylvania Avenue, Colonel Makeni had turned his room on the second floor into what was literally a charnel house, that is, a depository for human remains. There the visitor could finger bones Makeni had found in a cave. In 1826 he had also extracted bones from a burial mound near Cass's farm outside Detroit, some ribs, a bit of os frontis, and pieces of vertebrae, but they were decayed and had crumbled in his hands. Eager for something to add to his collection, he accepted the offer of a skull of enormous dimensions from Major Thomas Forsyth, agent at Rock Creek. The skull had come from that mound and, if the agent could only relocate it, would be of interest to phrenologists simply for its size alone. T. 122. And still earlier Makeni had asked factors to send in a few scalps, with data on their former owners and on the wars in which they were lifted, while not revealing to the tribes how desirable they were as collectors' items. These you had better get incidentally, he instructed, as by telling the Indians they are disgraceful appendages and ought to be sent away. V. 239. Under Makeni's direction, the Indian Office had become more museum than charnel house, however, in the sense of anthropologist Stanley Diamond's definition of museums as those repositories for the loot of the world and testaments to imperial power. Display cases bulged with loot, or what Makeni called Indian curiosities, arrows, quivers, and bows, tomahawks, pipes, and baskets, moccasins, leggings, shirts, and headdresses, strings of wampum, fur capes, and skins. Makeni had started gathering these artifacts in 1817 and added to his stock at every opportunity. As General Cass wrote him almost a decade later, it was imperative to collect such materials for the history of a most interesting portion of the human family, thrown upon this continent we know not how and hastening to extinction unless the work is done speedily. It can never be done. Many of the tribes have already disappeared, and many others have dwindled into insignificance, and all have lost much of their distinctive character. We can yet, however, rescue much from destruction. N.A., RG 75, M 234, R 429, January 20, 1826. Makeni hardly needed the reminder. He had already pressed agents and missionaries to hasten the collection of Indian vocabularies. They should be especially attentive to any isolated being known to you, as the last man of his tribe to get from him the words called for. Such a man may be looked upon as the connecting link between time and eternity, as to all that regards his people, and which, if it be lost, all that relates to his tribe is gone forever. V. 244. A sense of the absolute evanescence of red lives prompted this last man theme and set the tempo for Makeni's acquisition of paintings for his famous gallery. The earliest dated back to 1821, when Petals Haro, the Skitty Pawnee brave, Eagle of Delight, the Oto noted for her beauty, and other Plains Indians visited the capital. Thereafter Makeni still more vigorously favored bringing in red deputations so they too might have the salutary experience of seeing for themselves the seat of white power. This mode of conquering these people, he pointed out to Secretary of War Barber, is merciful and it is cheap in comparison to what a war on the frontier would cost, to say nothing of the loss of human life. H. 82, CFITNA, 2, 294. Yet not incidentally the arrival of these delegates almost automatically meant more portraits painted principally by Charles Bird King, the Washington artist who was a former student of Benjamin West and thus an enlarged collection for the Indian office. Nicholas Biddle later recalled he first met McKenney there, surrounded by uncouth portraits of savages of both sexes, whose merits he explained with as much unction as a Roman cicerone how nearly extremes. 193. Touch when so civilized a gentleman was in contact with so wild and aboriginal a set. H. 62. The financier's simile was apt but just slightly out of focus. McKenney was more the unctuous curator of a museum of the dead and dying, a headhunter seeking to preserve the exterior and appearance of these hapless people so as to have visual answers to the question posterity would ask, what sort of being was the Red Man of America? Moreover, he wrote in this 1828 letter that appeared in the National Intelligencer, each head cost little, the average cost of this collection, since 1821, is perhaps $3,000 for 116 heads, and the cost for each head, including the full-length likenesses, of which latter there are 5, is about $33, ITNA, Thirsiv. All these captured likenesses lined his walls as bargain trophies. Of all the Indians in the United States, only those in his gallery were not potential targets for forcible removal. In early 1830 Jackson approved the petition of 2 entrepreneurs to copy the paintings for a countrywide exhibition but instructed Secretary of War Eaton to insist the copies be made in the portrait room. The originals ought not to be taken from the room, v. 254. McKenney put the petitioners off and ignored the president's instructions, for he had already entered into partnership with Samuel Bradford, the Philadelphia printer, to reproduce the collection and to provide a biographical sketch for each read subject. To this end the Colonel circularized agents and missionaries for data on the character and life of each person. But McKenney's dismissal later in the year threatened to end the project. No longer could he simply let Bradford walk out of his office with paintings under his arm, and too clearly Jackson would turn down his formal application to copy the pictures. Desperate, he turned to Secretary of War Cass, who had just joined the cabinet, and worked out an informal arrangement with his old associate whereby he was allowed to remove a half-dozen or so portraits at a time. In Philadelphia they were copied in oil by Henry Inman, an artist who had just joined a local lithographic firm. They were then quietly returned for reinging and another lot removed. It was all quite informal and strictly confidential. Soon, McKenney exulted, all will be in my hands and I shall esteem this great gallery a fortune, v. 262, h. 106, McKenney's italics. It is good to be shifty in a new country, said Simon Suggs, the frontier rogue in Johnson J. Hooper's 1843 book of that name. McKenney anticipated this good advice by cutting off competitors and by successfully spiriting the portraits out of the War Department for his own commercial venture. With the ease of a confidence man he shifted a few words back and forth and presto. 194. His language of benevolence became the language of acquisition. There was gold in those craggy red features, hundreds of thousands, 500,000, a fortune. His enthusiasm was infectious, in the beginning, carrying along a series of publishers and printers, artists and lithographers, politicians and journalists. With biographical data presumably coming in from the field and many of the portraits in hand, all that remained was for McKenney to find someone to put it all together. He offered half his share of the prospective riches to Jared Sparks, editor of the North American Review, if he would do the writing. Sparks nibbled at the bait but prudently refused to bite. He did introduce the Colonel to James Hall, whom he had recently urged to write on Daniel Boone for his review, H. 107. Unwilling to write for what Sparks offered to pay, Hall snapped up the McKenney proposition when it came to him through the editor. Avarice was the bond of this improbable union of professional philanthropist and authority on Indian, adding 2. The Hon. Judge Hall, as he was identified on the title page of his first book, plunged in for the kill. In early 1836, indeed, he moved to corner the market by proposing to join forces with George Catlin, the artist and pioneer ethnologist. After a meeting in Cincinnati, where Hall had resettled, a long letter, ITNA, from Philadelphia made quite clear why he was offering Catlin a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should you think proper to join us, we shall have in our hands a complete monopoly, no other work can compete with that which we could make. His own part was to do the writing. Messrs. Key and Biddle, who had replaced Bradford, furnish all the funds, and attend to the labor of publishing, selling, etc. As plans stood, the work would include 20 numbers, each with 6 portraits and accompanying printed matter, and the whole would be known as McKenney and Hall's History of the Indian Tribes of North America. A portion of the latter will be biographies of the distinguished men. My materials for this part of the work are very voluminous and of the most authentic character, having been collected from a great number of Indian agents and other gentlemen who are personally acquainted with the Indians. Catlin had therefore only to make some of his portraits available to share the immense profit. 195. Your object, I presume, will be to make money by the exhibition of your gallery, and it will doubtless be a fortune to you. But you could in no way enhance the value of your gallery more than by publishing a part of it in such a work as ours. Hall badly mistook his man. For the preceding half-dozen years Catlin had wandered among the Plains tribes, unsupported by government agency or private firm, gaining truly authentic materials at their tribal sources and painting a still Neolithic world with a few lovely colors. Obviously he hoped to make a living from his work, did in fact later maintain himself in Europe by exhibiting it, but never looked on native peoples as so many red objects to be consumed or exploited for enormous personal gain. On the contrary, he had early on decided the history and customs of such a people are themes worthy of the lifetime of one man, and nothing short of the loss of my life, shall prevent me from visiting their country and of becoming their historian. Accordingly, this great painter of the North and South American Indian disdainfully refused to be hanged in the necrological McKenney Hall Gallery. So I became editor, Hall wrote in his autobiography, and set to work, with my usual ardor and energy, which were not small. Since everything pivoted around the portraits, he was especially pleased with the work of Charles Bird King, a good artist, who from taking so many, acquired the art of hitting off the savage expression, and the exact tint of the tawny complexion. He also counted on the vast hoard of official correspondence and other materials McKenney had said he would make available. Do you know McKenney? Hall asked Everett A. Dukink, editor of the Cyclopedia of American Literature, in 1855. If you do, you will imagine the Seacliff not, and whether or not, what I write of him, is to be strictly inter nos. I found the first no partly written and I had to begin there, in the middle of that no and finish it. With some most agreeable social qualities, my friend the Colonel was as lazy a man as ever lived, and as unreliable a mortal as ever made big promises. His hoard of materials dwindled down to almost nothing, and after exhausting them, I could neither get him to furnish more, or to aid in writing. I went on alone. The labor was Herculean. Here were a long list of Indian heroes, to be supplied with biographies of whom we knew nothing but the names. But I was compromised to the work on, determined to do attend to make the work what was intended, an authentic national work. 196. Publishers came and went, and at last a couple of Yankees, Rice and Clark, got hold of it and finished it. Hall had given the project all his spare time for 8 years, but in the end, he complained, McKenney and I were to have had half the profits, but got little or nothing. Happily, as Simon Suggs might have said, there was more than one way to skin a cat. During this time Hall was also cashier of the Commercial Bank of Cincinnati, and later, after its charter expired, became president of a smaller bank of the same name, a lucrative position that beat hollow writing the lives of Indian heroes. As he wrote to Kink, "My circumstances are quite easy thanks to banking, no to authorship." So great were the strains of co-authorship they even split up this patriotic union of two men undertaking a great authentic national work. It was an unkind cut for Hall to call Mackenney as lazy as any man who ever lived, for the latter cast the Indian in that role. The Colonel expressed his attitude toward his partner by ignoring him on the title page of his memoirs, where he listed himself alone as author of the History of the Indian Tribes of North America, etc., etc. He also took his revenge, such as it was, by appearing as sole author of the octavo editions of 1848, 1850, 1856, etc. Itna, Licks. Probably Hall's account of their relationship was reasonably accurate in outline, but only the most dauntless of readers would accept his details at face value. Adjoining his autobiographical account of their collaboration, for instance, was his contention that his campaign biography of William Henry Harrison was not that at all but had been written with no reference to the election of 1836, a patent untruth easily refuted by his own correspondence at the time. He also maintained that apart from a few facts from explorers Pike and Long and Indian agent Schoolcraft, nothing was compiled from books for Indian tribes. Actually, he drew freely on Mackenney's tour and from his memoirs, example Itna, 2, 42,632, and indeed from a series of articles he had himself contributed to the Illinois Monthly Magazine, May, June, July, and August 1831, under the interesting title On the Intercourse of the American People with the Indians. In fine, caveat emptor, the judge's facts were not all original, not all were new and interesting, and not more than a handful were strictly reliable. Almost certainly his partner's contribution was a bit more substantial than Hall let on. Inspired perhaps by Mackenney's example, Hall deepened the muddle about the misplaced Mohawks by making the tribe the most powerful nation of New England in the colonial period and then erred in the other direction by locating them later in the western part of New York, 3, 123, 153, my 197. Italics. Either or both authors may have been responsible for the egregious error of making over Metacom, or King Philip, the great Wampanoag statesman of the 1670s, into a principal chief of the long-battered and scattered Pequots, 3, 28. On the conceptual level the confusion became simply monumental, suggesting authorship by someone in an advanced stage of dissociation, part philanthropist and part Indian hater. In some contexts Indians were fierce, rapacious, and untamable, 104, possessed of a seemingly innate savage appetite for blood, 3, 153. We find that the Indian, when seeking revenge, and especially when foiled in an attempt upon the primary object of his hatred, becomes possessed of an insatiate and insane thirst for blood, which impels him to feed his passion, not only with the carnage of the helpless of the human race, but even by the slaughter of domestic animals, 2, 112. Yet in other contexts the Indian appeared under all his cruelty as basically a tameable man, and the nursery stories that have left the deepest impressions on our memories were called into question. Indeed, we have been taught to consider the Indian as necessarily bloodthirsty, ferocious, and vindictive. True, the Indian had all those characteristics as the merciless savage he was, but it is no less true, that he has never been taught those lessons of humanity which have, under the guidance of civilization and Christianity, stripped war of its more appalling horrors, and without which we should be no less savage than the Indians. 2012. One is tempted to attribute to Mackenney this recognition of the Indian's unredeemed backwardness, and to Hall the perpetuation of nursery stories of his unredeemable bloodthirstiness. As we saw in the preceding chapter, however, quick assumptions about the Colonel's philanthropy are dangerous. Such reasoning would lead us, for instance, to identify Hall as the author responsible for depicting the Winnebago weacow as meager, dirty in his person and dress, crooked in form like the starved wolf, gaunt, hungry, and bloodthirsty. The rancor in this description flowed as if from the pen of Hall or of the Eastern Indian hater Robert Montgomery Bird, and for pure bile matched the novelist's likening of the Shawnee Wenonga to a consumptive wolf. But this dehumanization of Wekow in fact came from McKenney's memoirs, ITNA, 2, 431, M, I, 113. In Summa Theologica, 126,773, St. Thomas Aquinas had established certain criteria for the just war: it had to be declared by the sovereign, had to be waged against those who deserved to be killed or hurt for their evil, and had to be waged by those who had rightful intentions, that is, those who sought to advance good. 198. And avoid evil. A little like Father Prucha in the following century, the authors of Indian tribes sought to meet the final criterion head-on. We have asserted that the policy of our government, and the intentions of the American people towards the Indians, have been uniformly just and benevolent. 202, cf. I, 9, 361. Yet attempts to demonstrate these perennial good intentions repeatedly floundered and finally collapsed in undeclared disaster. Example 2, 176, 190. The recent Black Hawk War, so-called, was a case in point. Indian tribes provided most of the details. 5891. Black Hawk, whose unpronounceable Indian name we shall not attempt to repeat, on one occasion had been hunting on tribal land when a party of white men seized him, charged him with having killed their hogs, and beat him severely with sticks. Treaties then in force gave him and the Sacs right to live and hunt on lands previously ceded to the United States, but whites ignored the legal position, and as with the greater number of our Indian wars, this was incited by the impatience of our own people to possess the hunting grounds of the receding savage. In 1827 citizens burned down about 40 lodges in the Sauk and Fox village at Rock Island, Illinois. In 1831, under these circumstances, the government required the removal of this nation from the ceded tract. In April 1832 Black Hawk openly recrossed the Mississippi with about 1,000 of his people to visit their old home and mourn their dead. Their intentions were eminently peaceful, notwithstanding their merciless rule of warfare, which spares no foe who may fall into their hands. However helpless, they passed the isolated cabins in the wilderness without offering the slightest outrage to the defenseless sick inhabitants. Yet the alarm went out, the governor called out the militia, and an advance party slaughtered all but one of 5 or 6 Indians who were approaching them with pacific signals. The war had commenced. Then living in the state, Hall witnessed citizens rally to the colors almost to a man, so great was their hatred of Indians, and especially were all gentlemen who had any aspiration for political preferment, eager to sign a lease themselves in this field. Such was the benevolence of Hall's neighbors, the campaign became more of a springboard to political preferment than he could have anticipated. In the regular and militia forces that attacked and pursued the old brave and his band of Sauk families were 2 future presidents, Abraham Lincoln, nephew of the Indian stalker, and Zachary Taylor, the army officer who subsequently achieved still greater recognition fighting Seminoles and Mexicans, the Whig presidential nominee in 1852. Winfield Scott, the next 3 Gov. 199. Earners of Illinois, and at least 10 future members of Congress, state legislators, and lesser office holders. After a pursuit of hundreds of miles the Sacs were finally cornered near the mouth of the Bad Axe in Wisconsin and nearly the whole party slain or captured. Black Hawk escaped, later surrendered, and was paraded through the East as a prisoner of war. Thus ended a war instigated by a few individuals to forward their own sinister views, but which cost the government more than $2 million, besides needlessly sacrificing many valuable lives. But while we condemn the beginning of this contest, we would award credit to those who afterwards became engaged in it. However unjustly a war may be brought about, it becomes the cause of our country whenever hostilities have commenced, and Cecil E.B., that disgraceful affair, the Black Hawk War, New York, Norton, 1973, pages 18, 28,992, lists those who turned in their war credits, at inflated value, for political preferment. With an eagerness for the fray that would have made his uncle Mordecai proud, Lincoln enlisted at the first tap of the drum, according to John G. Nicolay and John Hay, Abraham Lincoln, New York, Century, 1890, I. 87,100. The war brought the young rail splitter his first public recognition. Afterward he returned to his humble home in New Salem, from which he was soon to start on the way marked out for him by Providence. Hall sensibly did not go into the details of how the hundreds of Sacs were slain. For an unflinching account of how they were, of how the 200-year heritage of Indian hating surfaced in the bloodletting at Bad Axe, see Ebby's That Disgraceful Affair, pages 24,361. The fugitive families were trapped at the edge of the Mississippi by pursuing soldiers on land and by a steam barge named the Warrior in the water. When they tried to surrender, they were cut down under their white flag by a 6-pounder mounted on the barge. Except for this technological advance, the ensuing slaughter was reminiscent of that at the Pequot Swamp. It was in this battle that one of the soldiers, John House, found, near the bank, an infant tied to a piece of cottonwood bark, deliberately shot the baby, and delivered himself of the immortal words, "Kill the nits, and you'll have no lice." Another volunteer shot a woman in the back after his bullet passed through the arm of her child strapped there. The mother died on the spot, but the child was taken to headquarters where the injured arm was amputated, perhaps unnecessarily. Soldiers ranged through the woods and along the riverbank, raping and shooting women, killing children, in fine, as one put it, fast getting rid of those demons in human shape, or, as another put it, those wretched wanderers who are most like the wild beasts than man. Lincoln missed Bad Axe and the preceding Battle of Wisconsin Heights, and afterward made light of his tour of duty. "By the way, Mr. Speaker, did you know I am a military hero?" he later sarcastically asked in the House. "Yes, sir, in the days of the Black Hawk War, I fought, bled, and came away. If General Cass ever saw any live, fighting Indians, it was more than I did, but I had a good many bloody struggles with the Musctos." Speech. In the U.S. House of Representatives on the presidential question, July 27, 1848, in Collected Works of Abraham Lincoln, ed. Roy P. Baller, New Brunswick, N.J., Rutgers University Press, 1953, I. 50,910. Intended to be very funny, the speech showed Lincoln to be a representative white man of his time and place. His celebrated compassion never quite made it across the color line. For Lincoln, as for Jefferson, Monroe, Clay, et.al., the blacks had to be colonized elsewhere and the reds had to be cleared out, or killed, before citizens could truly enjoy having a white man's country. Lincoln could celebrate along the way, however, as he did in an 1838 speech to the Springfield Young Men's Lyceum, that we, the American people, find ourselves in the peaceful possession of the fairest portion of the earth, as regards extent of territory, fertility of soil, and salubrity of climate. Ibid. 108. 200. Honor should be awarded to the citizen who draws his sword to repel an armed foe from our borders. 2. 7980. So much for honor and the uniformly just intentions of citizens and their government. Out of this disaster all that could be salvaged was Judge Hall's doctrine of the unjust war. It turned St. Thomas on his head, but no doubt the angelic doctor was out of place near the mouth of the Bad Axe. At the very beginning of all these killings and hurtings, I remarked, p. 5, that the Second Seminole War was dragging on in the 1830s much as the Vietnam War was to drag on 13 decades later. Led by Osceola, or Aci Yahalo, meaning black drink singer, the Seminoles repudiated the fraudulent Payne's Landing Treaty, proclaimed in 1834, that cleared the way for their removal through the signatures or marks of a few chiefs, resisted heavy-handed efforts to secure their compliance, and finally, after being whipped, tortured, and locked up, in 1835 launched a determined guerrilla struggle to maintain their freedom. During the war, Osceola was captured by the treachery of United States forces, and his wife was sold as a slave that made the United States, in the words of one of Cass's biographers, a trafficker in human flesh. Before hostilities ended, the United States sent some 30,000 troops to root the Indians out of their swamps, along with half its Marine Corps and a number of Navy warships and transports. Of this conflict that raged while Indian tribes came off the press, Colonel McKinney later wrote in his memoirs, "It was little thought of, that the employment of force to compel acquiescence to the terms of a treaty Payne's Landing, which were never binding upon the Indians, would cost some $30 millions, and lead to as lavish a waste of as patriotic blood as ever the earth drank up. And that a train of disasters would follow, through nearly a 7 years' war, reflecting anything and everything upon our arms and country, but honor. The war was alike unjust, inhuman, and inglorious. But the agony is over, and there remains no remedy but to study, in the future, to atone for the evils of the past." I 283, McKinney's italics. This ringing denunciation was accurate and suggested McKinney did not accept the unjust war doctrine. So one would assume Hall responsible for the torture justifications that appeared in Indian tribes, torture justifications that may be compared with the earlier account of Jackson's invasion of Florida and his summary executions of Reds and Whites, pages 100 and 5108. Like the Sacs, according to Indian tribes, the Seminoles had 201. Been abused and insulted. The most scandalous outrages were perpetrated upon their persons and property, provoked often by their own ferocity and bad faith, but nevertheless wholly inexcusable, all of which led to the political paradox of a people practically oppressed by a magnanimous nation, entertaining towards them the kindest sympathies, and annually expending millions for their defense, support, and welfare. 36,263. Still, ran the account in Indian tribes, the dark Seminoles had been tampered with in the past by spies such as Arbuthnot and Ambrister, whom the gallant General Jackson had rightly executed. Osceola was himself an aspiring demagogue, and his people were themselves intruders into a land previously occupied by the Europeans, from whom the American government derived title by purchase. 337, 374, 375. Thus the United States, having the right as well as the power to remove them, resistance could only lead to a war, wholly unjustifiable because hopeless. 37,576, the Seminoles were like John Endicott's Quakers, that is, in having thrown themselves on the point of the sword. And thus, knowing the perfidious character of these people, General Thomas Sidney Jessup had been entirely justified, nay, had only carried out his duty, in seizing Osceola and his associates under their flag of truce. They were intruders, and if it was lawful to remove them, there could be no moral wrong in taking them wherever they could be found. 38,687. So the political paradox, indeed the formulations in this absolutely staggering defense, were all Hall's. Our confidence that McKinney was in profound disagreement oozes away, however, when we reflect that he repeatedly took sole credit, proudly, for these formulations and everything else in the 3 volumes. It disappears when we learn that in 1842 he proposed balloons be used to root the Seminoles out of their swamps, v. 3. His proposal came too late to be implemented, but gave the colonel a niche in the military history of counterinsurgency tactics and placed him among the innovators who made the Seminole War look modern. Use of war rockets, rubber pontoon boats, and bloodhounds like Dugdale in the Yamasee, in anticipation of the K-9 Corps of World War II. Hanging in the McKinney Hall Gallery were valuable portraits of men and women of dignity who have since vanished. The biographies, along with Hall's History of the Indian Nations, to which we shall return, were grand receptacles for the racism, nationalism, imperialism, and religious bigotry of the age. And, however inactive McKinney's collaboration, they help reveal the underlying affinities of Indian hating and philanthropy. Judge Hall. 202. Drew on Colonel McKenney and General Cass for data and interpretation. McKenney drew on Cass for attitudes and assumptions integral to Indian hating. Both McKenney and Hall saw the Indian as a merciless savage, habitually indolent, perpetually infantile, incapable of abstract reasoning, a fit target for removal. Example 2, 112, 246, 262, 269, 3, 7, 21, 94. Above all, neither man saw anything wrong in writing of the great prairies of the far west as, in the words of the epigraph at the head of this chapter, uninhabitable by human beings, and then discussing Petal's Haro, Eagle of Delight, and other Indians who lived there. But in this too they merely revealed the curious notions and prejudices of their time, for Major Stephen Harriman Long, the Dartmouth graduate, former West Point instructor, and explorer, who was one of their sources, had already declared the Great Plains unfit for human habitation, and then had discussed the Indian tribes living in this great American desert. 3. In flush times in Alabama and Mississippi, 1853, Joseph Glover Baldwin presented Sergeant Prentice, ideal gentleman of the Old South. Free from any taint of Yankee meanness or littleness, Prentice was generous to a fault, magnificent even in his vices, as when he nonchalantly bet a fortune on the turn of a card, and chivalric in his courtesy. Under this knightly exterior was a temper instant in resentment, and bitter in animosities, yet magnanimous to forgive. Yet Judge Baldwin's overdrawn and idealized portrait was actually of a native Yankee, as W. J. Cash pointed out, namely of Northerner Prentice, studying to get on as a politician in the deep South. It was good to be shifty in flush times, South or North. Exactly like Prentice, Hall was a native Easterner studying to get on in new country, except he settled north of Mason and Dixon's line and thus had to adopt slightly different coloration in order to embody in himself his new neighbors' dreams of themselves. James Hall, 17931868, was born in Philadelphia. Like McKenney, he came from Quaker stock, though the Halls had long since abandoned the faith and made names for themselves in military service. Both his father and his grandfather served in the Revolution. He grew up in Philadelphia, commenced the study of law in 1811 but gave that up to enlist in the War of 1812, became a lieutenant of artillery under Winfield Scott, and after the Niagara 203 campaign was officially commended for brave and meritorious services. The young lieutenant liked the military, liked the faithful precision of its movements, the subordination of strict discipline, and the steady coolness of determined courage. Fortunately, since he sought to stay in action, after the hostilities ended he landed an appointment as an artillery officer in Stephen Decatur's expedition to Algiers. Unfortunately that little war petered out when Decatur reached an agreement with the Barbary powers. So after a cruise of the Mediterranean I returned at the close of the same year 1815, and was stationed at Newport, RI, and afterwards at various other posts until 1818 when I resigned, having previously resumed the study of law, at Pittsburgh, PA, where I was then stationed, and been admitted to the bar. All that was neglected in this autobiographical account was the major crisis of his career. In 1817 he had been court-martialed for negligence and insubordination, had been dismissed from the service, but managed to have his punishment conviction stood remitted by President Monroe. Then and only then had he been in a position to resign. Things were only infrequently the same as Hall construed them. Whatever the merits of the case against him, he was in fact a professional ordnance officer who left the service under a cloud of charges and counter-charges. Omit this crisis from his record as he omitted it from his autobiography. Might he then have remained a career officer like Winfield Scott and had first-hand experience of the Indian Wars he later merely chronicled? Very possibly. Up to that point his trajectory had been eastward. Say the conflict with the Barbary powers had dragged on, might he have become an interpreter of the Near East to the great Republic of the West? Who knows? But this much is sure, his destiny was not manifest before he descended the Ohio on a keelboat to take up the practice of law in Shawneetown, Illinois. That was in 1820, so the first 27 years of his life had been spent in the East. Over the next 8 years he was to become the Hon. Judge Hall, author of Letters from the West, 1828, interpreter of the frontier to the East, propagandist for his adopted region, professional Westerner. Like Melville's symbolic Pequod, a haunting name, Hall was not so much bound to any haven ahead as rushing from all havens astern. Astern was failure, the abrupt end of his military career and lack of success at the Pittsburgh bar. Ahead was new country, the new state of Illinois. I resolved to go to a new country, to practice my profession where I could rise with the growth of the population, but allured in fact by a romantic disposition. A. 204. Thirst for adventure, and a desire to see the rough scenes of the frontier. Almost straight away he became district attorney for 10 counties, and that meant he could look down the barrel of the law at counterfeiters, horse thieves, murderers, and other rough backwoodsmen. In 1825 he landed an appointment as circuit judge and served until 1827, when the legislature abolished the circuit system but not the Hon. Judge title, for that fell into place during these 2 years and stuck like flypaper for the next 40. His banking career commenced in 1827 when he was appointed treasurer of Illinois for a 4-year term. In January 1833, after being out of office 2 years, after the death of his first wife, and after 12 years in Illinois, none of them on any identifiable frontier, he backtracked to Cincinnati. There he remarried, resumed banking, and was on hand to become McKinney's partner, in which role we first met him. Betwixt and between his duties as soldier, jurist, and banker, Hall became a man of letters. He came from a family given to writing prose and verse, with a mother who achieved a measure of recognition for her prim conversations on the Bible, 1818, and brothers who published and edited the Portfolio, a Philadelphia literary magazine to which he himself frequently contributed. In Illinois he edited newspapers, founded a state historical society, and edited the first Western literary annual, the Western Souvenir. For 1829, 1828, wherein the Germinal The Indian Hater first appeared. In 1830 he established the Illinois Monthly magazine, and when he retraced his steps eastward, he took the literary periodical with him to Cincinnati, where it became the Western Monthly magazine, 183,335. In addition to Letters from the West, he had an armful of books to his credit, among them Legends of the West, 1832, in which the Indian Hater reappeared, Sketches of History, Life, and Manners in the West, 183,435, wherein appeared his celebrated chapter, Indian Hating. Some of the sources of this animosity. Brief account of Col. Moredock, Tales of the Border, 1835, wherein the pioneer continued the theme of Indian hating, of course Indian tribes of North America, in which he used his materials on Indian hating for a number of passages, example 2, 78, 3, 15,558, and the Wilderness and the Warpath, 1846, wherein the Indian hater made a valedictory appearance. As his titles indicated, Hall's subject was the West. Whatever their names, letters, or legends or tales, he had been writing the same book over and over, The Romance of Western History, 1857, as he called his last published work, a sly reproduction of the 183,435 sketches and hence the post-valedictory appearance of 205. Indian Hating. Col. Moredock. This bibliographer's nightmare prompted a contemporary rhymester to accuse the judge of making new books out of old, and of selling again, the present year / the work I last year sold. But caveat emptor, since when has a good story suffered in the retelling? Even after he left the bench, Judge Hall seemed to have his robes on. His portrait in the romance looked out at the reader from appropriately grave eyes set deep under a broad, noble forehead and over heavy jowls. He was short, stout, solid-looking, just the man to instill confidence in court or bank. To others he seemed courtly, dignified in bearing, genial, though the suggestion of geniality about the eyes was undercut by tightly closed, thin lips. In fact, as Edwin Fussell observed, he bore a close resemblance to Charlie Noble in The Confidence Man, his Masquerade, also published in 1857. There, Herman Melville described Noble as exuding a warm air of florid cordiality, contrasting itself with one knows not what kind of aguish sallowness of saving discretion lurking behind it. Hall's florid cordiality was everywhere in evidence, as in his fulsome compliment to his new Western neighbors, their contemplation of boundless plains and other majestic features of their country had swelled their ideas. Such obliging rhetoric made the judge much in demand as a speaker and raconteur. At 4th of July orations he extolled the swelling grandeur of the American empire and declared to pleased audiences that nothing could stop their westward expansion short of the Pacific. In addresses to the Philadelphian Society, the Young Men's Mercantile Library, and other bodies, he was wont to denounce the abolitionists and the pernicious dogmas of Garrison, invite support of the American Colonization Society, take a stand against Jackson and for a firm fiscal policy, champion the literary nationalism of Byrd and compliment Paulding for his sterling Americanism, unmask all British travelers as hired agents of their government, and anathematize vulgarity and depravity in literature. Fielding and Smollett were men of genius, but we cannot believe that any man of delicacy ever read their novels without disgust, and we should be sorry to accuse any lady of having read them at all. He had picked up his frontier lore in swings around the circuit of county courthouses, where he pumped his brethren of the bar for yarns and usable oddities, but unlike Lincoln, who later shaped his style in just this milieu, the judge never let on that a smutty story had fetched his fancy. Officially he disapproved of any writing that could not be shared with readers of his mother's reflections on the Bible. 206. In Blackwood's magazine of February 1825, Yankee novelist John Neal recalled his own precocity as a sharper in his mother's store. There as a boy he had learned how to sell tapely cheatsware, and pass counterfeit money if occasion required, as it would, sometimes in a country, where that, which was counterfeit, and that, which was not, were exceedingly alike, not only in appearance, but in value. If that was true of Portland, Maine, and Neal was to be trusted on untrustworthiness, then how much more true was it of the back country out toward the frontier, that meeting place of nature and fraud. At the other end of the seaboard another judge, Augustus Baldwin Longstreet, could claim his Georgia's scenes, 1835, were mint pieces, since they were by a native Georgian. In conscience or caution Hall could make no such claim, of course, so success in passing off his writing as the real thing depended on a little friendly connivance from readers. Those in the West, for the most part also newcomers none too certain about their identities, readily winked at the judge's habit of writing as if he were a native Westerner, a native by adoption, as it were. The Masquerade required delicacy, as in his introduction to the Western Souvenir, published a few years after his arrival in Illinois. All the contributors were old settlers, he shyly implied, for the annual had been written and published in the Western country, by Western men, and is chiefly confined to subjects connected with the history and character of the country which gives it birth. Westerners and others who shared the prejudices to which he appealed gladly accepted this old hand all-knowing manner as the gold coin of authentic knowledge. 4. Of course Hall's authority on the West was unalloyed counterfeit. Primary among Western subjects were true Native Americans, of whom he had no first-hand knowledge apart from a conversation with Black Hawk and a few other transient encounters. As we have seen, he had the curious notion that the way to come by reliable data on the tribes was to ask Cass, Schoolcraft, and other officials in the Indian service. But by their own definition white Westerners knew about Indians and Indian hating in ways Easterners could not, so Hall held forth at length on the intercourse of the American people with the Indians in several 1831 issues of the Illinois Monthly Magazine. That series of articles. 207. Then became part I of the 183,435 sketches and, notwithstanding his claim that he took nothing from books, was expanded for Indian tribes of North America. In the long essay on the North American Indians that concluded Volume 3, 83,345, Hall put the question directly, why is it then that they are savages? Why have they not ascended in the great scale of civil subordination? Why are they ferocious, ignorant, and brutal, while we their neighbors are civilized and polished? Well, they had always been a restless wandering people, easily tampered with and incited by the British to barbarous attacks on Americans. But the latter were not without responsibility for the current imbecile condition of their red wards, for their Indian policy had been wrong from the beginning. The United States had negotiated treaties with the tribes as though they were free peoples of sovereign nations, and that was absurd. In his most emphatic judicial manner, Hall ruled that to make a nation there must be government. The systematic anarchy of the tribes mocked that essential precondition. But between a government and no government there is but one line. There is a clear distinction between a state and a mere collection of individuals. The latter, whatever may be their separate personal rights, cannot have collectively any political existence, and any nation, within whose limits or upon whose borders they may happen to be, has a clear right to extend its authority over them, having regard always to the rights of other nations. It is necessary, for the common advantage and security of mankind, that all men should belong to some government, and those who neglect to organize themselves into regular civil communities, must expect that existing governments will impose their laws upon them. ITNA 3, 227. This relatively sophisticated warrant for imperialism simply set aside rights solemnly protected by treaties, since as wandering hordes Indians had no collective rights and could not establish ownership of lands they merely hunted over. It was a matter of power, anyway, not rights, and the quick exercise of power to bring the remaining Indians under the strong arm of government. Asterisk. Hall's plan looked toward the future. He proposed to stop the ceaseless warfare and wandering of Indians by having the military collect them in villages where they would be taught to understand the importance of private property. There the red man should be fed well, for an Indian, like a wolf, is always hungry, and of course always ferocious. In order to tame him, the pressure of hunger must be removed. On the other hand, he should not be pampered, for the bridle had to be placed firmly on his head, as with the wild ass, in the contest between the man and the brute, between intellect and instinct, the latter must submit. So it is between the civilized and savage man. If the Indian were broken to harness, he would not have to stay in these villages forever. We would deprive him of his natural liberty only so long as should be necessary to bring about that lucid interval, in which he would become sensible of his true condition, and apprised of the means held out for his redemption. Luckily the hordes remaining had recently been sent wandering across the Mississippi, so all that remained was a mopping up operation and discipline for the survivors leading up to that lucid interval. All the romance of the intercourse of the American people with the Indians obviously flowered not in the latter, this deluded race as Hall called them, ITNA 3, 339, but in the unconquerable race of boons who took possession of the country. In letters from the West the judge recalled his intense interest as a boy in gazing at the brawny limbs and sunburnt features of a Kentuckian, as he passed through the streets of Philadelphia. I thought I could see in that man, one of the progenitors of an unconquerable race. His face presented the traces of a spirit quick to resent, had the will to dare, and the power to execute. P5. Hall imagined plunging like the spoon into the boundless contiguity of shade, boldly cutting the tie to society. The mariner, when he looks abroad upon the vast interminable waste, may feel a depressing, yet awful and sublime sense of danger and solitude, but he has the consolation of knowing that if the solitude of the ocean be hopeless, its dangers are few and easily surmounted, they exist rather in idea than in reality. Boonsick and his companions could have no such animating reflections. Pages 25,253. Captain Ahab might have found these reflections droll, but then I hardly need to point out that we have been cut adrift on Defoe's interminable waste and not on Melville's. In his letter The Missouri Trapper, pages 292,305, the judge. 209. Followed this hardy race of woodsmen across the Mississippi, where he found Defoe's dream come true. That which the novelist deemed barely possible, and which has always been considered as marvelously incredible by a large portion of his readers, is now daily and hourly reduced to practice in our western forests. Here may be found many a Crusoe, clad in skins, and contentedly keeping bachelor's hall in the wild woods, unblessed by the smile of beauty, uncheered by the voice of humanity, without even a man Friday for company, and ignorant of the busy world, its cares, its pleasures, or its comforts. The veteran trapper Hugh Glass was actually in more desperate plight than Robinson Crusoe on one occasion, after Indians had treacherously stolen his rifle and sought his blood. But Glass made do with only the knife, flint, and steel in his shot pouch, to the admiration of Hall, who quoted the intrepid adventurer, "These little fixins," added he, "make a man feel right pert, when he is 300 or 400 miles from any body or any placeal alone among the painters, i.e., panthers and wild varmints." Wild varmints and not people inhabited this wilderness island Hall shared with Glass. Never more than tawny predicates of white subjects like Boone, Glass, and all his other conquering heroes, the judge's Indians practically invited being put out of their misery. Ever ready to oblige was the Indian hater, that archetypal Western souvenir. For 1829. The hater was Samuel Monson, and his was the by now familiar story. Like everybody else, he had merely despised and feared Indians until one day, or rather one night, when wife, children, mother all perished here in the flames before my eyes. Because of this unbearable personal tragedy, the man of sorrows shot red men down with unerring aim from that night on, and so long as I have strength to whet my knife on a stone, or ram a ball into my rifle, I shall continue to slay the savages. This lifelong dedication to his calling made sense to contemporaries, for the most part, and certainly seemed worthy of emulation to all the killers who followed, from Paulding's Timothy Weasel to Birdsnick and Hall's own later and still more celebrated Colonel John Moredock. But there was a problem. With Eros banished from his pages, Hall had turned his genteel prose toward Thanatos and dwelt in loving detail on arsons, murders, and other villainies. One of his letters was The Harps, pages 26,582, his only novel, The Harp's Head, 1833, also dealt with the notorious brothers who spread death and terror throughout the Green River country of Kentucky. Strange to say, the Harps had a savage thirst for blood, a deep-rooted malignity against human nature, could alone be discovered in their actions. They murdered every defenseless being who fell in their way without distinction of age, sex, or color. In the night they stole secretly to the cabin, slaughtered its inhabitants, and burned their dwelling, while the farmer who left his house by day, returned to witness the dying agonies of his wife and children, and the conflagration of his possessions. p. 269 *. But that was precisely what Samuel Monson had suffered, was it not? Then why did no farmer become a white hater and elicit the judge's sympathies for his murderous sorrows? Surely because killing wild varmints was one thing and killing white folks another. It was unthinkable that Hall should confer the respectability of his judicious understanding or put a civilized frame around killers who hunted whites as though they were wild beasts. But as for the killers who hunted reds as though they were, we may consider the Indian hater as the judge with his robes off. 5. Through the American heartland flowed the Mississippi. One April Fool's Day in St. Louis, the favorite steamer Fidelia, perhaps that listed by Hall as the destroyed Fidelity in his Statistics of the West, 1837, rocked gently in the current, ready for the downriver voyage to New Orleans. Near the captain's office a reward was posted for the capture of a mysterious impostor, supposed to have recently arrived from the East, quite an original genius in his vocation, as would appear, though wherein his originality consisted was not clearly given, but what purported to be a careful description of his person followed. Now, Hall was a 211. Recent arrival from the east of unclear originality, but view of the purported description was cut off by the surrounding crowd of pickpockets and peddlers. Among them was one who hawked, in the thick of the throng, the lives of Meeson, the bandit of Ohio, Merle, the pirate of the Mississippi, and the brothers Harp, the thugs of the Green River country, in Kentucky. Now that had to be the judge or someone peddling the judge's books, and maybe he was the mysterious imposter. But could he be recognized off the bench? My expectant surmises aside, so began Melville's surrealistic novel The Confidence Man. Soon appeared another hauntingly familiar face, that of a gray-coated philanthropist who solicited contributions to a widow and orphan asylum recently founded among the Seminoles. Could Colonel McKinney have put down his inspired idea of balloons to root Seminoles out of their swamps only to take up this grim joke of an asylum for the survivors? But positive identifications were next to impossible in the murky twilight of the boat, with all its vicissitudes of light and shade. More certainly than the philanthropist did the Indian hater come aboard after the Fidel tied up at the swampy and squalid domain of Cairo. Or, rather, he came aboard in the person of bilious Charles Arnold Noble, who had strikingly similar florid cordiality and had heard the history of the late Colonel John Moredock, Indian hater of Illinois, again and again. From my father's friend, James Hall, the judge, you know. In every company being called upon to give this history, which none could better do, the judge at last fell into a style so methodic, you would have thought he spoke less to mere auditors than to an invisible amanuensis, seemed talking for the press, very impressive way with him indeed. And I, having an equally impressible memory, think that, upon a pinch, I can render you the judge upon the colonel almost word for word. p. 161. In fact, James Hall, the judge, you know, sat right there, and through the ignoble Westerner parroted his Indian-hating formula for Frank Goodman, the cosmopolitan confidence man who was neither frank nor so good. In this perfect setting, just around the bend of the great river, came the pivotal chapter, the metaphysics of Indian-hating. By closely following Moredock's history in the sketches but not quite rendering it word for word, Melville tightened his grip on the mysterious impostor. In the novelist's rough hands the judge first launched, as was his wont, into a flatulent disquisition on the 212. Unbroken solitude of inland Crusoes, or in this instance of Harry Orson's, an allusion to the medieval romance of a wild man of the woods who had been suckled by a bear. The lure of a world without men and its underlying misanthropy bobbed to the surface out of the Boone legend. The sight of smoke 10 miles off is provocation to one more removed from man, one step deeper into nature. But every step away from the world of man necessarily brought the backwoodsman closer to the world of merciless savage. At this point Melville had all but given away the secret identification of Indians with natural objects. Anyway, as a youth, he had Hall say, the backwoodsman learned from the old forest chroniclers of Indian lying, Indian theft, Indian double-dealing, Indian fraud and perfidy, Indian want of conscience, Indian bloodthirstiness, Indian diabolism. To be sure, Charlie Noble later broke in to say, the backwoodsman probably never used those exact words, you see, but the judge found him expression for his meaning. Just so Melville called it sinning by deputy *, just as, in reverse, the judge in defining Indians very nearly unmasked himself in his own solemn enough voice, circling wiles and bloody lusts. Through the Chinese box device of having the bilious Westerner quote the Western judge's lines on yet another Westerner, Melville emphasized that they all, Hall and his neighbors, shared a doctrinal hate for Native Americans. To his due share of this collective abhorrence Colonel Moredock had merely added his private passion to avenge the murder of his family. All gave the killer their sympathy and understanding, not unmixed with admiration. At one of his customary dramatic pauses the judge always insisted the entire company smoke cigars in the colonel's memory, even though as a prime hater Moredock never let pass an opportunity for quenching an Indian, and though terror became his epitaph. In sketches Hall had warned against assuming that Moredock was unsocial, ferocious, or by nature cruel. On the contrary, he was a man of warm feelings, an excellent disposition. At home he was like other men. He was cheerful, convivial, and hospitable, and no man in the territory was more generally known, or more universally respected. Aboard the Fidèle, Melville made the judge put it this way: Moredock had a loving heart, as nearly all Indian haters have at bottom, and was convivial, hospitable, benevolent, and with nobody, Indians excepted, otherwise than courteous in a manly fashion. That exception rather helped his standing in the eyes of other men, namely his fellow citizens. In sketches, Hall had noted that Moredock was so universally respected he became a member of the Legislative Council of the Territory of Illinois, and at the formation of the state government, was spoken of as a candidate for the office of governor, but refused to permit his name to be used. The real-life Moredock was apparently a very singular white man indeed, or at least a cut above those who used the chase and slaughter of Black Hawk's band as springboards to political preferment. But witness Melville's reworking of Hall's lines so that aboard the Fidèle the judge was moved to add that the reason for the colonel's strange diffidence was not wholly unsurmised by those who knew him best. He felt there would be an impropriety in the governor of Illinois stealing out now and then, during a recess of the legislative bodies, for a few days shooting at human beings, within the limits of his paternal chief magistracy. If the governorship offered large honors, from Moredock it demanded larger sacrifices. p. 176. And there the judge stood exposed, his robes down around his ankles. Through the American heartland steamed the Fidèle, with its cargo of cant and charlatanry, its celebration of killers as pathfinders of progress and as the cutting edge of Christian civilization, its screaming eagle rhetoric about the uniformly just and benevolent intentions of the United States, its political paradox of a people practically oppressed by a magnanimous nation, entertaining towards them the kindest sympathies. The now you see it and now you don't truth under the judge's rapidly moving shells was simple, however tawny. Real human beings were daily and hourly quenched, raped and shot, looted and uprooted, banished and confined. To palm that truth was the judge's original vocation, and in that sense he was Melville's confidence man. But the country was full of recent arrivals from the East, mysterious impostors pretending to be natives and denying real natives their humanity. Their refusal to accept Indians as persons was enshrined by the drafters of declarations and constitutions on parchment, by sculptors in stone, by painters on canvas, by folklorists in legends, and by writers in print. As a lone confidence man, shifty James Hall would have mattered little. But as a representative peddler of the national moral swindle he mattered to Melville and should matter to us. In that sense, through the judge. 214. Burning the Cheyenne village near Fort Larned, Kansas, from Harper's Weekly, June 8, 1867. From Block Island onto the plains and beyond, Anglo-American arsonists left a trail of burned villages. This engraving shows them setting out, April 19, 1867, to burn about 300 lodges and all the possessions of 1,000 to 1,500 Cheyennes and Sioux. Located on the Pawnee Fork of the Arkansas River, the village was on Indian hunting ground supposedly secured by solemn treaties. And his Indian-hating all the other confidence men were hard at work destroying confidence and betraying men. Melville knew his Hall. By the 1850s the collective moral confusion was so dumbfoundingly pervasive that Melville's surrealism was in truth the harshest realism, just the means for ripping off false fronts and exposing sham and deception, floating identities, the true patriotism of empty rhetoric. The Metaphysics of Indian Hating gave the reader the best single overview to date of the terrain of racial hatred. It was an acute progress report on the state of the animosity after only 2.5 centuries of growth. In the Confidence Man the judge had given the Indian hater a prominent place among those who carved out a continental empire. Though held in a sort of barbarian, the backwoodsman would seem to America what Alexander was to Asia, captain in the vanguard of conquering civilization. Whatever the nation's growing opulence or power, does it not lackey his heels? The parallel was ominous. Why should the hairy conqueror stop short? 215. The 7th U.S. Cavalry charging into Black Kettle's village at daylight, from Harper's Weekly, December 19, 1868. In the post-Appomattox decades the quenching of Indians accelerated and left the prairie crimsoned, as a military historian has aptly put it. This engraving shows General George A. Custer leading a surprise attack, November 27, 1868, on Cheyennes camped along the Washita River. Custer and his men impartially slaughtered Native American men, women, and children, along with their horses and dogs. At the Pacific, as Hall once suggested he might, and not go on like Alexander to Asia? As the author of Moby Dick well knew, such men as James Kirk Paulding and Charles Wilkes already had come to regard the Western Sea as an extension of the American West. Mavely had the unsettling gift of seeing that when the metaphysics of Indian hating hit salt water it more clearly became the metaphysics of empire building, with the woodsman become mariner out there on the farthest wave, in Melville's words, riding upon the advance as the Polynesian upon the comb of the surf. 217. Part 4. Civilizers and Conquerors. As a matter of practical policy the annihilation of the Pequots can be condemned only by those who read history so incorrectly as to suppose that savages, whose business is to torture and slay, can always be dealt with according to the methods in use between civilized peoples. A mighty nation, like the United States, is in honor bound to treat the red man with scrupulous justice and refrain from cruelty in punishing his delinquencies. But if the founders of Connecticut, in confronting a danger which threatened their very existence, struck with savage fierceness, we cannot blame them. The world is so made that it is only in that way that the higher races have been able to preserve themselves and carry on their progressive work. John Fiske, The Beginnings of New England, 1889. 219. Chapter 16. The American Rhythm, Mary Austin. All this time there was an American race singing in tune with the beloved environment, to the measures of life-sustaining gestures. The ritualistic refrain of many of their prayer dances is not, "Lord have mercy on us," but "Work with us, work with us." Mary Austin, The American Rhythm, 1923. White Americans such as Mary Austin's family did not sing in tune with the beloved environment but pulled up stakes and moved on so frequently their lives took on a nomadic rhythm. Mostly they moved westward, and in 1879 visitor Robert Louis Stevenson moved with them on an emigrant train. Later his valuable Across the Plains, 1892, provided insights into the prejudices the pioneers carried to the Pacific. Following the woman he loved across ocean and continent, Stevenson had also followed an earlier dream. "For many years America was to me a sort of promised land," he wrote, asking readers to imagine a young Scot who shall have grown up in an old and rigid circle, following bygone fashions and taught to distrust his own fresh instincts, and who now suddenly hears of a family of cousins, all about his own age, who keep house for themselves and live far from restraint and tradition. These newfound relations indeed liked to think of themselves as the special guardians of freedom and would have been still more charmed by his embrace of one of their favorite sayings, "Westward the course of empire takes its way." Heavy support for this famous 1726 prophecy of Bishop George Berkeley came from George Bancroft's History of the United States, 183,474, the 10 imperial volumes of which Stevenson had somehow stowed in his luggage. And even 220. The late James Hall would have appreciated his avowal that Ohio had early been a favorite home of my imagination. Yet down the tracks came his corrosive observations on despised races, a section that would have convinced the judge that Stevenson was merely another hired agent in the guise of a traveler. My fellow Caucasians on the train, Stevenson found to his disgust, hated their companions in the special Chinese car as so many hideous vermin, and affected a kind of choking in the throat when they beheld them. The Chinese were, he was told, dirty, stupid, cruel, and thievish epithets that persuaded him the whites had never really looked at them, listened to them, or thought about them. But their judgments, as Stevenson called them, were typical of the feeling in all Western America and had their counterparts in attitudes toward the Indians, over whose own hereditary continent we had been steaming all these days. The few pathetic families gathered at the way stations moved him to pity, but my fellow passengers danced and jested round them with a truly cockney baseness. I was ashamed for the thing we call civilization. If oppression drives a wise man mad, he wondered what should be raging in the hearts of these poor tribes, who have been driven back and back, step after step, their promised reservations torn from them one after another as the states extended westward, until at length they are shut up into these hideous mountain deserts of the century and even there find themselves invaded, insulted, and hunted out. Their oppression extended past the extortion of Indian agents and the bad faith of all, down to the ridicule of such poor beings as were here with me upon the train. Westward the course of empire had deepened and spread the metaphysics of Indian hating. In California Stevenson might have added to his list of despised races the nigger Afro-Americans, the greaser Mexicans, the Canuck South Seas natives, the raghead Asian Indians, and of course the native Digger Indians. As these epithets suggested, the hatreds had some specificity but also interrelationships and common targets, non-whites. Hatred of the merciless savage was chronologically prior in North America and, I believe, the paradigm for the others. As the Honorable Frank M. Pixley, who represented San Francisco before the Joint Congressional Committee investigating Chinese immigration, testified in the centennial year 1876, God had assigned Africa to the blacks, America to the reds, Asia to the yellows, Europe, and later, somehow, America to the whites, and that meant the yellow races are to be confined to what the Almighty originally gave them, and as they are not a favored people, they are not to be 221. Permitted to steal from us what we have robbed the American savage of. With such a gentle stir, the pigments of Indian hating shaded off into coolie hating, the Chinese Exclusion Act, 1882, and the Yellow Peril hysteria at the turn of the century. In 1877, 2 years before Stevenson's arrival, San Francisco's Chinatown was repeatedly lighted up by burnings and lootings. As it was, after his return from Monterey in December 1879, he could walk out to the sand lot to hear a vulgar fellow, probably Dennis Carney, roaring for arms and butchery. Just before crossing the plains Stevenson had remembered a childhood story about Custalaga, an Indian brave who, in the last chapter, obligingly washed the paint off his face and became Sir Reginald somebody or other, a trick I never forgave him. It offended verisimilitude, like the pretended anxiety of Robinson Crusoe and others to escape from uninhabited islands. Pruned from the published version, probably by one of the author's flock of protectors, was the following revealing sentence: "Just you put me on an uninhabited island, I thought, and then we'll see." In flight himself from those who had taught him to distrust his own fresh instincts and more specifically estranged from his father, as Crusoe was said to have been, Stevenson had sought his promised land in the West. Instead he found white cousins treating dark-skinned peoples as despised Fridays. The freedom from restraint and tradition, racist tradition in this instance, was not to be found in Monterey, in San Francisco, or even up on Mount Helena above the Napa Valley, where he and Fanny Osborne had a brief, idyllic honeymoon. As it happened, he had to recross continent and ocean to create his own imaginary good place, and then it turned out to be Defoe's Island decked out with California scenery and a fabulous lot of hidden money, Treasure Island, 1883. For apprentice writers Stevenson left behind the magic of his transient presence. In 1888, shortly after her arrival in San Francisco, young Midwesterner Mary Austin daringly drank red wine, torn between wish and apprehension, as she put it, in the trail of places once frequented by one Robert Louis Stevenson, to whom, Mary gathered, she would be introduced if they met him, which they never did, though Mary forgets whether this was mere accident, or because he was no longer to be found there. Probably the Bohemian legend was no longer there, for that was the year Stevenson merely passed through San Francisco on his way to the South Seas, where we shall encounter him again in a different context. Meanwhile, to follow his apprehensive admirer out to the Golden Gate we must first retrace our steps to the Midwest. Mary Hunter Austin, 1868194, was a pioneer and the 222. Tour of Pioneers. On her mother's side she traced her descent back to her great-grandmother Polly McAdams, wife of Gerrit Duggar, the son of Pierre Daguerre, who had come over from France with Lafayette to serve freedom. Polly was the daughter of William McAdams, who had served in the Revolution with the North Carolina Continentals and afterward married Mary Hendricks and migrated to Tennessee. At the turn of the century the McAdamses tried to settle in the Illinois country north of St. Louis, but that, Mary Austin noted in her memoirs, was while the Black Hawk hunting ground was still infested by Indians incited by the French. One day the women and children were rounded up by Indians and held overnight at Spring Cove. At dawn came the prearranged signal of a single rifle shot, at which the women threw themselves flat, covering the bodies of their children, while their rescuers sent a full volley into the Indians. Nevertheless, the McAdamses were pushed back into Tennessee, where Polly became the childhood friend of Sarah Childress, who afterward married James K. Polk of Manifest Destiny fame. Polly McAdams herself married Gerrit Duggar and in the 1820s immigrated to Illinois permanently, settling finally in Carlinville, by which time the Hendrickses, McAdamses, Duggars, and other clans had also moved into the new state. Two of her great-granduncles, John and Wesley Duggar, joined in the chase and slaughter of Black Hawk and his people. Abraham Lincoln was a friend of the family. Uncle Sam Duggar helped carry Lincoln to his grave in 1865, and another Duggar served on the commission for his monument. There is in possession of the Duggars, Mary Austin recalled, a letter of Lincoln's that the historiographers know nothing about, which has the sanctity of a holy relic. Mary Austin's family saga read as if it came straight out of the patriotic pages of the 1920s Saturday Evening Post. Instead it formed the first part of Earth Horizon, the autobiography that was published 2 years before her death in 1934. There she reveled in the women who were so critically important in bringing civilization to the West, her mother, Susanna Savilla Graham, who had married the former Yorkshireman George Hunter in 1861 and borne him Mary and 5 other children, her grandmother Hannah Duggar, who had married the druggist Milo Graham, and most of all her great-grandmother Polly McAdams Duggar, the pioneer matriarch, who had passed her experiences on to the others and been the childhood friend of Mrs. James K. Polk, the First Lady in the land. And this was how American women were trained to win the land from savage hordes and to walk discreetly. 223. Beside their husbands in the highest offices to which they could be called, women and ladies alike. Those savage hordes seem incongruous in the pages of an authority on Indian dance drama. Yet when Mary Hunter Austin continued the westward trek of her grandmothers by taking up a homestead in the arid lands of Southern California, she took with her a full set of their ideas and attitudes. She believed and never stopped believing that the continent had to be won from Indians so nature could be subdued. She never shed the notion that the fratricide of the Civil War was romantic, and indeed even willed herself into believing she had seen it in person. What pageantry, what pomp, what attitudes! To the end of her life she celebrated men like her father, who had fought for Union and Lincoln and Captain Hunter's case. His celebrated service had earned him a malarial infection that led to his death in 1878. Always she celebrated the middle-class world of the Midwest and celebrated her ancestors, English, Scotch-Irish, French, and Dutch, all of whom in a sense marched behind her across the plains. When she was a young woman she learned that Uncle Jeff Duggar, in his tracing back of the Duggar lineage, had discovered that there was an Indian strain in the particular branch of the Virginia family into which the first Daguerre had married, but said little about it, since in those days, Indians were still varmints. No doubt the strain went back to Pocahontas. By 1932 one could proudly join the legions who claimed descent from that Indian princess or even acknowledge a Cherokee grandmother somewhere in the safely distant past. Wholesome was a key word in Mary Austin's memoirs. She liked wholesome young people, immensely worth knowing but not demanding physically. As a girl she had not cared to play post office, since she thought if she wanted to kiss a boy she'd just kiss him. She rarely had the urge, as she also made clear. A strict Methodist, she did not protest her church's prohibitions against dancing and the theater, since neither meant much to her and her classmates at the Presbyterian Blackburn College in Carlinville and at the State Normal School in nearby Bloomington. Dancing, in Mary's youth in the Mississippi Valley, had reduced itself to a merely sexual function. For Mary, whose sex perceptions developed late, dancing as she saw it in the 1880s revealed nothing of its relation to her own interior problem. 5 decades later, to those who asked if she was going to tell everything in her autobiography, she replied, "Everything that matters, to satisfy the modern expectation in that direct." 224. Mary would have to tell a great deal more than matters, since to the things Mary cared most about, sex never mattered much. On the contrary, her anxious defense of a degree of premarital restraint as one of the possible conditions of success, her bitter attacks on our intelligentsia for their Freudianism and their imputation of sexual hypocrisy to the Victorian era, and her curious insistence in the American Rhythm, 1923, that even for humans the sex urge is seasonal, all these views and others indicated that sex mattered to her much more than she let herself realize. As a child she remembered sitting by the door in the summer twilights listening to her mother Susie singing the good old favorites, Nicodemus the Slave, Tenting Tonight, and a version of Yankee Doodle in which angels poured lasses down on this nigger's head should fly. Still, despite this and despite her admission Indians were still considered varmints in those days, she maintained that she and the other Hunter children grew up in a liberal and enlightened atmosphere, where race prejudice did not exist. For proof she offered Mose Drakeford, Carlinville's sole-colored man, who cut wood in the bottoms, a happy-go-lucky darky who put a straw hat on the head of his mule and was of the opinion that the mule could keep the flies off his hind legs hisself. But to Mary he was a voice in the dark, inextricably bound up with the mucky smell of the bottoms and the malarial vapors that rose out of them after the sun went down. Also she could point out that Grandpa Graham had entertained in his own house 2 of the Fisk Jubilee singers when they were in town, black as stovepiping they were. But the dark looks of blacks hit Mary Austin hard years later when she was living on Riverside Drive in New York and had wandered off in the direction of the section then known as San Juan Hill, where she came upon rather shabby houses with a singular effect of darkness, coming out of the doorways and windows, a light of darkness, so strange that I stopped on a street corner to look. And suddenly I saw 3 black men crossing the street toward me, black, and walking with the jungle stride. They were so black and so freely walking that I was frightened. I looked about, and saw first one and then another black man, and then black women, going up and down the street, walking and disappearing, coming out black as they came toward me, and losing the blackness. Earth Horizon, p. 346. From then on the black and carnal flesh that advanced with its jungle stride obliged by walking out of its sensuality into reassert. 225. In whiteness, as though in early rehearsal for Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man, 1952. She prided herself on being able not to see the blackness of James Weldon Johnson, W.E.B. Du Bois, and other Afro-Americans and thus could blissfully forget they are black. After one trip to Harlem she did not go back, popular as it became to do so. I did not wish to see them black, and I feared with much looking, it might come upon me. So how could someone with such capacity for self-deception ever have gained a feeling for the American rhythm? Part of the answer went back to a summer morning in her 5th year of life when she had stood under a walnut tree in an orchard near her home and suddenly experienced an overwhelming sense of oneness with the universe. Thoroughly conventional otherwise, she was set apart from family and neighbors by this mystical experience and the accompanying discovery of her subconscious, a deeper, intuitive self she called I Mary. When she and her mother moved to California in 1888, this second self went along and helped her survive the first hard years of homesteading in the dry lands at the edge of the San Joaquin Valley, the stints of school teaching there and in the Owens Valley, the failure of her relationship with Stafford Wallace Austin. At the time of their marriage in 1891 Austin was a vineyardist near Mountain View Dairy. He came from a still farther west, the Hawaiian Islands, where his father was circuit judge and his family had established themselves as pioneer missionaries. As Mary Austin described him, he was a lackadaisical man, always vainly waiting for the big chance. Brought up on a huge carelessly kept plantation, in assumptions of social superiority such as accrue to Nordics living among brown peoples, he had at 16 removed to the mainland where he spent the next 12 or 15 years living in boarding houses and going to school on an allowance from home. He had never heard of such things as budgeting the family income, of competence achieved by cumulative small sacrifices and savings. Now that he did hear of it, he thought it all rather cheap and piffling. Earth Horizon, p. 241. With only one side of their story before us, we must tread warily here in full awareness of her depreciatory feelings about sex. Still, Wallace Austin seems to have lacked sympathy for his wife's growing rebellion against the status of women and for her dogged determination to become a person and a writer in her own right. Added stress to their relationship came in the discovery that their daughter Ruth, born in 1892, was a congenital idiot who even 226. Twilly had to be placed in a sanitarium. And at one point Mary Austin seemed to make biology responsible for her husband's failure to contribute to their common life. In the Owens Valley, men could always believe something would turn up and would spend their lives in waiting on the releasing discovery, she wrote, while in fact it was timeless space that held them. With the women it was not so, they felt, as they hung there suspended between hopes that refused to eventuate, life slipping away from them. For women have times, the short recurrent rhythm of well-being, the not-to-be-evaded times of birth, the climaxes of their racial function, the effacing hand of time across their charm, which points inescapably the periods within which experience is available. This was part explanation of their incompatibility, part explanation of her own sensitivity to recurrent rhythms in their larger environment, but no explanation at all of why other women seemed oblivious to the same phenomena. The marriage was, in any event, a mismatch from the beginning. Mary Austin put it aside after she went to Carmel in 1904. Wallace Austin secured a divorce 10 years later. 2. Like Siavi, the Paiute basket weaver in the land of Little Rain, 1903, Mary Austin found that with Mother Wit she could live in the desert without a man. For 16 years, from her arrival in 1888 to her departure for Carmel, her real love affair was with the land and its aboriginal life. I lapped up Indians, she noted in American Rhythm, as a part of the novelist's tormented and unremitting search for adequate concepts of life and society, and throve upon them. She came to know Yokuts, Paiutes, Washos, Utes, Shoshones, and members of other tribes. When she was ill, a Paiute woman suckled her daughter and a couple of years later brought the child dried meadowlarks' tongues in a hopeless effort to make her speech nimble and quick. In the towns between the high Sierras, Mary Austin had been shocked by a white man kicking a red woman to death for resisting his sexual advances, after which the Indian husband had wept in the broken measures of remediless despair. My wife. All the same one dog. She was an angry witness at Lone Pine of the local pastime of squaw chasing and horrified by the suicides of 2 young girls after 227. They had been captured and detained for the better part of a night by a gang of youths. Asterisk. Observations at the Indian school nearby made her a fierce and untiring opponent of the colossal stupidities, the mean and cruel injustices, of our Indian Bureau. What she had seen and learned persuaded her in the winter of 189,697 that she was no longer a Methodist nor indeed a Christian in any orthodox sense. When a Paiute medicine man explained to her that prayer was an inner act, she seemed to have known always that it was just that, an inner reaching out to something that was outwardly expressed in bodily acts, in words, in music, rhythm, color. Mary Austin saw how Indians lived with land upon which others would starve and how the land itself instructed them. She began to study their art and drew from their basket weaving their naked craft, the subtle sympathies of twig and root and bark. She entered into their lives and danced with them to the beating of the medicine drum, the pound of feet in the medicine dance. You give way to it through rhythmic utterance. Indians taught her how to write, she said, and the proof was on virtually every page of Land of Little Rain. A close observer of cactus, creosote, and other desert growth, she wrote of tree yuccas. Tormented, thin forests of it stalk drearily in the high mesas, particularly in that triangular slip that fans out eastward from the meeting of the Sierras and coastwise hills where the first swings across the southern end of the San Joaquin Valley. The yucca bristles with bayonet-pointed leaves, dull green, growing shaggy with age, tipped with panicles of fetid, greenish bloom. After death, which is slow, the ghostly network of its woody skeleton, with hardly power to rot, makes the moonlight fearful. P. 11. Out of such torment came beautifully fit prose for both flora and fauna. The coyote is your true water witch, one who snuffs and paws again at the smallest spot of moisture-scented earth until he has freed the blind water from the soil. Many water holes are no more than this, detected by the lean hobo of the hills in localities where not even an Indian would look for it. Pages 2728. 228. And finally the unity of the whole in a sentence with its own inner necessities. Twice a year, in the time of white butterflies and again when young quail ran neck and neck in the chaparral, C.V. cut willows for basketry by the creek where it wound toward the river against the sun and sucking winds. Pages 16970. Quite naturally the Paiute woman tightened the unity by weaving patterns of the plumed quail into her golden russet cooking bowls. Years later at the Tesk Pueblo, Mary Austin witnessed eagle dancers catch up the rhythm of the wind through the tips of their wing-spread plumes and weave it into the pattern of their ancient dance, to the great appreciation of the native audience. By a wry coincidence, she was instructed in the meaning of a nuance she had misconstrued by Ovington Colbert, a descendant of the same family as McKenney's Chickasaw Ward, the subtle wavering of the movement of the squaw dance, which I had supposed to be due to the alternate relaxation and tension of interest, was really responsively attuned to the wind along the sagebrush, rhythm, p. 30. Colonel McKenney never would have listened to this Colbert nor have looked without fascinated loathing at such exercises in devil worship, no more than had officials from John Endicott to those currently in the Bureau of Indian Affairs. But Mary Austin did and made her great discovery. Indian dances were prayers in motion. She even brought herself to accept the bronze bodies of the dancers as instruments of their rhythmic reverence and attacked the ludicrous prudery of a people who would undertake to insist that the corn dance should be danced in pajamas, lest deity, to whom the dance is made, should not be able to endure the sight of the bronzed thighs and shoulders he has given to the least of his Americans, p. 61. Mary Austin had had to cross the plains and live close to arid land before she found out that all this while, in the rich black lands she had left behind and in fact all across the continent, there had been an American race singing in tune with the beloved environment. Before 1900 she came up with that insight and then wrote it into such works of enduring merit as The Land of Little Rain, The Basket Woman, 1904, and The Flock, 1906. In her long essay The American Rhythm, published in 1923 and as an enlarged edition in 1930, she pursued the implications of her discovery for art and history. Each one of us, women and men, represent an orchestration of rhythms, p. 5, set basically by the blood and the breath. What is the familiar trochee but the lube? 229. Dub, lube-dub of the heart, what the hurrying of the syllable in the iambus but the inhibition of the blood by the smaller vessels? That was the biological foundation of the dance and drama, of all art, the inner ebb and flow of the individual merged through movement with those of the group. If we look for the resolution of intricacies of rhythm called classic, we find it in the dance, and if we go back in the history of the dance we find the pattern by which men and women, friends and foes, welded themselves into societies and became reconciled to the allness, p. 9. Naturally in North America particular rhythms grew out of its particular surroundings. On this turtle continent, as Indians called it, authentic poetry would thus not have old world forms but new ones nourished into being by native soils. Walt Whitman had moved in that direction, she granted, but the singing and dancing of Native Americans had already shaped the basic mold out of recurrent patterns of passionate communion with their Mother Earth. In a word, she perceived that the Indians lived that oneness with the universe she had experienced fleetingly as a child under a walnut tree. A primitive state of mind is, as nearly as I can make out, a state of acute, happy awareness. Streams of impressions of perennial freshness flow across the threshold of sense, distinct, unconfused, delicately registering, unselected. p. 28, she wrote in words that anticipated Paul Radin's observation that native people live in a blaze of reality. She perceived that the Indian's state of mind was not simple and perpetually infantile but one of deeply imbricated complexity in touch with his body. He used it to celebrate his alikeness, or better his identity, with that which gave him life and well-being. Through body movements, voice, drum, flute, rattle, color, the like, he, or she, joined others in circles of rising consciousness to a level of uncoerced obedience to tribal ideals. p. 36. These rhythmic ideals carried on a conversation with creation. Europeanly derived men and women, as she called Anglo-Americans, cut off from the mysteries of their bodies and thus cut off from their hearts and the free play of emotions, looked merely through their intellects at these dances and fearfully saw the devil at work. They had cut themselves off from the holy conversation. What Mary Austin had to reach for haltingly and grasp imperfectly Native Americans had known and felt all this time. In Lame Deer, Seeker of Visions, 1972, the late respected Sioux medicine man imagined the passing of a freezing winter in the misty beginnings of things and the thankfulness of men and women for the return of the life-giving sun. I can imagine one of them on a sudden impulse getting up to dance for the sun, using his body. 230. Like a prayer, and all the others joining him one by one. p. 198. For 50 long years the Bureau of Indian Affairs had jailed his people if they danced the sun dance. Lame Deer pointed out, even though all our dances have their beginnings in our religion. They started out as spiritual gatherings. They were sacred. p. 243. In Land of the Spotted Eagle, 1933, Sioux Chief Standing Bear equated dancing and praying in almost the same words, and the Indian wants to dance. It is his way of expressing devotion, of communing with unseen power, and in keeping his tribal identity. All the joys and exaltations of life, all his gratefulness and thankfulness, all his acknowledgments of the mysterious power that guided life, and all his aspirations for a better life, culminated in one great dance, the sun dance. p. 257. With no comprehension of such deep and infinite graces, the Anglo-American lacked all understanding of the continent he trampled underfoot. The white man does not understand the Indian for the reason that he does not understand America. He is too far removed from its formative processes. The roots of the tree of his life have not yet grasped the rock and soil. The white man is still troubled with primitive fears, he still has in his consciousness the perils of this frontier continent, some of its fastnesses not yet having yielded to his questing footsteps and inquiring eyes. But in the Indian the spirit of the land is still vested, it will be until other men are able to divine and meet its rhythm. Men must be born and reborn to belong. Their bodies must be formed of the dust of their forefathers' bones. p. 248. Mary Austin's major achievement was to divine how irrevocably Indians had made the land their own through dancing prayers, their own in the Indian sense of ownership, of course. Her divination lifted her to the distinguished company of Thomas Morton, George Catlin, and the few others who sensed that the frontier continent they had invaded possessed its own cherished rhythms. 3. I have remarked that Mary Austin never liberated herself completely from the religious and secular prohibitions and repressions of her youth. To the end she shared with her friend Theodore Roosevelt certain manifest destiny assumptions about how the West had to be won from the savage hordes that infested it. 231. All her life she shared with contemporaries certain social Darwinian notions about primitives and Don Man. Her deep-set conquistador attitude toward the land came out in the very essay that probed for its rhythms. Thus, if we go back far enough into the origin of simple poetic rhythms, we find the gesture by which in the days of the new the earth was conquered. p. 9. As Dudley Wynne has pointed out, her warm feelings for native peoples were betrayed by her pathetic celebration of the Saturday Evening Post as America's great folk voice and of big businessmen as the high priesthood of man's economic conquest of the earth. She was capable of true fatuousness, as in her observation in the Yale Review of June 1930 that the current attitude of the Department of Interior is enlightened and sympathetic towards all Indian art, 1942, an absurdity that no doubt owed much to the fact that her friend Herbert Hoover was in the White House. Yet in Land of Little Rain, American Rhythm, and a few other perceptive works, Mary Austin gave us intimations of a more precious significance than Frederick Jackson Turner's Significance of the Frontier in American History, 1893. Like other pioneers, she homesteaded at what remained of the hither edge of free land, or at what Turner still more revealingly called the meeting point between savagery and civilization. Like the others, what she brought in her head to that imaginary point was more important than the geographic fact, though Turner maintained otherwise. This perennial rebirth, this fluidity of American life, this expansion westward with its new opportunities, its continuous touch with the simplicity of primitive society, furnish the forces dominating American character. For Turner, thus did recurrent new opportunities for acquisition and destruction shape American character. But unlike the historian and his pioneers, Mary Austin took the trouble to enter Indian lives, found therein the reverse of primitive simplicity, gave way to their rhythmic utterances, and thereby experienced a true rebirth in the spirit of the land. With her rare openness to visionary experience, she brought to the West more than conventionally blinding assumptions and attitudes. In some measure she had readied herself for the kind of experiencing lame deer sought. I wanted to feel, smell, hear and see, but not with my eyes and my mind only. I wanted to see with Conte isteth the eye of the heart. This eye had its own way of looking at things. p. 39. Even seeing with the eye of her heart half open took Mary Austin more than half a continent away from Carlinville, Illinois, and the pioneer world of her grandmothers. 232. Chapter 17. The Manifest Destiny of John Fiske. Of course our whole national history has been one of expansion. That the barbarians recede or are conquered, with the attendant fact that peace follows their retrogression or conquest, is due solely to the power of the mighty civilized races which have not lost the fighting instinct, and which by their expansion are gradually bringing peace into the red wastes where the barbarian peoples of the world hold sway. Theodore Roosevelt, The Strenuous Life, 1901. Out of Granger, Wyoming, ran a branch of the Union Pacific called the Oregon Short Line. No loop-dub of heartthrobs as Mary Austin heard, but a ko-she-lunk, a-ko-she-lunk, a-ko-she-lunk, gliding swiftly along was the very different rhythm of steel wheels on steel rails that John Fiske heard and tried to reproduce for his wife in a letter of June 3, 1887. Outside his Pullman car was such a desert, a frightful desert. Not a tree, not a blade of grass, mountains rearing their heads on every side, wild and savage mountains parched with thirst. A howling wilderness, a hideous waste, this land whispered nothing to the alienated sojourner, a land of utter desolation, a land where no man could live. It struck me as being like the moon. Yes, these terrible mountains, casting their sharp black shadows across the blazing sunshine, are the very mountains I have seen through the telescope in the moon. Along the Bear River the scenery changed, and in Pocatello, Idaho, for the first time I saw wild Indians. At the station I saw a noble savage, with his squaw and two small sons taking nourishment out. 233. Of a swillbox. A few braves came capering around on their small horses armed with bows and arrows, and scowled upon us. Anything in human shape so nasty, villainous, and vile must be seen, in order to be believed. You wouldn't suppose such hideous and nauseous brutes could be. Letters, L. p. 539. Probably these Native Americans were Shoshone Bannocks, though Fiske derisively left them behind to caper unidentified. Shortly the porter, an amiable Sambo, *, called him to see the great falls of the Snake River. The American historian did not remember having heard of the river before, but did know Lewis and Clark had discovered this country and won it for the United States. The sight made him resolve to put poetry into his account of their expedition when he came to it in his history. I feel it all now, and that alone would be worth the trip. 5 years later Fiske returned to the New England of the Pacific, as he called Oregon, and on May 11, 1892, delivered the centennial oration Discovery of the Columbia River. According to him, on that day in 1792 Captain Robert Gray of Boston discovered the Columbia River. Thereby hangs a tale of empire, which I shall tell, p. 603. Everyone was in Astoria, including representatives of Oregon, Washington, and Idaho, when Fiske rode down to the bar in a ship that symbolized the river. Lots of steamers came out and greeted us, also a couple of canoes full of the most diabolical painted Indians ever seen outside of the bottomless pit. Such horrible creatures I never saw. The company on our ship was delightful. I was introduced to many old gray-haired pioneers, several who came with Dr. Marcus Whitman in 1843, p. 605. In the Astoria Opera House he orated on this latest chapter in the discovery and occupation of our continent, and was pleased to see the pioneers, those dear old whiteheads, scattered about in the audience listening to me. It was a great day. We had surpassing mutton for dinner, and in the evening there was a fine display of fireworks on the river. And next morning at breakfast the huge, jovial historian smacked his lips over freshly caught broiled salmon, one of the edible delights of continental conquest. Since John Fiske came from what had been Pequot country, he could also participate enthusiastically in a cluster of centennials that went even farther back in time. Thus in that great Columbian year of 1892 he was also named City of Boston Orator for the 400th anniversary of the discovery of America, p. 613. Still more fittingly he was invited back to the Connecticut Valley to deliver the story of a New England town on October 10, 1900, the 250th anniversary of the founding of Middletown, pages 69,091. Fiske's story, published that December in the Atlantic Monthly, demonstrated his mastery of the filiopietistic style. While telling the celebrants what they most wanted to hear, he made his remarks seem a new revelation of hoary truths. Our Puritan forefathers had carved the town out of a wilderness with Indians everywhere and with dangerous dark and unknown recesses. By 1900 he could even count on indulgent smiles when he referred to topics that had nourished his youthful years, predestination and original sin, and Webster's 7th of March speech. 2. Born in Hartford, John Fiske, 1842-1901, had grown up in Middletown, where a succession of grandfathers on his mother's side had been town clerks from 1722 to 1847. These maternal ancestors always figured more importantly in his life than his father, Edmund Brewster Green, who had gone west at the time of the gold rush and had died a couple of years later in Panama. Even after his mother's second marriage to a wealthy New York lawyer, her son stayed on in the Fiske home with his grandmothers. In 1855 he legally assumed the name of his great-grandfather John Fiske and later added an E at Harvard. Surrounded by doting elderly people who happily fell into the habit of looking on him as a prodigy, he much preferred their company to that of the rough town boys who used to catch him on the street, as he later explained to his fiancée, Abby Morgan Brooks, and then used to kick and pound me and tear my clothes, and throw me down in the mud and deface my books, and make life as hideous for me as ever they could. Pages 7984. So did the champion of Charles Darwin's natural selection and Herbert Spencer's survival of the fittest remember his youth. A model boy, his best biographer points out, he rego. 235. Larley attended Middletown's North Congregational Church, formally joined the congregation in 1856 following a conversion experience, and thought of spending the rest of his life working out God's providences in history. But by then such orthodox Calvinism had a general flavor of mild decay, as Oliver Wendell Holmes satirically observed. This was only a trifle premature, for the Calvinist denominations were in truth 17th-century holdovers, relatively unchanged in their brittle intolerance and in their joyless celebration of human depravity, on the defensive against secular, Unitarian, and Transcendentalist attacks, and on the verge indeed of falling to pieces into those frozen Puritan sects the next century called fundamentalist. In this state of decay their theology proved incapable of meeting Fiske's demands for certainty. Before long he was reading Alexander von Humboldt and Auguste Comte and calling himself a positivist, to the dismay of his grandmother, minister, and fellow townspeople. On the eve of his departure for Cambridge in 1860 he wrote his mother of his intense desire to be freed from the atmosphere of ignorance and religious intolerance which surrounds me, L. pages 3233. At Harvard he read Herbert Spencer and became a disciple, gained notoriety as a religious radical, and laid the foundations for his reputation as a scientific and philosophical exponent of evolution. Through essays and books with such overarching titles as Outlines of Cosmic Philosophy, 1874, The Destiny of Man, 1884, and The Idea of God, 1885, he brought the entire universe under his scientific laws of evolution. In reality his contribution to evolutionary theory was slight. While he encouraged others to think of him as a scientist, he made no claims to experiments or original observations of his own and contributed to Darwinism only the ancient idea that the long and dependent infancy of the child helped develop human intelligence and the family as a social unit. But even in passing on this suggestion in 1871, Fiske distanced himself from any real relatedness to other forms of animal life. In the lecture on moral progress, he wrote, Darwin, I have endeavored to show that the transition from animality, or bestiality, stripping the word from its bad connotations, to humanity must have been mainly determined by the prolongation of infancy or immaturity, L. p. 207. Now, Darwin's message on one level had quite simply reminded readers of what many had always feared: they were part of the natural process. They were reminded, that is, of what Native Americans had always gloried in. As Chief Standing Bear once observed, the Indian and the white man sense things differently because the white man has put distance between himself. 236. And nature, and assuming a lofty place in the scheme of order of things, has lost for him both reverence and understanding. Living, growing things were fellow creatures in a land to which the Indian belonged. He once grew as naturally as the wild sunflowers, he belongs just as the buffalo belonged. But Fiske took himself outside this web of relationships in the very act of discussing prolonged infancy and man's descent from an ape-like ancestor. Both animality and bestiality always had bad connotations for the American evolutionist. It was the mean roughness of those town boys who threw him down in the mud, and a quantum leap deeper the blackness of those elegant niggers in Baltimore and the red savagery of those hideous and nauseous brutes in Pocatello. It howled a reminder in his ears of his own lower nature rooted in sexual drives from which he was in such hurried transition. It was sensuality he feared. The Koran is continually accused of being sensual, he wrote Abby Morgan Brooks, relieved to find that, on the contrary, it is as free from sensuality as the New Testament, and far more so than the Old. L. pages 12425. Evolution had lifted him high above a sensual nature that was still the howling wilderness of his Puritan forefathers. On the Origin of Species, 1859, had a subtitle that seemed to legitimate racism, the preservation of favored races in the struggle for life. Moreover, in The Descent of Man, 1871, Darwin prophesied that at some future period, not very distant as measured by centuries, the civilized races of man will almost certainly exterminate, and replace, the savage races throughout the world. John Fiske used precisely these social Darwinian terms to laud annihilation of Indians as part of the process whereby higher races have been able to preserve themselves and carry on their progressive work. See epigraph, p. 217. For him to speak of races higher and lower, and otherwise to ground his argument in current biological theory, stamped him a man of his day. Still, In the 1630s Philip Vincent had invoked biology when he contended the English were the world's master colonizers because of their unparalleled fecundity, cp 50. The contrast between savagery and civilization was as old as that Roger Williams had drawn between the barbarous and his countrymen, p. 53. In Darwin's case it came directly from the ethnological stage theorists of the 18th century. Fiske's social Darwinian racism, that is to say, was old wine in new bottles, a vintage that in his case dated from the origin of the species Anglo-American. Even the words he used to describe those horrible creatures at the mouth of the Columbia might have come to the lips of Endicott or Underhill or Mason too. 237. And a half centuries earlier, the most diabolical painted Indians ever seen outside of the bottomless pit. Far from being an intransigent rebel against the doughty Puritans, as Fiske liked to call his ancestors, he was at most a mutation, or better a mutative model child, of their struggle to rationalize the world. John Mason had seen a special providence, God's hand, in making their red enemies at the Pequot Fort as a fiery oven, p. 43. John Fiske saw the slaughter as merely part of a general providence that programmed the rise of the higher races and the advance of progressive government over the universe. Mason's God had been the angry Jehovah who had intervened to laugh his enemies to scorn. Fiske's God had come down out of the heavens permanently for steady work as the great evolver, as the immanent force of his evolving creation. In the oft-quoted quip of Henry Ward Beecher, the renowned preacher, design by wholesale is grander than design by retail. When Fiske turned to the past, he pictured that wholesale design extending providentially out of the Puritan mission to the whole triumphant sweep of American history. 3. Fiske became the centennial historian par excellence. The 100th anniversary of the United States roused patriotic interest in old glories and brought him an invitation to deliver 6 lectures at Boston's Old South Church, hallowed meeting place of 1776. Denied the appointment he coveted on Harvard's faculty, he resigned as assistant librarian there to accept the offer, put aside temporarily his philosophical popularizations of evolutionary doctrine, and instead enlisted Darwin and Spencer to help him explain America's place in world history. In the spring of 1879 his lectures were a heartwarming success, with the church packed full of the very cream of Boston, p. 378, especially for the last lecture, on the future of Anglo-Saxons. When he visited London a few months later, that final lecture raised the roof. When I began to speak of the future of the English race in Africa, I became aware of an immense silence, a kind of breathlessness, all over the room, he wrote his wife, pages 4012. All at once, when I came to round the parallel of the English career in America and Africa, there came up one stupendous shout, not a common demonstration of approval, but a deafening shout of exultation. Don't you wish you had been there, dearest? It would have been 238. The proudest moment of your life. These howls of approbation encouraged him to revise the lecture slightly, retitle it Manifest Destiny, and make it the centerpiece of the series he brought to London's Royal Institution in May 1880. The lecture was published in Harper's in 1885 and in Fiske's American Political Ideas Viewed from the Standpoint of Universal History, API, the same year. The centennial has started it, he exulted, and I have started in at the right time, p. 378. Manifest Destiny was for John Fiske what the significance of the frontier in American history was to be for Frederick Jackson Turner, the foundation of his reputation as a major historian. As Milton Berman noted in his biography, this essay remained the basis of Fiske's historical writing to the end of his career and was an important factor in his great popularity. By September 1884 he had delivered the lecture some 50 times, 3 times in London, 7 in Boston, 4 in New York, and at least once in a host of other cities, API, p7. In Milwaukee, for instance, he took the Opera House one Sunday evening and gave Manifest Destiny at 25 cents a head. I had the governor and several members of the legislature to hear me and they were profuse in their expressions of delight, p. 460. by the special request of His Excellency R.B. Hayes, President of the United States, William M. Evarts, Secretary of State, General William Tecumseh Sherman, astronomer Simon Newcomb, historian George Bancroft, and others, he took the series to Washington, where he was presented to the cabinet and lionized by members and supporters of the administration. Among those who feted him was John Hay, whom we have met in other contexts. Hay had earlier attended Fisk's lectures on evolution and during this Washington visit had him to breakfast twice. The fact is, Fisk told his wife, "I have got all the brains of Washington to hear me, and they are delighted." P. 432. Wheresoever he went he evoked delight with his glad tidings. Westward the course of empire takes its way, Bishop Berkeley had written in 1726. The first 4 acts already past. A 5th shall close the drama with the day. Time's noblest offspring is the last. In his enormously popular Our Country, 1885, the Reverend Josiah Strong of the American Home Missionary Society took up the Anglo-Saxon and the world's future and shyly named himself and his countrymen Time's noblest offspring, p. 216. But Fisk had already over and over told somewhat different audiences that 239 was their destiny. They could justly derive patriotic pride from belonging to one of the dominant races of the world, API, p. 95. In Wonder-Working Providence, 1653, Edward Johnson had declared the Lord Christ intends to achieve greater matters by this little handful than the world is aware of. In the 10-volume History of the United States, 183,474, that Robert Louis Stevenson so laboriously carted across the plains, George Bancroft had extended this wonderful providence from Little Massachusetts Bay to North America and made the Calvinist deity into a Unitarian who spoke the language of Jacksonian democracy. In Manifest Destiny, Fisk made the self-same providence still more wonderful by making it global, a Darwinian deity who spoke English with a slight Teutonic accent * to the concepts of Darwin and Spencer. Fisk added those of the Anglo-Teutonists, English historians Sir Henry Maine, William Stubbs, and the bumptious Edward Augustus Freeman, who is perhaps best remembered for an observation that came out of his visit to the United States in 1881, "This would be a grand land," he wrote a friend from New Haven, "if only every Irishman would kill a Negro, and be hanged for it." Fisk drew on Freeman to show how Teutonic tribes had carried the germ of democracy from the forests of Germany to Britain in the 5th century. There in the chosen home of freedom, away from upheavals on the continent, it had grown into the English Parliament. Then Puritans had carried the idea across the Atlantic for its fullest expression to date, the Constitution of the Founding Fathers that came out of their New England town meeting and the written fundamental laws of settlers in the Connecticut Valley. To this explanation of the origin of representative and local self-government Fisk joined Spencer's notion of progress from simplicity to complexity, militancy to industrialism, and in his own words, from primeval chaos to the millennium, API, pages 97,100. The 2 great branches of the English race would reach the millennium when every land on the earth's surface that is not already the seat of an old civilization shall become English in its language, in its political habits and traditions, and to a predominant extent in the blood of its people. The day is at hand when 4/5 of the human race will trace its pedigree to English forefathers, as 4/5 of the white people in the United States trace their pedigree today. API, p. 135. Thus would the race consummate the manifest destiny begun on the Atlantic seaboard by carrying it around the world to usher in that era of universal peace Spencer posited as the goal of evolution. Still, Fisk's conclusion, for all its cheery images, had ominous undertones. Our survey began with pictures of horrid slaughter and desolation, it ends with the picture of a world covered with cheerful homesteads, blessed with a Sabbath of perpetual peace. API, p. 144. Whether Asia with its half-civilized populations was to be spared this onslaught was not entirely clear, but Africa will not much longer be left in control of tawny lions and long-eared elephants and Negro fetish worshippers, Australia had already planted thriving states in what had been a country sparsely populated by a race of irredeemable savages hardly above the level of brutes. In New Zealand the English were multiplying faster than almost anywhere else, and there are in the Pacific Ocean many rich and fertile spots where we shall very soon see the same things going on. API pages 118, 13335. With a Darwinian emphasis that directly echoed Philip Vincent's fertility contentions of the 1630s, Fiske counted on English-speaking whites to outbreed the opposition and, through this mechanism of natural selection, survive and multiply where others would decline and vanish. Still, how were non-whites, the great majority of the world's peoples, to vanish rapidly enough to suit their replacements? This awkward complication moved Fiske to invoke one of the seeming paradoxes of the whitening of the world, namely that the possibility of peace can be guaranteed only through war. API, p. 101. And he was comforted by his population extrapolations and by the irresistible military predominance presently enjoyed by the offspring of those old Teutonic tribes. 241. So far as the relations of civilization with barbarism are concerned today, the only serious question is by what process of modification the barbarous races are to maintain their foothold upon the earth at all. While once such people threatened the very continuance of civilization, they now exist only on sufferance. API, p. 107. Just so did Indian hating become cosmic. Fiske's gratifying fantasy underwrote genocide in what shortly became a global empire. In 1898 the United States booted Spain out of the Caribbean, took Puerto Rico, grabbed the Philippines, annexed the Hawaiian Islands. In 1899 it helped partition the Samoan Islands and through John Hay addressed an open-door note to the rest of the world. In 1900 it had more than 10 million native peoples as subjects and had spread the race, in line with Fiske's prediction, from the rising to the setting sun. API, p. 135. Precisely because contemporaries shared his fantasy before they heard it and had already started acting it out, he seemed to them a great man, a philosopher, a scientist, and undeniably the age's most popular lecturer and writer on American history. Though he never revised his confident prophecies in the direction of Henry Adams's somber fear that the dark races are gaining on us, he did consent to become president of the Immigration Restriction League in 1894 in an effort to keep Manifest Destiny pure at its source. But his was essentially a sunny view of white America's prospects, and that made him the preeminent centennial historian and therefore the proper person to speak to Middletown on its 250th anniversary. In his 1900 story of a New England town, Fiske reminded his listeners of a lonely place behind an old tavern about 8 miles north of Middletown. If you go there and climb up a steep grade through an orchard, you suddenly come upon an entrancing scene overlooking the beautiful Connecticut. Turning toward the north, you see, gleaming like a star upon the horizon, the gilded dome of the Capitol at Hartford, and you are at once reminded that this is sacred ground, sacred because it was there the seeds of federalism were sown in the first written Constitution, which became a pattern for those that led to the development of our nation. API, p. 151. And just so was Calvin naturalized or nationalized in sacred ground where John Mason had hunted and annihilated the Pequots. The blow which our forefathers struck was surely Cromwellian in its effectiveness. To use the frontiersman's cynical phrase, it made many good Indians. 242. After all these bloody years and miles, the Puritans' model child could still stand there gloating and sinning by deputy. In 1901 John Fiske died on the 4th of July. But a month before this timely end, he triumphantly queried a correspondent, "I wonder if you are aware of the fact that on May 3 the United States established civil government in the Philippines." L. p. 701. 243. Chapter 18. Outcast of the Islands, Henry Adams. Henry Adams's journey to the South Seas is one more ray of light on the fact that the world is fast growing too small for its worldlings. But let him not think that even there he can get out of the crowd. I have many friends in those parts. Please, if he hasn't started, give him my love and tell him that if he wants savage islands he can't do better than come back to the British. Henry Jame Stowe John Hay, June 23, 1890. Born in 1838, Henry Adams finally sought his desert island in 1890. Shortly he would be a pirate in the South Seas, he explained to an English friend. In thus imitating Robert Louis Stevenson, I am inspired by no wish for fame or future literary or political notoriety, or even by motives of health, but merely by a longing to try something new and different. Civilization becomes an intolerable bore at moments. L.I. 403. With his unappeasable appetite for irony, Adams almost audibly savored the fact that as he wrote he awaited the last page proofs of a magnum opus that was an imposing monument to civilization. Numbed by the suicide of Marion Hooper Adams in 1885, he had since shut himself up in their Washington home on Lafayette Square to finish the history of the United States during the administrations of Jefferson and Madison, 188,991. Therein he had drawn on Auguste Comte's reworking of 18th-century stage of society theory to help him demonstrate the certain triumph of the centralized national state over kinship or tribal societies. His was first and foremost the study of the evolution of a race, the Amer-Ican race, and thus of American character and ideals, for which Jefferson had the centrality we have considered. But now that the historian had finished his massive labors, they bored him. He had come to doubt the inevitability of what he had so painstakingly traced and even to question whether his basic term race had any identifiable referent. As he put it later in the Education, race ruled conditions, conditions hardly affected race, and yet no one could tell the patient tourist what race was, or how it should be known. About all the patient reader of his great work could say definitely was that throughout his 9 volumes the American race did not include reds or blacks or browns, and that these customary exclusions only said what the particular race he had in mind was not. Manifestly the exclusions did not provide a precise definition of race or even the clue he sought, without which history was a nursery tale, pages 411, 412. For Henry Adams, perhaps our finest historian, serious practice of his profession was over, while his education had long since ended. Life was complete in 1890, he said in a famous sentence, p. 316, the rest mattered so little. Before he left for the South Seas, he did his best to persuade John Hay, his next-door neighbor and closest friend, to come along, holding out as bait that Hay's daughter might have her pirate isle on which they and the artist John Lafarge would establish an ideal republic. Cater, p. 192. In the midst of building a summer home on Lake Sunapee in New Hampshire, Hay had to beg off, though he clearly would have loved to play Alexander Selkirk with them. Their departure sounded the last ringing of the bell. I now feel I shall never go west, and thence east. I shall never see California nor the Isles of the Sea. WRT, 280. Sorry to leave Hay behind, Adams pulled Lafarge away from his family and studio, and in mid-August the middle-aged common travelers in gaiters set off across the continent. Since Adams detested mountains and execrated the sea, as he was to confess only half playfully, he was as alienated from his surroundings as John Fiske had been from his Wyoming moonscape. On the train he took instructions in watercolors from Lafarge, became interested in light and color, and spent one day trying to dabble sage green for the sagebrush, but this abstract pastime hardly rooted him in what flashed by their windows as they jolted along. In San Francisco they boarded a ship that also 245 carried a troop of cowboys and Indians bound for Wild West shows in Australia. In Hawaii they were entertained by Judge Sanford Dole, the future president of the islands, and amused by King Kalakaua. Finally they reached Samoa in early October and pulled up off the island of Tutwila, where they transferred to the 30-foot cutter that would take them to Apia 60 miles away. 2. A few minutes and the steamer was far away, recorded Lafarge in his travel diary, and we saw the boats of the savages make a red fringe of men on the waves that outlined the horizon. And strange sensation, a realizing of the old pictures in books of travel and the child traditions of Robinson Crusoe. A few hours later he made absolutely clear they imagined themselves Defoe's hero. Rain squalls forced them into a little harbor at Anua where palms fringed the shore with shade. A blue-green sea ran into a thin line of breakers like one of the places we have always read of in Robinson Crusoe and similar travelers. A splendid naked savage carried them ashore, and residents of the village nearby, once they had learned they were not missionaries, treated them to their first experience of the Shiva, the legendary dance of Samoans. So those lovers of form, the Greeks, must have looked, rhapsodized Lafarge, anointed and crowned with garlands, and the so-called dance that we saw might not have been misplaced far back in some classical antiquity. So beautiful and extraordinary was it, no motion of a Western dancer but would seem stiff beside such an ownership of the body. The young men were no less splendid, leading this American son of a Napoleonic officer to the great wonder that no one had told me of a rustic Greece still alive somewhere and still to be looked at, Ram, pages 6887. The greater wonder, missed even by his companion the aficionado of irony, was that no one had told these Crusoes that some thousands of miles astern, on the continent they had left behind, the original American race had been dancing all this while in rhythmic unity with the beloved land. Despite the tropical setting, it was as if the clock had whirred back wildly to the 17th century and to the first Henry Adams startled by naked bodies in the Massachusetts Bay Colony. Samoa, said the last Henry's best biographer, swept him off his Puritan feet, Samuels, p. 11. Built up over the generations from that first Henry to John and John Quincy and through his own. 246. Father, Charles Francis, the historian's layers of repression seemingly came unstuck all at once. With uncharacteristic breathlessness he wrote that Lafarge had been knocked out by the Shiva, Greece was nowhere. I imagine he never approached such an artistic sensation before. For my own part, I gasped with the effect of color, form, and motion, and leave description to the fellow that thinks he can do it. To me the effect was that of a dozen Rembrandts intensified into the most glowing beauty of life and motion, Cater, pages 19899. To Elizabeth Cameron, the Pennsylvania senator's wife with whom he was infatuated, he essayed a description of the scene as the girls, naked to the waist, filed into the light. The mysterious depths of darkness behind, against which the skins and dresses of the dancers mingled rather than contrasted, the sense of remoteness and of genuineness in the stage management, the conviction that at last the kingdom of old gold was ours, and that we were as good Polynesiacs as our neighbors. The whole scene and association gave so much freshness to our fancy that no future experience, short of being eaten, will ever make us feel so new again. Lafarge's spectacles quivered with emotion and gasped for sheer inability to note everything at once. To me the dominant idea was that the girls, with their dripping grasses and leaves, and their glistening breasts and arms, had actually come out of the sea a few steps away. L.I. 41819. So quickly, apparently, were the languors of civilization thrown over for gasps of pleasure at the return of the forbidden body, all those glistening breasts and arms and dripping forms. In a letter to Hay, Adams enclosed photographs of girls he had snapped with his newfangled Kodak, though he warned that you must supply for yourself the color, the movement, the play of muscle and feature, and the whole tropical atmosphere, which photographers kill as dead as their own chemicals, Cater, pages 20-23. Even so, Hay pored over the images and flayed himself for missing the originals. I hang over your photographs and contemplate your old gold girls, and interrogate the universe, asking if there ever was such a fool as you who shall never a grand Jamais enter that paradise. Samuels, p. 13. More tantalizing still were the pi strippers with beautiful thighs Adams put before his friend in another letter. Made more taboo by the missionaries than the Shiva, he reported, the pi was danced in the dead of night by 2 or 3 of the best and most shapely women. In the course of graceful movements their sayapas or waistcloths worked loose. 247. In the pi the women let their lava-lavas, as they are called, or sayapas, seem about to fall. The dancer pretends to tighten it, but only opens it so as to show a little more thigh, and fastens it again so low as to show a little more hip. Always turning about and moving with the chorus, she repeats this process again and again, showing more legs and hips every time, until the sayapa barely hangs on her, and would fall except that she holds it. At last it falls, she turns once or twice more, in full view, then snatches up the sayapa and runs away. Cater, p. 216. These rhythmic legs and hips, his friends' gasps of delight, the setting of a native house, lighted by the ruddy flames of a palm leaf fire in the center, and filled, except where the dancing is done, by old gold men and women applauding, laughing, smoking, and smelling of coconut oil, all were calculated to turn Hapom green with envy. Race and sex were inextricably entangled in these glowing letters from those first few days in Samoa when Adams and Lafarge felt so new again. Better, for that little while the old gold dancers symbolized sex. Adams then explicitly considered, half jestingly and half longingly, an old gold liaison, that is to say, he half seriously contemplated a return to what Lafarge called ownership of the body. But such a warm paradise regained became unthinkable when the layers of repression were firmly in place again. Once the Puritan in Adams regained domination, he held there had been nothing there to be attracted to in the first place. Checking any prurient longings his peep show might have aroused in Hay, he declared the pie he had just described was not what it seemed. They are not in the least voluptuous, they have no longings and very brief passions, they live a matter-of-fact existence that would scare a New England spinster. Cater, p. 219. That proverbially cool old maid was a cauldron of passions, in fine, compared with the harmless old gold girl. Not representing sex, the latter represented no threat, she has no passions, though she is good-natured enough, and might perhaps elope with a handsome young fellow who made a long siege of her. Cater, p. 217. Adams was safe. He was no longer young and most unlikely to make a long siege of her. In a letter to his close friend Clarence King, the explorer, Adams bragged that none of the maidens had inspired me with improper desires and that his age was not solely responsible. 53 years are a decided check to sexual passion, but I do not think the years are alone to blame. Probably I should have behaved differently 30 years ago, yet as I look back at the long 248 list of dusky beauties I have met, I cannot pick out one who seems to me likely, even 30 years ago, to have held me much more than 5 minutes in her arms. That the beauties were dusky doubtless had much to do with his rigid self-control. The more dusky the more unpalatable, for then they shaded the Negro too closely. L.I. 418, 438, cf. Cater, p. 207. Ernest Samuels, who quoted Adams's long letter to King, noted that it next made a quixotic and revealing shift, as if following a subterranean and divergent course. The moral of this is whatever you please. To my mind the moral is that sex is altogether a mistake, and that no reversion to healthier conditions than ours can remove the radical evils inherent in the division of the sexes. p. 16. The tone of this defiant pronouncement suggested the moral was not altogether pleasing. Denying the living human bodies of the superb men and women any more reality than passionless Greek fauns, Adams simultaneously denigrated their characters and culture. For a historian of his stature to generalize so wildly from a foundation of almost total ignorance was in itself significant. He had readied himself for Samoa hardly beyond reading novels and travelers' narratives, largely because he had not known what to expect. His senses were awakened by those first encounters with civilization without trousers. Once there he made no attempt to meddle with the language. It would be hard enough anyway, he explained to a correspondent, for every word has different meanings according to its accent, and the field for mistakes is somewhat too wide in a society which is perfectly unreserved in its habits. Cater, p. 212. So through the filter of an interpreter he desultorily asked about old customs, families, and religion, chiefly for want of something to talk about during the interminable visits of native chiefs. Even at this remove he discovered that most of what 249 interested him was secret, became convinced that the Samoans have an entire intellectual world of their own, and never admit outsiders into it, but cared too little about these matters to make any searching inquiry, so they may keep their secrets for anything I shall do. L.I. 44,142. Yet 2 months after his arrival he wrote, "Hey, what I don't know about Samoa is hardly worth the bite of a mosquito." Cater, p. 224. Still earlier he had written Elizabeth Cameron, "He was getting to know my Polynesian too well, and to feel the opera bouffe side of him. In 53 days he and Lafarge had exhausted the islands." L.I. 449. In truth, Henry Adams had no more respect for the Samoans' culture than great-grandfather John had had for the Shawnees, grandfather John Quincy for the Seminoles, or brother Charles Francis, Jr., for that of the Indian neighbors of Thomas Morton of Marymount. In Samoa the natives were alike each other as two casts from the same mold. Cater, p. 225. Incapable of mature politics, their concern over rivalries among the imperial powers was all the play of these brown-skinned children, who are bored for want of excitement, and are quite capable of getting up a fight about nothing. L.I. 456. They had the virtues of healthy children. Cater, p. 220. In fact, the natives, like all Orientals, are children and have the charms of childhood as well as the faults of the small boy. Cater, p. 200, cf. Ram, p. 212. Permanently childish, they of course could not think, as Lafarge says, they have no thoughts. Cater, p. 219. Now, these Fridays had counterparts extending all the way back to the Massachusetts Bay, all indistinguishable from one another, all childish, all mindless. Over the miles and years, all the brown-skinned children were seen as creatures of the viewer's ignorance, prejudice, and fears, and not as the living native peoples of the land. Accordingly, when the two amiable middle-aged tourists had shipped out of San Francisco, what they brought in their heads and hearts, their education, shaped how they saw and what they felt about the native peoples of the South Seas. Their intellectual and emotional baggage had predisposed them to see those peoples as infantile, and that seeing had larger implications. Lafarge remembered one of his friend's history lessons that gave him the sense of looking at the world in a little nutshell. The Pacific is our natural property. Our great coast borders it for a quarter of the world. We must either give up Hawaii, which will inevitably then go over to England, or take it willingly, if we need to keep the passage open to Eastern Asia, the future battleground of commerce. Rem. p. 153. 250. The contention that our great coast made the Pacific our natural property could as easily have been switched to the east and applied to the Atlantic, no doubt to the consternation of Britain and all the civilized powers. But it made certain sense if you had been brought up to believe the Pacific an empty space, the watery extension of the once virgin continent, with the isles of the uttermost seas uninhabited, save for childlike counterparts of the once merciless savages. And so with scarcely a ripple had Adams's continental imperialism flowed down the Pacific slope and out onto stepping stones for insular imperialism. 3. Here is an outcast, Adams characterized himself, who fled from his own country to escape the interminable bore of its nickel-plated politics and politicians, yet when he seeks refuge in an inaccessible island of the South Seas, 10,000 miles from an Irishman, he finds politics running around like roosters without heads. L.I. 45,556. But just in case, he had prudently bethought himself to bring along to his desert island formidable letters of introduction, and these promptly moved Howard M. Sewell, the young U.S. consul, to show him deference and to take him and Lafarge into his own household. No less gratifying was the response of Samoans when they learned that the U.S. man-of-war John Adams, familiar throughout the archipelago for its role in recent imperial maneuvers, had been named after Adams's great-grandfather. With mock deprecation he admitted, "I am a great Alinableman because all the natives knew the frigate Adams." L.I. 421. Then all the more rankling was his reception one October day when he and Lafarge climbed up above Apia to Vailima, where Robert Lewis and Fanny Osborne Stevenson were carving a home out of the mountainside. There Stevenson and his wife were perched like queer birds, mighty queer ones too, he wrote. Hey. He seems never to rest, but perches like a parrot on every available projection, jumping from one to another, and talking incessantly. The parrot was very dirty and ill-clothed as we saw him, being perhaps caught unawares, and the female was in rather worse trim than the male. I was not prepared for so much eccentricity in this particular, and could see no obvious excuse for it. Stevenson has 251. Bought, I am told, 400 acres of land at $10 an acre, and is about to begin building. As his land is largely mountain, and wholly impenetrable forest, I think that 200 acres would have been enough, and the balance might have profitably been invested in soap. Apart from this lapse, he was extremely amusing and agreeable. He had evidently not the faintest associations with my name, but he knew all about Lafarge and became at once very chummy with him. Cater, pages 2012. Hay's reply made clear he grasped what had at first gravelled his friend. Now I will have to tell you, perhaps a dozen fellows have done so. Stevenson's account of your visit to him. Your account of that historical meeting is a gem of description. I have it by heart. His is no less perfect and characteristic. He writes to N.B. : "Two Americans called on me yesterday. One, an artist named Lafarge, said he knew you. The name of the other I do not recall. Bear up under this, like a man, in the interest of science. It completes the portrait of the shabby parrot, WRT, 2, 86. No historic meeting ever started off more awkwardly, though Stevenson seemed courteously unaware of Adams's intense dislike. We have had enlightened society," the novelist wrote Henry James. Lafarge the painter, and your friend Henry Adams, a great privilege would it might endure, L.I. 451n. Adams himself wrote Elizabeth Cameron that we have seen much of Stevenson these last few days, and I must say no more in ridicule, for he has been extremely obliging, and given me very valuable letters of introduction to Tahiti and the Marquesas, L.I. 446. Yet the ridicule swiftly streamed back full strength, all through him, the education shows. His early associates were all second-rate. He never seems by any chance to have come in contact with first-rate people, either men, women, or sick artists. He does not know the difference between people, and mixes them up in a fashion as grotesque as if they were characters in his New Arabian Nights, L.I. 452. So had Stevenson been unpardonably unmindful of the illustrious family name Adams, known even by the natives, and deserved dismissal for his second-rate associates. These second-raters in fact included George Meredith, Fanny Sitwell, John Singer Sargent, Henry James, and his fellow members of the London Athenaeum Club. Adams knew the Stevensons had just broken ground for Vailima, destined to become perhaps the most elegant home in all Samoa, but preferred to dwell on their temporary quarters in a two-story Irish shanty, beside which a native house is a palace. Squalor was the only word to describe their household, squalor like a railroad navvy's board hut. 252. Adams could see the Stevensons were clearing the jungle and burning the undergrowth, but took them to task for not doing it in white duck and gloves, their dirty hands and soiled clothing. The day he and Lafarge dropped in, unannounced and unexpected, also bore traces from the sooty old cooking stove they had been trying to set up. But Adams's correspondence had drilled into them that the coarse, squawking parrot named Stevenson plumed himself in squalor and enjoyed being untidy and unwashed. Rather, he absolutely relished dirt. Stevenson absolutely loves dirty vessels and suffocating cabins filled with mildew and cockroaches. He has gone off to Sydney chiefly, I think, to get some more sea dirt on, the land dirt having become monotonous. Cater, p. 238. Still, observed J.C. Furness, it is late in the day to feel the old urge to kick Henry Adams for a snob voyage to windward, 1951, p. 371. With less restraint, James Pope Hennessy, another Stevenson biographer, regretted the sadly provincial judgment of Henry Adams. Robert Louis Stevenson, 1974, p. 274. And in his impressive biography of the American historian, Ernest Samuels acknowledged the violent, disturbing, disquieting impact of Stevenson on Adams, and in explanation offered the latter's prickly individualism and tautenting prejudices, resentment in having to follow in the more famous man's footsteps to Polynesia, and the neurotic fastidiousness that surfaced when he met the Bohemian legend face to face. Samuels, pages 2832. All these explanations help but still do not quite account for what was after all an extraordinary outpouring of venom. While Adams was playing outcast and toying with an old gold liaison, he met a man who to his horror seemed a real outcast of the islands. To his mind the internationally famous writer had insanely thrown himself off the top rung of society and out of history into native nothingness. By going native, as they say, Stevenson had acted out what Adams had only dared fantasize for a few fleeting days. To damn what he longingly detested, Adams then rummaged through his national heritage and came up with time-tested means. Stevenson was a squaw man. His wife wore the usual missionary nightgown, which was no cleaner than her husband's shirt and drawers. He wrote Elizabeth Cameron, but she omitted the stockings. Her complexion and eyes were dark and strong, like a half-breed Mexican, L.I. 425. Yet this was just a bit out of focus, so he later pictured dark Fanny Stevenson dressed in a reddish cotton nightgown and seated on a piazza chatting, apparently as well and stalwart as any other Apache squaw, L.I. 446. Still more revealingly he wrote "Hey that Ste. 253. Venson goes through fatigues, deprivations, and squalor enough to kill a dozen robust Samoan chiefs, not to mention his wife, who is a wild Apache, Cater, p. 202. To complete this plunge into barbarism and past, the unwashed Fanny and her dirt-obsessed husband had a mode of existence here far less human than that of the natives, L.I. 452. Never did that prime Indian hater Robert Montgomery Bird reveal more of himself in his denigration of white renegades than did Adams of himself in his lines on Tacitala, as the Samoans affectionately called the Scottish teller of tales. As Adams wrote Elizabeth Cameron after the writer's death, so I am reading Robert Louis Stevenson's letters, which make me crawl with creepy horror, as he did alive, L. 269. This true great-grandson of John Adams was perceptive in his creepy feeling, for all his slanderous misstatements, about one thing. Stevenson did threaten the very way in which Adams experienced the world. In Samoa the writer had grown healthier, more at peace with himself, more mature. At first the indecent dances bothered him, but as he edged further and further from his hereditary Calvinism he developed a passionate fondness for Samoans, whom he did not idealize as he had the Tahitians, and came to accept the way they lived in their bodies. Indeed, they taught him not to think sex altogether a mistake, as Adams put it, but rather the reverse, as he himself observed a few weeks before his death. If I had to begin again, I believe I should try to honor sex more religiously. The worst of our education is that Christianity does not recognize and hallow sex. A terrible hiatus in our modern religions is that they cannot see and make venerable that which they ought to see first and hallow most. Well, it is so, I cannot be wiser than my generation. Furness, p. 423. By edging closer and closer to what Furness called a willfully organic intimacy with life, Stevenson had all but stopped his flight from the wild man within. His important, unfinished, posthumous Weir of Hermiston, 1896, showed that Stevenson had not only found his island but finally strength to face the shadow self that had driven him so far, that inner Caliban he had called Mr. Hyde in one of his most famous and most misunderstood stories. And that was precisely why he so disturbed Adams. Stevenson was learning a lesson his own education had ruled out, and nothing attracted him less, Adams later declared, than the idea of beginning a new education, pages 31617. Shortly he wrote Elizabeth Cameron from Papeete, like Robinson Crusoe and 254. Herman Melville, I have been able to turn my mind to nothing except escape from my island. In double quick time he and Lafarge had exhausted Tahiti, which is a true Crusoe island, l.i. 483. In their scramble to get off the island they did not mark the arrival of a dark genius named Gauguin, whom Lafarge would one day half defensively call that crazy Frenchman. Unlike these American Crusoes, Paul Gauguin was to find himself in the South Seas and to realize his art in canvases ablaze with the colors of a voluptuous nature under a tropical sun. For him native life turned out to have inexhaustible appeal, and none of his figures was more beautiful or more mysterious than his Tahitian Eve. Plainly a woman and not the babbling child of Adams and Lafarge, she was very subtle, very wise in spite of her naivete. She was an Eve after the fall, Gauguin granted, but still able to walk naked without shame and retaining all the animal beauty she enjoyed on the first day. Going the other way, Lafarge returned to civilization with his paintings. So few of his canvases hinted at Gauguin's opulent innovations, but most turned native Eves into Adams's pallid New England spinsters, or, more exactly, into his own genteelly draped evasions of superb bodies, as in his sweetly ethereal Fayaway sails her boat, Rem, facing P68. Adams returned with letters to be posted, an unresolved quest, and a restless aimlessness that made him a tourist through his own life, with every place soon exhausted and no place to stop running. 255. Chapter 19. The Open Door of John Hay. For the first time in his life, he felt a sense of possible purpose working itself out in history. As he sat at Hay's table, listening to any member of the British cabinet, for all were alike now, discuss the Philippines as the question of balance of power in the East, he could see that the family work of 150 years fell at once into the grand perspective of true empire building, which Hay's work set off with artistic skill. Henry Adams, The Education, 1918. Unlike Henry Adams, John Hay came from the West, or from what still passed for the West when he grew up in Indiana and Illinois. With pardonable exaggeration his biographers have acclaimed him a son of the American frontier, TD, p. 187, or the son of a frontier doctor, born in a small dwelling on the edge of the western wilderness, WRT, I, 2, from Scottish stock. Hay's wandering grandfathers were like Mary Austen's on her mother's side, the McAdamses and the Duggars, and unlike the first Adamses who settled on Thomas Morton's old place and stayed put. Great-grandfather Adam Hay located at the foot of the Shenandoah Valley in Berkeley County, Virginia, and there, as William Roscoe Thayer safely surmised, probably did his share of Indian fighting. Grandfather John Hay followed in the footsteps of Daniel Boone and all the other heroes, real and fictional, to the dark and bloody ground, where he settled at Lexington and raised a family. In 1831 he moved to Springfield, Illinois, where he became a friend of Abraham Lincoln, probably knew the Duggar family, and may even have met the illustrious Judge James Hall. Father Charles Hay finished his medical training in Lexington, moved to Salem, Indiana, commenced practice there as a country doctor in 1829, married Helen Leonard, a recent A.R. rival from Massachusetts, and in 1838 named their third child after his own father. Born 6 years after the so-called Black Hawk War had cleared the region of Indians, John Hay was a son of the frontier only in the loosest sense. His grandfathers had belonged to the first line of advance, Tyler Dennett more aptly observed, his fathers and uncles to the replacement troops, but he was himself from beginning to end a town boy. Still, he did come from the generations of assault and replacement troops, and that origin later helped him write with sympathetic understanding of Lincoln's similar background in that Anglo-Saxon lust of land which seems inseparable from the race and which impelled their ancestors to people Kentucky and therewith produce such generic figures as Lincoln's Indian-hating Uncle Mordecai, CP 123. Across the Mississippi there were still lands to subdue and Indians to subjugate, of course, but John Hay turned his back on them and reversed his grandfather's line of march by going the other way to make his mark. Through the help of his family and in particular of Uncle Milton Hay, a respected Springfield lawyer, he went to Brown University in 1855. In Providence the frail, bookish youth found a refinement lacking in the Midwest. In the Baptist College he was perhaps best remembered as a rhetorician and poet, with the first 4 lines of his class poem, 58, suggestive of his sensibility. Oft let the poet leave his toil and care, to greet the spirits of the sky and air. Let him go forth to learn of love and truth, from nature smiling in eternal youth. TDP 22. The graduate went back to Warsaw, Illinois, where Dr. Charles Hay had relocated, as to a kind of exile in a dreary waste of heartless materialism. Unmoved by the great events of the day and especially unsympathetic to the abolitionists, the young poet Astor found himself, faute de mieux, reading law in Uncle Milton's office and meeting members of the Lincoln Circle in Springfield. He thus was on hand to help his friend John George Nicolay with the president-elect's ballooning correspondence. When Lincoln went to Washington to be inaugurated, Hay was invited to go to assist Nicolay and to step into his own destiny in the East. Ever afterward he was known as Colonel Hay, Lincoln's secretary, though he was never really the latter, for Nicolay was, and 257. Never really a colonel, for his military title came out of no service in the field or on the parade ground. Lincoln had him commissioned so he could serve as his unofficial secretary and court jester, for he liked the playful wit Hay exhibited and cultivated in the White House. Though the colonel was later to claim Lincoln as the greatest figure since Christ, that conviction was slow in forming. They got on well, but during those Civil War years Hay became the protege of William H. Seward. Even before Lincoln's assassination Hay had used his connection with the Secretary of State to land an appointment as Secretary of the Legation at Paris, a position he filled for about 18 months. Still drawing on Seward's goodwill, he next served, 186,768, as charge d'affaires in Vienna. Then, even with his patron out of the cabinet, he landed another fat office, as he put it, as Secretary of the Legation at Madrid, 186,970. For 4 of the 5 years between 1865 and 1870, he served the United States abroad. These were his real student days, Tyler Dennett observed, for on the continent he matured and made up, at least in some measure, for the intellectual awakening that did not take place at Brown, p. 21. William Roscoe Thayer stated flatly that Hay returned from Paris what he had always wanted to be, a cosmopolite, I. 244. No one could deny Hay's surface Polish, world-weary cynicism, and charm as a conversationalist, but there is no evidence he experienced an intellectual awakening anywhere or ever ceased being a provincial. Beyond doubt he was conformist to the core, a dedicated courter of power and respectability, and hence a steadfastly conventional white Protestant American. One of his diary entries, for instance, recorded his impressions of the ghetto in Vienna. From the Judenplatz rolled an endless tide of Polish Jews. These squalid veins and arteries of impoverished and degenerate blood are very fascinating to me. I have never seen a decent person in these alleys or on those slippery stairs. But everywhere stooping, dirty figures in long patched and oily black gabardines. A battered soft felt hat crowns the oblique, indolent, crafty face, and, what is most offensive of all, a pair of greasy curls dangle in front of the pendulous ears. This coquetry of hideousness is most nauseous. The old Puritan who wrote in Barebones' time on the unloveliness of love-locks could here have either found full confirmation of his criticism or turned with disgust from his theme. WRT, I, 29,293. So ingrained a Yankee was Hay, old John Endicott could have counted on him to help shear the Lord of May's lovelock and have 258. Found in him an eager, all-around recruit for his war against the wearing of long hair after the manner of rough Ians and barbarous Indians, cp 26. Hay fancied himself a Christopher Newman, Henry James's self-made tycoon in the American, 1877, a fundamental self-misidentification that revealed more about his longings than his circumstances. He was always someone else's man, a lifelong secretary, first as Lincoln's private helpmate and then as Seward's protégé. From 1870 to 1875 he was White Loreed's editorial assistant on the New York Tribune. In 1874, at the age of 37, he married Clara Stone of Cleveland, and the following summer he was at work in the office of Amasa Stone, bridge builder, railroad magnate, Rockefeller associate, Western Union Telegraph Company director, and generous father-in-law. Stone gave Hay and his daughter financial security and a new mansion on Cleveland's Euclid Avenue. In 1879 Hay became Rutherford B. Hayes's Assistant Secretary of State, in which position we met him when he entertained John Fiske so handsomely during the latter's command appearance in Washington. It was during these years too that Hay and Adams and Clarence King, along with Clara Hay and Marian Adams, established their Five of Hearts circle. In 1881 Hay returned to Cleveland to work on the Lincoln volumes he had undertaken with Nicolay, his joint guardian of the great emancipator's tradition. In 1883 Amasa Stone committed suicide, leaving Hay a made millionaire. Model robber Baron J. Gould made him a director of the Western Union to take his father-in-law's place. In 1886 the Hays escaped Cleveland to move into their new Washington home designed by Henry H. Richardson. It faced Lafayette Square and adjoined the house of Henry Adams, also by the same architect, at 1603 H Street. Thenceforth the friendship of Hay and Adams became still more intimate when apart. The salutations of their letters suggested this closeness, my own and unliest, for example, and my beloved, WRT, 2, 99, 100, and by way of adoption as much an improvised European as the type bourgeois Bostonian Adams discussed in a since famous letter to Henry James, L. 2, 414, Hay made numerous trips abroad. During this period, ostensibly for his health but frequently for solace from civilisation américaine. Were it not for family cares, he wrote Adams in 1887, I would gladly wander on anywhere a mule or canoe could bear us and search till death for the Garden of Eden or the Fountain of Eternal Wit, or any other thing we were sure not to find. But Clarence King helped him find a desert island of 1,200 acres deep in the woods on Lake Sunapee in New Hampshire. In 1890, work on his hideaway there kept him from joining Adams and Lafarge, as we have seen, on their jaunt to the real Crusoe Islands of the South Seas. 2. That same year appeared the 10 volumes of Nicolay's and Hay's Lincoln. They had been running as a serial in the century since 1886 and they added luster to Hay's reputation as the poet laureate of the Republican Party, the foundation for which had been laid 2 decades earlier. Then Hay had burst upon the literary scene with a series of periodical articles, Tribune editorials, and poems, a book of verse, another of essays, followed by, a few years later, a novel. One of his more interesting articles appeared in the Atlantic Monthly of December 1869, XXIV, 66978. Titled The Mormon Prophet's Tragedy, he might better have called it The Mormon Prophets Just Deserts. Joseph Smith and his band of liars and hypocrites had settled in southern Illinois, where they practiced polygamy, led lewd lives of open and cynical licentiousness, and kept all of Hancock County, in which the Hay family had also resettled, in a state of unwholesome excitement for 4 years. Finally in 1844, local initiative being what it was, the good citizens formed a militia regiment to carry out the public will, resolved, that we will forthwith proceed to Nauvoo and exterminate the city and its inhabitants. Along with a number of leading men who had rallied at the tap of a drum, Hay's father went along as regimental surgeon, though he dropped out when Governor Thomas Ford ordered the irregulars to disband. Many ignored the order, however, went on to Carthage where Smith was imprisoned, and shot him down in the yard outside the jail. A jury understandably acquitted the mob leaders, for they were good citizens, educated and irreproachable, who still live to enjoy the respect and esteem of all who know them, and the writer was one of those who knew them, in the mind of any. 260. Anti-Mormon. There was nothing more criminal in the shooting of Smith than in the slaying of a wolf or panther. The denigration and dehumanization of those who were different, the pathological reaction to other sexual mores, the ominous will to exterminate everything was there save color, and that line apparently could be passed in times of acute crisis, of unwholesome excitement. It was as though the drum were tapping for the Black Hawk War a dozen years earlier. Hay's essay echoed James Hall's torture justifications of that slaughter unmistakably, if unintentionally, as when he applied the judge's Indian-hating formula, Hay placed the civilized frame of his understanding around an act that would otherwise have appeared out-and-out murder. Pike County Ballads and Other Pieces, 1871, laid the foundation for Hay's early fame. James Hall had pioneered in introducing the vernacular of the Old Northwest into his sketches and tales, as when he had the trapper Hugh Glass feel right purred, though the italics underline the judge's half-apology for daring to bring such language into literature. CP 209, John Neal and James Russell Lowell in the East, and Bret Harte in the West had experimented with dialect, and shortly Mark Twain would bring that of the Mississippi Valley to fruition in The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, 1883. But Hay's slight pieces swept the country when they appeared. In Banty Tim, the most intriguing of the dialect poems, Hay seemingly took a strong stand against the racism of the Mississippi Valley, pervasive everywhere and strong in his own hometown of Warsaw, formerly called Spunky Point. As the ballad began, Sergeant Tillman Joy, accompanied by a black boy, returned after Appomattox only to be confronted by the White Man's Committee of Spunky Point, Illinois. "I reckon I get your drift, gents. You lo the boy shan't stay. This is a white man's country. You're Democrats, you say. And whereas, and seein', and wherefore. The time's bane all out o' int. The nigger has got to mosey from the limits o' Spunky P.int. Understanding all this, the sergeant still told the White Man's Committee to go to hell. Why? Because he had been wounded one ungodly day at Vicksburg and left lying on the battlefield with rebel bullets whizzing all around. 261. Till along toward dusk I seen a thing I couldn't believe for a spell. That nigger that Tim was a-crawlin' to me through that fireproof, gilt-edged hell. That boy Tim had been enough of a man to shoulder the sergeant and take him behind the lines, his black hide riddled with balls. That was the reason if one of you tetches the boy he'll wrestle his hash tonight in hell or my name's not Tillman Joy. Tim might stay because he had saved the white sergeant that day and refused to leave him, just as William Gilmore Sims's adhesive black Hector saved the life of his master in the Yamasee and refused to leave him, CP 141. And just as there had been room for black Hectors in the bottom caste of South Carolina, so room had to be made at the bottom for black Banties in Illinois. But once there Tim remained a nigger to all concerned, to Tillman Joy and to his creator, for Hay's use of the epithet in his diary and letters made certain that in this respect at least the sergeant's language was Hay's own, example WRT, I, 161, KJC, p. 48. In fine, Hay merely countered the exclusionist racism of the White Man's Committee with his own paternalistic or accommodationist racism. Just so long as blacks came a-crawlin', they could come *. In 1876 Hay was enraged by the defeat and death of General George Armstrong Custer and his 7th Cavalrymen in the Battle of the Little Bighorn. At the end of the decade he commemorated the event in Miles Kea's Horse, a bitter poem about the Mount Comanche, sole survivor of that scorpion ring, and the pathos of his being made to parade riderless with the regiment, CPW, pages 7780. Or so the order was issued, and it lifted a bit the gloom that shrouds our army's name when all foul beasts are free to rend and tear its honest fame. Asking that it be printed anonymously, Hay explained to Whitelaw Reid that it was a well-intentioned poem, calculated to make people kill Indians. I think HH ought to be a Ute prisoner for a week, January 27, 1880, KJC, p. 232n. The initials referred to Helen Hunt Jackson, whose Century of Dishonor would come out in 1881. The playful suggestion was that this Indian lover be thrown to the Utes, who were allegedly in the habit of raping white women. At the height of the great railroad strikes of 1877, Colonel Hay wrote Amasa Stone of their gloomy prospects, "The very devil seems to have entered into the lower classes of working men, and there are plenty of scoundrels to encourage them to all lengths." WRT, 2, 5. The scoundrels in Hay's letter were the industrial counterparts of those frontier seducers or exciters of the natives, and this was the old outside agitator refrain: like Indians before they had been molested or tampered with, workers were content and childishly incapable of self-assertion. The very devil had to stir them into the disorders that menaced men of property, men like Jay Gould, who was currently raiding railroad treasuries and fighting labor unions, Hay's father-in-law, who had left him to tend the shop, and, thanks to Stone, himself. So an attack on property, observed William Roscoe Thayer in familiar words, becomes an attack on civilization. Those riots of 1877 burnt deep into Colonel Hay's heart. 2, 8, 6. The consequence was the breadwinners, 1883, his perfervid, albeit anonymous defense of civilization. As the novel opened, a gentleman sat in front of the library fireplace in one of the great houses on Algonquin Avenue in Buffland, read Euclid Avenue, along which millionaires lived in Cleveland. The figure was Mr. Arthur Farnham, who was about Hay's age and who actually looked pretty much as the Colonel saw himself. Farnham's face was wholesome, that key word again, and like his hands, of one delicately bred. To be sure, his creator had not been that delicately bred, so this was not made an absolute prerequisite for gentility. Like Hay, Farnham was one of those fortunate natures, who, however born, are always bred well, and come by prescription to most of the good things the world can give. This daydream self sat in front of the dying embers in the grate and mused on his childhood, the early death of his parents, studies at Saint Cyr in France, return for service in the Union cavalry, and then Indian fighting with the regulars in the wide desolation of the West, where he met the sister-in-law of a brother captain, a tall, languid, ill-nourished girl of mature years. Farnham had married this wondrous creature because she was the only unmarried white woman within 100 miles, and the mercury ranged from 0 to -20 degrees all winter. Still, for some reason even the temperature did not bring about their union until that spring, when he seemed to have lost the sense of there being any other women in the world. P. 51. He placed his hero in the Black Hills about the time Custer was there, but prudently removed him from Sioux country just in time, but not before the death of his wife, on a forced march one day, when the air was 263 glittering with alkali, and the fierce sun seemed to wither the dismal plain like the vengeance of heaven. That scene bore some resemblance to the moonscape John Fiske was to describe, CP 232, and surely Hay was no less alienated from the land. Nevertheless, after his hero's resignation from the army, he still professed to look longingly back upon the life he had left, until his nose inhaled again the scent of the sagebrush and his eyes smarted with alkali dust. He regretted the desolate prairies, the wide reaches of barrenness accursed of the Creator, the wild chaos of the mountain canyons, the horror of the bad lands, the tingling cold of winter in the Black Hills. P. 8. It had been, in short, an eminently regrettable, howling wilderness. Once Farnham had returned to Buffland to take charge of the great estate of which he was the only heir. Hay flicked on the light show and had him fall in love, really this time, with the daughter of Mrs. Belding, the widow who lived nearby on Algonquin Avenue. Young Alice Belding was the avatar of Anglo-Saxon good looks and refined virtues. The tawny gold of her hair, P. 42, its yellow luster, P. 136, made her describably beautiful. Alice rose from the piano, flushing a pink as sweet and delicate as that of the roses in her belt. She came forward a few paces and then stopped, bent slightly toward him, with folded hands. In her long, white, clinging drapery, with her gold hair making the dim room bright, with her red lips parted in a tender but solemn smile, with something like a halo about her of youth and purity and ardor, she was a sight so beautiful that Arthur Farnham as he gazed up at her felt his heart grow heavy with an aching consciousness of her perfection that seemed to remove her forever from his reach. Pages 31819. Naturally, she merely seemed beyond his reach, and just as naturally Farnham himself was forever beyond the reach of Maud Machin, who had set her cap at him and whose dark hair was too luxuriant to be amenable to the imperfect discipline to which it had been accustomed. p. 10. Maud had thick masses of blue-black curls, p. 114, and had foolishly sought to parley a high school education into a marriage above her station. Yet this lively light show burned out when Hay overloaded the circuit. In the first place, he used colors to establish degree of sexuality and to sort women into the customary categories, fair versus dark, sexless pink innocence versus sensual blue-black sinfulness, delicate Alice versus lusty Maud. Second, his colors indicated class, Alice's elevated origins on Millionaire's Row and Maud's earthy origins in the home of Saul Machin, a carpenter. 264. Of a rare sort. A good workman, sober, industrious, and unambitious. He was contented with his daily work and wage, p. 19, in sharp contrast with his ambitious daughter, who should have gone quietly into domestic service and been content to marry Sam Sleaney, her father's helper, their boarder, and her suitor. But at exactly this point Hay crossed his class struggle wires, for Sleaney was so quintessentially Anglo-Saxon as to be, physically at least, the male counterpart of Alice. Sleaney was a fine figure of a man, with a tall, powerful build, frank blue eyes and yellow hair and beard, p. 303. Lest someone mistake him for an aristocrat and propose a match with Alice, Hay repeatedly emphasized that Sleaney was a dumb worker, not quick either of thought or speech, pages 66, 99, but this hardly uncrossed his lines. Still, Hay pressed on, for he had a third use for colors that made Sleaney's blondness a necessary contrast with the Celtic complexion of his villain. In the breadwinner's colors also indicated caste. One glance at Andrew Jackson off it sufficed to persuade a fair-minded witness he was not one of those fortunate natures to whom good things come by prescription. A dark apostle of labor who wrote for the Irish Harp, he was one of those tonguey vagrants and convicts who wandered from place to place, haranguing the workmen, preaching what they called socialism, but what was merely riot and plunder, p. 215. In Buffland he had organized the secret brotherhood of breadwinners, a band of troublemakers and shirks, charlatans and surly brutes, p. 82. One glance at their organizer showed him to be a scoundrel after what the rich and well-born had. And when he treacherously attacked and wounded Farnham with a hammer during the strike, he showed not a particle of regret or remorse as he counted his loot. Money is, of course, precious and acceptable to all men except idiots. But, if it means much to the good and virtuous, how infinitely more it means to the thoroughly depraved instant gratification of every savage and hungry devil of a passion which their vile natures harbor. p. 271. The yellow-haired Sleaney, who had been temporarily corrupted by this sinister agitator, returned to his senses and in a rage killed him the way a backwoodsman would kill a panther or a snake or an Indian. The jury returned a verdict of justifiable homicide and, when the judge made them reconsider, came back to acquit Sleaney on the grounds of emotional insanity. Everyone knew, however, that Sleaney had been perfectly sane and had performed. 265. A public service, so Hay celebrated the jury's verdict more fulsomely than he had that in the Joseph Smith case. It was thoughtful and considerate, and to the lasting honor and glory of our system of trial by jury, p. 307. All the formulas of the Indian-hating tales and novels were present in the breadwinners, but Hay still could not sin by deputy and get off scot-free. Though there was much speculation about the identity of the anonymous author and praise for his cleverness, Hay's novel seemed to some critics at the time what it was, a vicious attack on labor unions and the Irish, td. pages 11115. The time-worn techniques of Indian hating could not be applied successfully to a strike novel set in the Cleveland of 1877, in part because within the larger society it was simply much more difficult to dehumanize a white agitator than a red prophet. Try as he might, Hay could not persuasively make Offit into a true merciless savage or all Irishmen into white niggers, with the appropriate devilish passions. When he said Offit was a tiger, a panther, a snake, a human beast of prey, his lines merely read as an exercise in reactionary ethnocentrism. Think how much easier his task would have been had his villain been one of Sims's Yamassees, one of Bird's Shawnees, or one of the Seminoles the real Andrew Jackson chased through the Florida swamps. Then his villain would have been truly outside white society, as the Celts, despite the Anglo-Saxons, were not. At most, had any of the above Indians been assimilated, then his red villain would have been identifiably, like Black Banty Tim, in one of the bottom castes of a racially stratified society. Hay's light show flared out because what had worked more or less for novelists across the color line would not work within it. It was not enough for him to have Offit looking like Hay's description of a resident of the Viennese Jewish ghetto, dark-skinned and unwholesome looking, with an oleaginous expression, a mustache dyed black and profusely oiled, and a face surmounted by a low and shining forehead covered by reeking black hair, worn rather long, and wearing a black hat and threadbare clothes, shiny and unctuous, pages 7475, 86, 166, cf 303. To turn the tables on his creator, all this dirty, greasy walking delegate had to do was wash off some of the grime, shave off his mustache or dye it blonde, cut and perhaps dye his hair also, bathe thoroughly, put on a new suit in the current Knickerbocker Club fashion, and run for mayor of Buffland as he might have done, had Hay not killed him off. The conventions of Indian hating could not be so directly or so clumsily applied to labor baiting, for while workers could be called, as they were, brutes and savages. 266. These were simply not the same epithets readers accepted when applied to Banty Tim or to the Indians Mordecai Lincoln stalked so remorselessly. Class and caste were related but distinct phenomena, and the disaster of Hay's breadwinners illustrated this home truth. 3. John Hay's novel was an extension of his politics by other means. It was in fact a tract for the times that contained all the essentials of his creed. As he summed that up for a Cleveland audience in 1880, American voters had the duty of living up to standards set by the preeminent race of men from whom they were descended. These forefathers had believed in order, decency, sobriety, in reverence for all things reverend, for religion and for law, td. p. 103. Now himself a great property holder, he stood for sound money and a high tariff. Anonymously a celebrant of murder in his fiction, publicly he was above all else one of the law and order men who had rallied to the party which is unquestionably the law and order party, WRT, 2, 4. That party was the GOP, it claimed his unswerving allegiance and could count on the support of the majority of the better sort, as opposed to the Democrats who had deliberately drawn in the worst elements of the population, KJC, p. 54. Foremost among the better sort, in his eyes, was James G. Blaine of Maine, the corrupt plumed knight he idolized and repeatedly supported for the presidency, td. pages 12,530. For political assets Hay could offer the Republicans his association with the sanctified Lincoln, his reputation as a realist in letters, his talent for invective, his party regularity and unchallengeable patriotism, and, not least, his fortune inherited from Amasis Stone. He could afford to play at making presidents and backed a winner when he joined Mark Hanna and others in paying off William McKinley's debts and in booming the Major as the advance agent of prosperity. Years later Henry Adams noted that Hay had won on this third gamble, after backing Hayes and James A. Garfield and laying out money on John Sherman and Blame along the way. I would give sixpence to know how much Hay paid for McKinley. His politics must have cost L. 2, 480. They died about $10,000 for McKinley, but defeat of William Jennings Bryan would have been cheap at twice that price. The Democratic Party had been captured by unclean spirits, Hay. 267. Declared in his widely circulated pamphlet, the platform of anarchy, the very devil seemed to have entered into the dangerous classes and their agitators, such men as Bryan, John Peter Altgeld, Tom Johnson, Eugene Victor Debs, Tom Watson, et al. It was 1877 all over again. With revolution imminent, Hay actually wrote Whitelaw Reid that the uprising was the revolt of Caliban, KJC, pages 6062. After Caliban had been driven back to the farm and the factory, McKinley paid off by naming Hay minister to the court of St. James's, the prize he had been after all along. Moreover, he had the good fortune to arrive at his post in 1897, the year of Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee and, for all the imperial pomp and circumstance, the year her ministers searched more anxiously than ever for allies to protect the British Empire against the rise of Germany. The latter, said Henry Adams, had effected what Adamses had tried for 200 years in vain, frightened England into America's arms. That was what he meant in the epigraph that heads this chapter. Actually, the sometimes estranged cousins fell into each other's arms out of mutual need. Great Britain needed a friendly hand almost everywhere, while the United States needed a free hand in the Caribbean and the Philippines. 10 days after McKinley asked Congress for a war resolution against Spain, April 11, 1898, Hay called the relationship he was working to restore a partnership in beneficence. In this important address he said that all of us who think cannot but see that there is a sanction like that of religion which binds us to a sort of partnership in the beneficent work of the world. Whether we will it or not, we are associated in that work by the very nature of things, and no man and no group of men can prevent it. We are bound by a tie which we did not forge and which we cannot break. We are the joint ministers of the same sacred mission of liberty and progress, charged with duties which we cannot evade by the imposition of irresistible hands. Add, pages 7879. To the Royal Society he exulted over the bonds of union among the two great branches of our race and affirmed, the object of my mission here is to do what I can to draw close the bonds that bind together the two Anglo-Saxon peoples. Add, pages 84, 85. Hay's reference to irresistible hands was John Fiske's Manifest Destiny revived. Fiske had almost 2 decades earlier held that the two great branches of the English race have the common mission of establishing throughout the larger part of the earth a 268 higher civilization and more permanent political order than any that has gone before, CP 240. Hay had attended a series of Fiske lectures, you may recall, and then had acclaimed Manifest Destiny when the historian presented it to the Hayes administration, all of which tempts one to conclude that finally here is a clearly etched illustration of how ideas can ascend from the individual to the policy-making level *, but as in the case of Fiske and Josiah Strong, the question of who drew on whom is largely beside the point. No man and no group of men, as Hay would say, were responsible for the imperial Anglo-Saxonism that by the end of the century covered Washington and London like a ground fog or, better, filled the air like smog. In the quotations just cited, Hay not only served up Fiske's leftovers, he anticipated Rudyard Kipling's The White Man's Burden, 1899, and directly moved Joseph Chamberlain, the British colonial secretary, to rhapsodize in Birmingham over an Anglo-Saxon alliance. What is our next duty? Chamberlain asked. It is to establish and to maintain bonds of permanent amity with our kinsmen across the Atlantic. There is a powerful and generous nation. They speak our language. They are bred of our race, WRT, 2, 169n. All in the family, then, were these bonds across the Atlantic, and in Hay's words, they had a near religious sanction. Racism bound kinspeople not only across space but across time, over the centuries, binding together Puritan New Israelites with fin de siècle New Imperialists. With a sense of elation over the glorious prospects, Hay wrote McKinley from London, "The greatest destiny the world ever knew is ours," February 20, 1898. 2 months later commenced the conflict Thomas Jefferson had predicted in June 1823, when he recommended that the United States not go to war immediately over Cuba, since the first war on other accounts will give it to us, CP 114. 75 years of watchful waiting represented exemplary patience and decorum, though in 1898 the United States did not go to war on other accounts but over Cuba itself, at least ostensibly. Moreover, it went in handicapped by a self-denying ordinance, an amendment of the war declaration by ** in his able recent study John Hay, 1975, Kenton J. Clymer concluded that Hay does not appear to have been directly influenced by Darwin, Herbert Spencer, or their popularizers. He was personally acquainted with the popular social Darwinist, John Fiske, but in virtually none of his writings or private letters does Hay refer to Darwin, Spencer, or evolution, p. 67. But Fiske believed Hay to be directly influenced by him, and Hay's stress on a racial lust of land and other evidence in Lincoln, along with that above, bear him out. Fiske's early relationship to Hay was more that of an instructor than of a mere acquaintance. Fiske and George Bancroft were Hay's historians before he became the best friend of Henry Adams, a better historian than either. 269. Senator Henry M. Teller of Colorado that disavowed any intent to annex or control the island. It took another amendment, that of Senator Orville H. Platt of Connecticut, by rider to the Army Appropriations Act of 1901 and by a treaty of 1903, to make the Pearl of the Antilles politically a protectorate and economically a dependent. Cuba was thus pacified in less time than it took General Jackson to invade Florida and take the Spanish forts 8 decades earlier. On July 26, 1898, Spain requested peace terms, and the following day Hay gave the conflict its memorable name. "It has been a splendid little war," he wrote Theodore Roosevelt, "begun with the highest motives, carried on with magnificent intelligence and spirit, favored by that fortune which loves the brave." WRT, 2, 337. Now, these highest motives for intervening in Spanish Cuba resembled those John Quincy Adams had advanced to justify the invasion of Spanish Florida, see pages 10,911. Placed side by side, Adams's White Paper of 1818 and McKinney's War Message of 1898 have haunting similarities. As with the derelict province of Florida, Spanish officials had allowed revolutionary Cuba to become a colony of barbarities, bloodshed, starvation, and horrible miseries. In both colonies there had been the same wanton destruction of property, the same chaotic conditions that invoked the necessities of self-defense for the United States, or, as McKinley put it, the present condition of affairs in Cuba is a constant menace to our peace. As in 1818, this intolerable condition of affairs which is at our doors * cried out for relief and was no longer endurable. So did McKinley call for enforced pacification in the same terms as Adams and, like his predecessor, spoke and acted in the name of humanity, in the name of civilization, and in behalf of endangered American interests, all of which came down to the same goal of protecting, in Hay's words, the sacred mission of liberty and progress the United States represented. In 1818 Adams had undertaken to demonstrate to Spain that the United States could as little compound with impotence as with perfidy. In 1898 McKinley observed that the Spanish government had been unable even to assure the safety of the battleship Maine in the harbor of Havana on a mission of peace and rightfully there. Such impotence had therefore moved him at long last to secure in the island the establishment of a stable government, capable of maintaining order and observing its international obligations, ensuring peace and tranquility and the security of its citizens as well as our own. Since McKinley never forgot them for a moment, we should remember those endangered American interests in this mix of highest motives, along with all the others, the perilous unrest among our own citizens provoked by the Cuban Revolution, the interest of such novelists as Alfred Thayer Mahan in making the Caribbean a U.S. lake, the economic pressures backed up by the prolonged depression of 1893, the growing conviction within influential circles that factories and farms produced more than Americans could consume, the end of the continental land frontier and the drive for a new frontier of overseas markets, and, though it was notably absent during the Indian Wars just concluded with the massacre at Wounded Knee, humanitarian distress over Spanish counterinsurgency tactics. All these and other pressures for forcible intervention may be given their due and still not provide more reason for assuming McKinley did not mean what he said in 1898, did not in his heart of hearts believe in order and stable government, than there had been for disbelieving Adams in 1818. U.S. statesmen have been traditionally loath to countenance impotence. An incident in the history of American expansion south and west, the splendid little war was declared, waged, and concluded while Hay was still in London. Then, in the late summer of 1898 he was called back to Washington to become Secretary of State, the position he was to occupy under McKinley and under Theodore Roosevelt until his own death in 1905. By that time his reputation was established as a great statesman, whose open-door notes ranked with Washington's farewell message, the Monroe Doctrine, and other foundation stones of U.S. foreign policy. And since Hay conducted State Department affairs as the disciple of John Quincy Adams and of William H. Seward, T.D., p. 263, his attempts to implement the imperial vision of these formidable predecessors demonstrated further the seamless continuity of fundamental attitudes and assumptions. Beyond doubt Secretary of State Adams would have found President McKinley's war message perfectly understandable, I have suggested, and his reasons for intervention immediately acceptable. McKinley's refusal to extend recognition to the Cuban insurgents Adams would have taken for granted, for he had no more respect for Latin Americans than John Hay, who called them Dagos, T.D., p. 264. Not only was North America the proper dominion of the United States, Adams had held, but all the West Indies were natural appendages and Cuba was like a ripening. 271. Apple, bound to fall one day he would only have been surprised that it had taken most of the century for the stem to snap. Adams had been very careful, in turning down Britain's overtures and in persuading Monroe against any self-denying ordinance, to have the latter's doctrine leave the United States free to grab former and present possessions of Spain in this hemisphere, the boundaries of which were as elastic as those of settlers on Indian land. Moreover, directly anticipating John Hay's open door, Adams held in 1842, when he was no longer in the executive branch, that China's exclusion policy was immoral because it violated the Christian command to love thy neighbor, blocked trade, and was therefore, an enormous outrage upon the rights of human nature, and upon the first principles of the rights of nations. Secretary of State Seward, Hay's patron and other master, was himself a disciple of John Quincy Adams, whom he venerated above all men as teacher and friend. To update and systematize Adams's imperial vision, Seward took the long view, for at some point he must have asked himself the really antecedent question, what was Columbus doing in 1492 if not bumping into outlying islands of the land mass that blocked his passage to India? That question was implied, however Seward had formulated it, by his contention that even the discovery of North America and the subsequent organization of society and government thereon, momentous as these events had been, were still conditional, preliminary, and ancillary to Columbus's true goal and that of European expansionists since Asia, fountainhead of all civilization, had been the real destination all along. So were the last 400 years only the visible tip of an expansionism that went back 3 millennia, with empire making its way constantly westward, and it must continue to move on westward until the tides of the renewed and the decaying civilizations of the world meet on the shores of the Pacific Ocean.